Point of view, why would you advise people to come to Middlesbrough?
Do you know what? It's Middlesbrough first and foremost.
Started off so well.
Yeah.
The future is I have been diligently working away from celebrity. I'm not anti-celebrity, but it's been very negative for me.
Yeah, the Bongo Door was a very rough place in Middlesbrough, and everything happened there.
What about now?
Back in that time, he used to carry a knife specifically for Lee Duffy. So he was, he was one of the only one in Teesside that said, I don't give a you are, you have to pay here. And you've got to behave. To how he died, no one deserved the ending he got. If he'd done any wrong in his life, believe me, I'm not exaggerating, he was paid back 1,000 times.
Do you know what your key purpose in life is? Have you got goals?
I'm lost.
There you go. I already asked you this. This is one thing I asked. So
Absolutely lost.
You need to
so
know.
What would you advise?
You need to have purpose. Paratrooper, baby. But saying that, I say that with what's going on in the world at the moment, it's funny, I'm a member of many different groups, and you get 999 great comments and you get one comment and you concentrate on the bad comment. Yeah. That's human nature. Life is so surreal. You can't comprehend. You're on all the newspapers. You're on television. You walk, everyone knows you. It is the weirdest sensation. It's kind of, and part of my ego misses that a little bit, but.
And do you know what? If I was gay, do you know what? Alex is a good looking guy, but you know what? That Peaky Blinders,
Are you the bat or the catcher?
No, but you know what? He's a...
What lovely veneers you've got. And fangs. That doubles as the thong, actually.
I made it, it's nice, isn't it? Got the car the other day, I was like, what are you
Thank you for joining the madness. We have got Jamie Boyle, we have got Alex Reid, we have got Jen, and we're in Middlesbrough.
I've never worn a Jamie Boyle, Sean Atwood face mask.
Would you like to wear a Sean Atwood face mask?
I'd rather wear it as a thong bikini.
Oh, yeah. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
We're going to have a bottle of wine and what did you think of Middlesbrough when you had a look about?
I actually really liked it. I thought it was friendly, and you actually said to me,
Middlesbrough and friendlies. Do you know what? People are warm and friendly up here.
I really feel it's clean. It seemed actually quite debonair, swish.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know what, Sean? You said it was like a different environment to when I go down, spend time in Whitechapel and all that. It's a million mile an hour, and it's like going to a different planet. Do you find that up here?
From the south, the hive energy of London, the vibrations that get you all like zzzed up, to the relaxed pace of northern cities and towns. It's a massive frequency shift, isn't it?
You say relax, but we're not. We literally went out around, what time was it? About 6, half 6. I imagine it would be a bit more vibrant at about 9 o'clock at night, because you were telling me it was quite rough. And we were outside the club. What was the club called?
The
Bongo.
And that was quite a violent club, apparently.
That was the only door back in Lee Duffy's generation era, if you like. That was the only door that actually stood up to Duffy.
Who's Lee Duffy? I obviously know, but I'm sure there's a lot of people that the Robin Hood of.
He was, the craze of Bethnal Green, Paul Sykes, Wakefield, Viv Graham, Newcastle, and kinda in Middlesbrough, certainly for a true crime element, it's Lee Duffy. There's no one really else. Saying that, I've just discovered a link that there was a potential Jack the Ripper suspect from Middlesbrough for this new book. But ultimately, when people... I've had messages these last couple of months. Peter Lee, Western Supermare, people driving up just to go to Lee's grave and see where it all happened. But the Bongo Door was a very rough place in Middlesbrough, and everything happened there.
What about now?
So we did a lovely live there, didn't we?
Yes, and we're going to be doing a second one with the Paul Sykes one. But
Is it a violent door now?
It's died. It's
Didn't look like it was open, yeah.
Yeah, it finished a couple of years back.
Was it a violent door then?
Yes, it was. I mean, the owner, Abdullah, died only a couple of years back, and he was 104. And he was still working on that door, like running it, certainly to probably about 96, 97.
104.
And back in that time, he used to carry a knife specifically for Lee Duffy. So he was, he was one of the only one in Teesside that said, I don't give a fuck who you are, you have to pay here, and you've got to behave. And it's lots of things have happened on that Bongo Door.
Doesn't really inspire me to go there. It's like that. In fact,
from a tourist point of view, why would you advise people to come to Middlesbrough?
Do you know what? Middlesbrough first and foremost.
Started off so well.
Yeah. Do you know what? Captain Cook put Middlesbrough on the map.
Captain Cook?
Captain Cook. He discovered Australia.
And Middlesbrough.
And then essentially he moved as far away as he could, and then he come back and he emigrated to Whitechapel, Marlon Road. And but he kind of, he was the first one in Middlesbrough that people are naming the hospitals after. Chris Rea, Bob Mortimer, Chubby Brown, Chris Kamara, Jenny South, Amelia Lilly, Brian Clough. But of course, on a true crime element, it's Lee Duffy. And lots of your followers, Sean, will be very familiar with Middlesbrough South Bank in general. And that was Duffy, who was a young kid. And you know what? Paul Daniels come from South Bank. But a lot of people are aware of South Bank because of this young kid who walked about in shorts and a vest and ultimately left this kind of legacy, for good or bad, I don't know, but people are just obsessed.
What was the Battle of the Bongo?
So the Battle of the Bongo, I think, Paddy Maloney spoke of it in the Hall of the Moon documentary, and that was basically Duffy and a couple of his mates, I won't name, all tried getting in. And Paddy was there this particular night and seeing everything go on. And it ended with loads of people hospitalised and hammers about, and it was just, and it was spoken of. And even when Lee Duffy died, all these people, the 92, 93 court cases, that all started because Lee went in the Bongo, tried to get in. Abdullah said you can't, and this kind of him and them, and obviously lots of Duffy's mates, and there was this kind of battle for a couple of years, but no one got on the Bongo Door unless you paid in, unless old Abdullah liked you.
It was nicely reinforced, wasn't it?
But what's it like? Look, that was then. What's it like now? I mean, it looked like quite a nice place to come down. I was quite impressed.
Do you know what? Middlesbrough,
you're painting not a very nice image of it.
Middlesbrough, the town, obviously, the council, they've invested.
You agree?
They've invested a lot of money over the last couple of years, trying to make Middlesbrough a nicer place. Millions has been spent, and it's a nice on the eye. But there's certain patches, like over the border, which is where the Bongo was. That area.
What does this mean, the border? The border of what?
Yeah. So,
because people put in the comments, back in the day you wouldn't be filming on the border like that.
Yeah, so over the border it was the train tracks. So if you were classed as on that other... So the area is called...
Postcode wars, like in London?
Yeah, sort of. But the area... No.
Guns?
Not like that. But the area was called St Hilda's. And it's been very much like... Paul Venice's area, South Bank, they're flattening a lot of things, but the money's not going back into it. So it's, what the things are in the area, just things like charity shops and, it's not really, 30 years ago, South Bank had its own train, it had its own shop, football stadium, it had nightclubs, it had everything. And people didn't even need to go and travel in the centre of Middlesbrough because everything was in South Bank.
We've got that lovely bridge that we talked about.
Yeah, the Transporter Bridge, which is it's very iconic, and it's probably the first thing you think of in Middlesbrough. I know Paul Sykes put in his book, Sweet Agony, he said, when I got to Middlesbrough, I thought, what a fucking dump. He said, the place filled me with dread. And he said, when I spent a week here with John Spenceley, he said, you know what, it was the best week of my life. He said, Middlesbrough, it's just, there's everything going on for different kinds of environments, your baddies, your goodies. You know, it's got a huge university thing at the minute, so there's people from Ireland going up to Middlesbrough, and it has got a lot better, but you know, it has had its bad cases of drugs and particularly prostitution. You know, a lot of people were coming up and getting caught from Newcastle, Sheffield. They were all getting caught curb crawling because Middlesbrough had the cheapest heroin and the cheapest prostitutes in Great Britain. So that's why you were seeing a lot of people. But it does have its knockers, Middlesbrough. But it's an interesting place, Sean. For you and what you do, there's been so many characters come out of the town of Middlesbrough. Obviously, you know, your first one is your Lee Duffy, but there's been a lot of other ones, and you think, and it was just normal to, you know, to have this kind of social tool and think, right, I'm going to have a fight or I'm going to sell drugs. You know, people were certain parts of Middlesbrough were dragged up, and that's all they knew. So they didn't have this social tool of saying, do you know what, lads, I don't want to fight tonight. It was just have a fight and think about what later. And that's a lot of people's outlook in Middlesbrough. It was just violence is a normal thing. You know, it's not as bad as it was years ago, but obviously, you know, with the Lee Duffy thing, and I've done a few of the other books from around the local area, and there's a lot of limelight come from, and I'm convinced in the next couple of years there will be someone come along and do a Lee Duffy film. I get messages all the time, and there's people just obsessed with just want to, oh, tell me so and so. I spoke to a guy not long back, and he messaged me. I won't mention him, but he's got millions of followers, and he said, oh, I just want to talk about, I fell down the Lee Duffy rabbit hole. So he wanted to talk to me and all, and the wife said, do you know who that is? And I was like, no. And this is a guy, famous, millionaire, but just wanted to talk about Lee Duffy. And that's, you know, there's so many people being like that the last couple of years. I've met people and boxers and footballers, and oh, isn't that where so-and-so? You know, it's the same with the Paul Sykes thing as well. That's going to obviously take off when the film and documentary happens.
So you say Lee Duffy put Middlesbrough on the map?
Oh God, this, you know,
Chris, like if you're going to be a talk, like
to be honest,
so
Chris Rea,
right,
Brian Clough, I'm doing a book on him next year. He was the greatest ever manager. He would, to give you an example, he was voted the third greatest manager of all time by ESPN. He was like Jose Mourinho 40 years ago. Massive personality, charismatic, very, very quirky guy, but everyone knew him in the world. Chris Rea, he driving home for Christmas, and he grew up in Groville. So Brian Clough and Chris Rea come from the same area. Just, you know, obviously Duffy was South Bank, but your other people like Bob Mortimer, I don't know, there's been famous people over the years, and, you know, it was Middlesbrough, it gets a lot of bad light. I believe it's about
250 years old, I think you told me earlier.
Did you Google it?
Do you know what?
No, I asked, how long has Middlesbrough been Middlesbrough? It's about, you said it started with a farm of about 25 people. It started
with a farm at the back end of the 1700s, and 25 people, and I'm not sure whether...
How many now?
The population of Middlesbrough these days is 149,000, but Greater Teesside, like your Stokesleys, your Great Aytons, Stockton, 376,000. So it is quite a big place, and in that number, most people are aware of your Lee Duffys and all that.
And tomorrow, because what I was impressed with, you've got a good football stadium and you're playing Chelsea. Right?
Middlesbrough are playing Chelsea.
So you're quite up
and
there.
Do you know what? They're favourites because Chelsea have got no fans allowed in, and people are thinking, oh well, hang on, Chelsea should beat Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough have just knocked out Man United and Tottenham back to back in the FA Cup. So, Chelsea, you've got no fans. And I sounded like that guy there, didn't I? You've got no fun. So that's who Middlesbrough are playing tomorrow. It's on telly, FA Cup. And the stadium holds about 34,000.
I'm not a football fan. Are you football fans?
Yeah, Sean's massive.
I was never a jock.
I can't say I've even watched a football game. I mean, I've watched England.
Have you not watched one?
Yeah.
Well, you know when it's in the World Cup, you've got to watch England, yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I played for Man City.
Did you?
In Hollyoaks. I can't kick a ball to save my life. Oh my God. Why couldn't they make me a fighter or something? They made me England's top striker. And they said, you're never going to have to kick a ball. So I was training to do kippy uppies like every day for about 6 months, an hour a day. And they said, you're never going to need to kick a ball. So I stopped training. And then 6 months later, they said, my last final show, I had to score the winning goal.
Did you?
For England against Greece. And I went, oh my God. I toe punted it. I asked all the extras, and they're all good footballers. So look, you can make me look like an arsehole, or I can buy you all a drink and we can go home early. And they made me look good, thank goodness. But I still look like an arsehole.
Because, do you know what, Alex? People, I'm not going to go there, but people are aware of...
But you're going to go there.
No, I'm not going to. So that's...
Look, if you're gonna promote me like you're going to promote Middlesbrough, stop!
No, what I'm going to say is, right... Jesus. Do you know what gets forget with Alex Reid, right, is he was famous in his own right until 2009. Obviously, he become to the limelight. But do you know what? I mean, you know what? You're in Hollyoaks, you had military background, you were in
Actually, look at
Gladiator.
this. Look what I'm wearing. Uncommon soldier.
Yeah.
Don't follow the crowd.
Paratrooper, baby. But saying that, I say that with what's going on in the world at the moment. It's funny. I'm a member of many different groups, and I'm anti-war. I don't believe in war.
But do you know what? What I'm saying is, you've had all these fights over the world, acting, military background, all these kind of different things. But obviously, you've become. Can I ask you something? How do you deal with negativity when?
And trolls.
Sean gets it because everyone hates you. It's just in the small print, right?
Yeah, even I do.
Yeah, you're going to get it because
just
you come
before we started this, we were just talking about you actually cried.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
That was in
We
Liverpool,
don't want to say it
wasn't
because don't want to encourage the
cried?
trolls.
Me, you know, can you remember last time we did our Liverpool trip?
Yeah.
And I had that really nasty comment put on.
Oh yeah,
And I
because you were
went-
just getting broken into the troll world, weren't you, around there?
Yeah, and I was staying in his parents' outhouse. He could tell something was up.
Outhouse?
Whatever it is. Granny Annex. What do you call it?
Garage that was
No, a
changed into
bedroom.
a bedroom.
It's
My parents'
beautiful.
garage. Your living
But no, and I got back there and I was just bursting in tears. And you come in and you sat with me and just said, you know, obviously it'll be all right, basically.
How you know?
It will get easier. It don't bother me. I don't read the fucking comments.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
No.
that's the best way.
No.
Russell Brand said, he's massively fitted, and he said, just don't look at it. But
Well, it was interesting actually because I watched a podcast recently where Ricky Gervais said the bigger you get,
yeah,
so the pile of
Malcolm
people who
X
like
said,
you will go up.
Show
but the
me a
pile of
man
people
who's
who
got
hate
no
you-
haters, and I'll show you he's got no success.
Exactly.
Now, do you know what, Sean? Alex was famous in his own right, fighter, model, all these kind of things, right? And then when everyone in the world and people's nanas knew he was, right? How was it, Alex, right? When you wake up, right, and you've gone from being small time to news reporters hanging outside your house, how is it, right, when you're in the front of the news of the world and everyone hates you? How do you cope with that level of millions?
Not everyone hates you, but I mean, there is a point where you get 999 great comments and you get one comment and you concentrate on the bad comment.
Yeah.
That's human nature. And it takes a while I do read comments, not all the time. I don't look for them, but if I look at them now because I like to say they have no power. They still do have power. Someone said something nasty yesterday. I'm like, do you know what? You have to check yourself. If you continually put your hand into a pot of nasty comments, you're going to pull out. It's going to stick. Some of it's going to stick. So I'm not doing that all the time. But I sometimes, look, if you're a brand and you want brand awareness, you want to kind of see how the brand is from time to time. So I put my head in. But I take now a more mature. It's less affected. I mean, I'm not.
Because when
really,
you first got your first negative story in the papers, how did that make you feel? Can you remember?
So you were 34 then?
And the first one that made you feel?
Well, I mean, I was bullied at school, and in my fight game, there's always bullying, isn't there? Like, you're crap, you can't fight. There's a bit of that, but it's not like on the scale I had in the mass media. I mean, I'd walk past the building site and I'd get like jeered at, and I'd want to fight everybody because I was scared. Ultimately, a scared little boy, and I proved I was tough by mixing with gangsters and tough guys and did all those fights. And I'm like, ultimately, I didn't want that. I just wanted to like beat the bullies, and that's not great. And you can't fight everybody, so you have to learn quick. I mean, I did. So when you get a lot of abuse, and you have to evolve. Otherwise, you're gonna. Well, do you tell me, Sean? You come into it a little bit older, maybe.
It's a minuscule fraction of the people who are putting negative comments up, of all the comments. So it's all love and respect coming all day long.
Yeah.
But this vocal, minuscule fraction
Keyboard warrior
gets an undue amount of attention, like you said, and we should be responding to all the love and support. I mean, we've been out, while we've been on the road the last week, we've been going out doing live streams in neighbourhoods, Toxteth, Liverpool, just here tonight. People are watching us, seeing where we are, and coming out and saying hello. We watched your podcast, blah blah blah.
got lifted
in Toxteth, some guy gave us a lift and everything.
So it seems to me like you maybe know the fable about the two wolves. You're feeding the good wolf, not the bad wolf.
Yes.
If you feed the bad wolf, you're gonna. Oh my God, I'm so shit. I want to kill myself.
Do you know
The
what,
bad
Alex?
wolf is a sign of success. So we should be flattered and honoured that these people are spending all that time, even though they're saying crap about us, they're obsessed. They're spending all that time thinking about us to put these comments up and making these videos.
In the days of the News of the World,
Sorry.
right? I mean, you must remember, right? One day Beckham got it, Kerry Katona got it, Michael Barrymore got it, and I remember you used to get it. So how did you deal with it when even Elsie up the road, the old nana who's 80, will still know who Alex Reid is, and she'll just believe because she's read the paper?
It gets to the point where there's so much of it, you just like, it goes over your head a little bit, but there's like, it's not nice. I mean, I do remember going into garages, petrol stations when I was more prolific in the media world, in all those tacky magazines, and I'm in the queue to pay for my petrol, and somebody's got a magazine and I'm on it, and I'm like putting my hood up like this, like, oh my God, and it's like something sensational or scandalous. It's embarrassing because you're like, that's it's not. And the worst one, I remember this, there's certain images you pick out in your life and the sort of things that pop up. I remember walking into a club and some girls all sniggering and laughing at me, and that hurt me. I thought, bitches. Yeah, I'm not like that, because at the time there was a lot of salacious media. And it's just stuff like, I felt like, because I felt insecure, judged, juried and executed before I'd even had a chance to.
Did you ever feel like sort of crawling into a hole, shutting your curtains for a week, staying in bed, depressant?
No.
Good.
I wanted to fight it, and I did, and I did get depressions. I hit drugs a lot to escape, and I didn't realise. I thought I was happy. But really, it was. And when I didn't do drugs, I'd do fighting. It was all escapism, martial arts. Putting myself in the most scary position in the world.
But I mean, it's your bread and butter.
Stop the voices coming at you.
But it's your bread and butter, Sean, and the drama and the beef and all that. But does it ever get too much for you where you think, do you know what?
No, because in the beginning, you're new to it and you get some bad comments coming in and you freak out and you have this emotional reaction. But then so much of it happens as a threshold, like Alex said, whereby your skin just thickens and you don't give a shit anymore. And then you realise this is actually a sign of success.
But do you not worry that your skin's going to get so thick that you are so numb to any emotion?
Because I tell you what, because you say
It
that.
is thickening right in front of your eyes.
You say that. You had some real abuse recently, and I asked you.
That was years ago. That was a couple of years ago now.
There was something not that long ago. When was the last time I saw you? 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months ago.
And there was a bit of shit going
on.
Oh,
the podcast was.
And I was like, you were laughing at it, and you were loving it. I was like, really?
You missed it last week. One of the guys in the podcast was announced on his Instagram he was coming to my house to get me. I woke up with all these messages. He's on his way. So I just put a live stream up saying, I am waiting for you. But he never showed up. But to me now, it's a joke.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
I think you see the humorous side to it.
You say that,
I do.
but when you've got a family and there's scary people, I don't know how scary this person is, but it doesn't
He was
matter.
an ex-hitman who'd been shot up multiple times.
It doesn't matter who they are, but that's a scary person.
Was a scary person, but now I
But you still, it doesn't matter if someone's psychopathic and they're threatening you. I take that seriously. And so this is the conversation I had with you back then. So you still got to take threats like that seriously.
So I don't.
But
someone who's daft enough to go online and say he's coming to my house is not a credible threat.
But you'd have to, I don't know how it works with you because you're involved in the crime world. And not specifically, but it's your genre.
That we know of.
Yeah. But you can't be like, if someone's threatening me publicly, I've got a family. I'm not, it's not about being a grass. You're threatening me publicly. What am I supposed to do? You have to go and tell the police, or not?
No, I didn't. I just did a live stream and said I'm waiting for you.
You can tell he's a robot.
Okay.
I didn't. If someone's going to seriously do something to you, you're going to come out of your house in the morning and they're going to come up behind you and put one in your head. They're not going to announce it on Instagram.
I don't know what you're talking about. Really?
Have you ever had a threat to your life? Yeah.
More than one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
And how did you handle that?
As sensitive as
I
you can.
I don't mind saying. Recently, gone to the police, but before I have had favours, and then the favours cost, and you end up in a shitty position. So I don't advise, But what do the police do? Nothing. I often think about. I'm so anti-violence, but I'm also. There should be you should be able to protect yourself.
They can't really do anything until something's happened. It's like a catch-22, isn't it, with the police?
I know, and what I know, having been in more than 60 court hearings in the last 10 years, it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. And I'm like, what am I going to do? I'm a good guy, and I've got good people around me. And I have got very good people who are very powerful as well, who know how to do things, but just don't. It's so careful. You have to be so careful because you don't want to get involved in illegal or illegal things. But when you're being threatened and your family's being threatened, it does make you think.
I definitely understand.
I've had my nephews and my nieces threatened, and I've thought about going like proper military style, and I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Then they've won, haven't they? After you get busted and.
Yeah, but when you're, What do you do? Why am I here? Can we talk about that? What happened or not? We skirt around it.
Yeah, we'll skate around that because it's been cancelled, hasn't it?
Yeah. Jen's got stalkers through her internet stuff that she's been doing in recent months, haven't you, Jen?
Oh yeah, they're brilliant. No, I'm joking. No, they're not stalkers. They're not turning up at my house.
But
they're
cyber stalking.
Yeah, cyber stalk, phone calls, withheld numbers, you name it. Dick pics, they're the best. Please stop sending dick pics. I mean it. They just get blocked. Honestly, it's disgusting. Like, why would a woman want to see a man's fucking penis?
It's quite
anyway.
a nice one.
Come on. Like, oh yeah, like I'm going to open it up and be like,
I've never ever sent a dick pic.
Have you never sent a dick pic? Have you, Jamie?
I probably sent one to him.
Oh, actually, you have.
I think I have. I sent him to Paul Venice as well. Probably, yeah.
Who's dick?
But the thing is, what I don't understand is you're just telling me when you got married, right? Yeah. You wore a kilt, and you wouldn't. Your missus made you. Oh shit.
Yeah, because
she took the cat's out of the bag now. No, she sent me a dick pic.
She knew people had been pulling my thingy, but
of course.
Do you know what? Like Alan Thompson, like some of my close friends, I'll ring up and just sit on the toilet like that. But do you know what? If that got out, I'd be dead. Some of the stuff.
Slow down. You do what on the toilet?
No, I might phone Alan Thompson or Paul Venice or.
On the phone?
Yeah.
Jen's like that. Call me back right now. I'm like, I'm taking a piss. She's like, call me. I'm taking a shit. Call me right now.
It's really important, right? No, I'll message him. I'll be like, you need to ring me right now. He's like, I'm having a shit. Is what I'll get back. Isn't a piss.
Still call me right now. I'm like, I have to turn the water on so she can't even hear my bomb drop. Yes, Jen, what is the problem?
Right, I ring my girlfriends while I'm away. I think
Having
that's
a wee?
Yeah, it's really normal. If I'm halfway through a conversation, I need a wee, I'll quickly go, and I'll still be on the phone.
Well, I'm doing YouTube and Zooms. The camera goes off, and then you hear the. What's that? You're on the toilet? No. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
How did we get onto
delete? I forgot this camera here.
That's not good.
It was Jamie who brought the toilet up and got us
No,
onto
it is, but you know, it's like, that's because I'm familiar with people. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't just do it straight away.
You're not like on the phone to the bank.
No. I've been talking for 18 months, so do you know what I mean? Like, kind of. But no, do you know what? I remember when I knew of him before I didn't know, and I used to read all the things and think. I've googled some of the stuff and think, do you know what? It's different with YouTube stuff, but what is it like when everyone in Great Britain has read the news of the world and everyone's got an opinion? Because that's another level. That's like millions of people.
That's what Alex went through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you think of some of the stuff like Kerry Katona's went through and all this, and it must.
You get worried for a bit, and then you have to adapt. I think what am I? I'm 46 years young, so that was 35, 34. It was a long time ago.
You look at your Cavalan Flax.
Is that when it kicked off for you, when you were sort of in your mid-30s then?
What kicked off?
The degree of...
That celebritydom, yeah. Yeah, it was...
I think the first picture was...
I always said, I said on your show when we did it, I call it it's like being on LSD. I wasn't taking LSD. I have taken LSD, so I know what that's like.
But it's a fame drug.
Out of this world, you're like, you spin a bit, yeah.
Does it get addictive when because you're a mixing of all these different people? You're quite close to Jodie Marsh and all these kind of different people, and does it get addictive? Like to cameras everywhere you go, and then yeah.
What was it like the first time you came across paparazzi?
I mean, he won Big Brother, right? He was 40 to 1 to win it.
Didn't know what paparazzi
Did he pass himself?
Did you not?
Yeah.
No?
I was like, this is fun. Look, I'm important.
Yeah.
Like all them
Look at
snaps.
me, look at and then after a while, look at me, I'm
Were you like posing?
No. If you're trying to try and be cool, look at me, I'm trying to be cool. Blue Steel. Yeah, I started to really look. I get told off by my missus all the time because I'm scruffy, and I'll be in my ASOS tracksuit for the rest of the week, you know.
But did you ever get to the point?
I'd be in really smart clothes all the time now, you know.
Did you get to the point, right, where you thought, hang on a minute, this is good, and then all of a sudden you thought, shit, life was better when no one knew who you were? Life was easier?
No.
So you preferred being the famous guy?
I didn't. I was so. It was like it being.
Is that important? I bet.
It was being. I was off my face. I don't know. There wasn't taking drugs. It was. How can you not be off your face?
Because we were in London.
I describe it to being literally high, because life is so surreal. You can't comprehend. You're on all the newspapers. You're on television. You walk. Everyone knows you. It is the weirdest sensation. It's kind of, and part of my ego misses that a little bit, but also it actually loves the anonymity. Anonymity, is that anonymity?
We were walking up,
it's like beautiful.
Pentonville Road or something, and these two girls come up and they went, "Where do I know you from? Where do I know you from?" Pointing at him. He went, "'Cause I'm sexy." but they were like, they knew him from somewhere. They were like, "Hang on a minute, you're famous, you weren't?" They weren't asked about me. But then when we got to the pub, these people knew who Paul Sykes were, and they went, "Oh, the author, do you remember?" But even when we got to the pub, everyone knew who he was, and it's like, how would you deal with that? And like, you know, listen, people knew who you are, but everyone knew who he was. 15.
I'm not that famous. I mean,
2009, 2010,
infamous,
when you were getting married, when you were winning Big Brother.
Yeah, then.
Yeah, everyone had an opinion of you, and it's, you know.
So what I've tried to do purposely now, that was then, this is now. We'll talk about a lot about the past. I'd like to talk about now and what's going on. The future is, I have been diligently working away from celebrity. I'm not anti-celebrity, but it's been very negative for me. So I believe in myself, and what am I going to do for the rest of my life? That's what I'm working on now, and I'm working my acting and my charity work. I'm very positive about doing a lot of different things there. What about you guys?
What we want to do when we grow up?
What are you going to be when you're an adult?
Can you see you doing this forever, Sean?
I don't know, because I've gone from various things that are like way different from previous stock market, ecstasy trafficking, author, YouTube. I have dramatic shifts that come unexpectedly.
What's your goals?
My goals? I don't have goals anymore because when I was 20, it was like, gotta be a millionaire by age 30. Gotta do all this in the stock market and everything. Just wake up now and smile at the squirrels and throw 'em some monkey nuts and get on with the day and see what comes. But I'm just loving life.
Living now.
I'm happier now than I've ever been.
You are happy.
Yeah.
What about you,
That's
Jen?
because I'm your co-host.
Totally.
What about you, Jen?
I haven't thought that. I mean, I've got my company,
Well,
and that's
yeah,
always
I
my
think, you know,
baby.
take it, yeah. What's your company?
Boomer and Jen, clothing.
Boomer underscore Jen.
Boomer and Jen, organic clothing.co.uk.
And I like the clothes.
Thank you.
I'm not wearing any now, but
You have to bring a hoodie
Later.
next time. But no, I don't know. I'm enjoying podcasting. It's
when
exciting.
you were a little girl,
I wanted to be an air hostess. That was a dream. And then I never did anything towards that. I've done so many different jobs. So, yeah, eclectic mix.
so why are you doing this now?
I don't know. You asked me, didn't you?
It's fun.
He asked me, and I was like, yeah, I think I could do that. I thought I'd give it a go.
Why did you
I kind
ask
of got
her?
to the age where I thought, you know, give it a go, I'll never know. Single, thought, yeah, I've got the time to do it.
Single? Oh, well, because because you've got
Because when you're in a
more energy.
relationship, you know, we're
You're
away,
jealous
been
of
away
this
7.
hunk.
Jealous of this hunk, come on. But like I've been away 7 days now, so and it's going to go
Yeah.
tonight. And you couldn't do that if you were in a full
course.
boot. Well,
You'd be
you
jealous
might
of
be able to, but it might not go down too well.
Why
so.
did you choose Jen?
To fill Wildman's shoes, there was nobody like with that charisma and
Who's
that
Wildman?
wit.
You never got to meet him. He was.
I know. Oh, who
He's
is
just
what,
doing it.
man?
He's playing for the cameras.
Do you know
No.
what?
Because you were talking like earlier on about Lee Duffy. There's a lot of my people who watch this like, hey, what, hey?
Do you know what? When you Google my name, what comes up is Wildman, and the reason is because we spoke about
Really?
the books, and I've had so many people message me and said, "Oh no, I can't believe but did you get enough footage? Did you get enough material?" But that will just be a case of your family. Do you know what? Wildman, he was a total one-off, wasn't he? And a lot of people seen him at the end, this huge guy, but he wasn't always like that when he was as crazy. And the clues in the name, he was literally barking, where he would just go missing in America for
But
days.
who is he?
It was Sean's kind of childhood friend. But he would
And
just...
what did he become?
He got into a...
Go on, Sean.
towards the end of
It's
the-
Sean's childhood friend. Sean, who is my old man?
We became crime partners, let's put it that way. And
Is he a gangster?
He opened the door into that world for me. So I was the brains and the money, and he was the brawn. And
Were you scared?
when you're on crystal meth, GHB, Xanax, ketamine, and all these other drugs, you have false bravado. So if I wasn't on all those drugs, I would have been scared. But with him and being on them, it was like just an adventure.
Did you think you
It
were
was
a
an adventure.
badass? Did you think like you were powerful?
My ego went as big as the Grand Canyon, but I was aware I didn't have the physicality to do what he was capable of
Did
doing.
you have like, I mean, was he your only like backup? So he was like the brawn, you were the brains.
So he opened the door into organisations that had our back.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I mean, I know you asked this. We've had a little bit of a talk, but I still find it interesting because I know you. I wouldn't mix around with you if you weren't a nice person. Intrinsically,
yeah.
you're a nice person,
Thank you.
and you like attracts like. And I've been mixed in some scary positions, and I'm like, oh, how the hell did I get out of that alive? Why am I here? This isn't what I'm about.
Yeah.
And that was a long time ago.
People tried to drag you into that because because you were a fighter. I know the stories, and you had the good grace to think, hang on a minute, no, this is not for me. Because people saw him as this MMA guy, the London underworld figure, we could use him. And he knew a lot of them figures, but you had the sense to not.
Well, I did. I was involved with them for
Do
a bit.
people ever think, because you're so nice, because you are a nice guy, that you're a bit gullible?
Oh, of course they do. They do. Yeah, I mean, I've had that so much of that, and I have been. I've done the most stupid things. I'm lucky to be alive. Yeah.
It's the only way to learn, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I've certainly had, and I sometimes crave for boredom. How would it be like to have a boring, like just, please, can I just not have anything happen for a while?
Do you find it's calmed down now?
Yeah, it's different now for me.
You got obviously your
Now I'm
lovely
a
wife.
dad. I've been a
daughter.
I've been a dad for a long time. But I'm a dad again recently, and we're going again. So it's a whole new life.
I think your life's changed more in the last 12 months than it has ever.
Yeah.
From where you've been. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, it's like there was an article in OK
Yeah, I've seen it.
last week, and it was like, I was like, what the. On the article, it says Alex Reid could potentially have quads. I was like, what the?
But that's come out of fresh air.
I was like, where does that come from? And that is potentially truth. I was like, because we've got 2 embryos in the freezer. We're doing IVF, me and my partner Nicola, and they're very highly likely in IVF to split. Mm-hmm. More than any other. So I mean, 4. I just want 1. I've already got 1. I've got 2. I've got a lovely little girl called Dolly.
But I think from now on, your future is you've learned your lessons with the things you've been involved with, and now, as Alex has taught me quite a bit, he said, books, becoming an actor, not
becoming.
No, sorry.
I've been an actor.
Yeah.
2019 was a bloody great year.
But there's a lot of things you were dragged in that you wouldn't allow yourself now.
Yeah. You know.
But he knows about being in depression and being with drugs, certain other things, and like I said, I've had my crap, Sean, you get it. But I could not imagine, right? I'm only kind of well known in Teesside and the books and maybe Wakefield, but I couldn't imagine waking up, being on the front of the news of the world like he has, and Michael Barrymore and all them kind of, and there's nowhere in the world you could go because everyone would, oh God, and it's, I used to talk to Colin Hart, who's a writer for The Sun, and I know the levels what they're sold, and everyone, you go to the top of Inverness, someone would know you or know of him and have this opinion, oh, it's him. Do you know what I mean? And he's had that since 2009 when I first seen him come along, tanned, stripped. The fair, if you Google him, that's it, and he's...
Jamie, I'm just to cut you off there. These are all your books? All your books you've made?
I can see Sean's hard time there.
Yeah, I've done...
on Amazon.
So how many books you done?
20, but I've got another... So I've got Jack the Ripper finished this month, and I've got Hartlepool Born and Bred 2 yet to come out. I've got the police figure who's been on your show, we're not going to name. So I've got 3 not finished, and I'm doing Michael Showers,
to be honest, though,
Nick Manners, and
Can we plug this one?
To be honest, though, the thing that was...
This one, Geordie Boy.
Oh. He's been on Sean's show, actually, one of the...
This is
Check out our own Thompson.
So from humble beginnings at Wallsend Boys Club and near paralysis in a car accident early in his career to scoring the winning goal at Celtic Park against the mighty Barcelona. Geordie Boy is the story of a true Glasgow Celtic and Bolton Wanderers icon. So for all the football fans?
Yeah.
See, I'm not a football fan, and I'm not, funny enough, a true crime fan. So that's why initially I was...
Get out!
I was put off. I generally was put off. But I like you, and I'm like, so look, this is why I said... And that has inspired me,
But do you know what? Tyson Fury, it's like, in that book, if anyone, it's The Furious Method, he talks about fighting life and getting up and going to the shops and not letting people out there on social media. It's kind of like, it's a book on every aspect of life. And I thought, you know what? He read it in Pentonville Prison, which is where Oscar Wilde was. And obviously, and I said, Alex,
George
there
Michael.
you go. There's your...
George Michael.
Was he really? Mm. Right.
I go for it, and there's been a lot of famous
but
people.
Oscar Wilde's the most famous one. And
Shut
there
up. You loved Wham.
Yeah. But there's his calling card.
How could you say that?
Do you know what? And it's like... I was a bit young for that.
I do know it, but I'm just letting you tell me a romantic moment there.
But you know, that's and I see a lot of different
So don't talk to me about Oscar Wilde and say that he's more famous than George Michael.
He is.
He's your king.
Oscar Wilde's
No, he's
pictures
not.
up there.
No.
George Michael's over
You're
there.
always
Oscar Wilde's
giving
over
it a
there.
little bit of. I can't even say that. I was going to say gayness around the house.
Yeah, but
You can't say that. I don't.
yeah.
When I say, I shouldn't say that. You walk around camply. Yeah. And you.
I wear the white nighties.
Who's more camp?
He said he wears his wife's 90s.
Just
and you're asking who's more camp?
Yeah. but anyway. But yeah, do you know what? But seriously, Alex is kind of your plan is you've done the things of that, and you now want to kind of, you know, you want to be famous for the right reasons, really, don't you? Where it's going to bring you career and parts in films and movies and documentaries.
This podcast is sponsored by Harry's. Harry's is way more than a super sharp razor company. They're here to revamp your whole routine, from close shaves and flake-free hair, all the way to clear, healthy skin. Harry's helps guys feel great. For this sponsorship, Harry's is offering a free, travel-sized shower gel with a trial set to you, the viewers, to give you a chance to try their other products as well as shave. Please make sure to support this podcast and give your own shower shave a go by redeeming a free Harry's trial set. All you cover is £3.95 for delivery. Just head to harrys.com/Shaun, SHAUN, to have your set delivered and start a shave plan. Your freebie will be added at checkout. That's harrys.com/Shaun, SHAUN. Thank you for supporting Harry's. Link is in the description box below this video.
In what respect? What do you
Feeling
want
a
to know?
bit down.
Do you?
Having a bit bad.
Do you
day.
really feel down?
No.
So no, so there you go.
Great. No, I feel
Job done.
I'm having a bad day. I've got up, wrong side of bed, just feeling a bit.
Well, everybody has a bad day.
No, but it's a really bad day.
Everyone has really bad days.
So, what advice would you give then?
What's the question? Because everyone has a bad day.
Okay, so is it? I guess genre. I'm feeling depressed at the moment, and I don't want to get out of bed.
Right.
Hypothetically.
What's your purpose? Do you know what your key purpose in life is? Have you got goals?
I'm lost.
There you go. I already asked you this. This is one thing I asked. So
Absolutely lost.
You need to
So
know.
what would you advise?
You need to have purpose. What's your key?
So what would you advise?
is your
Go write a dream board, or
That could help.
Yeah.
What's your key motivational things in life? What gets you fired up? What do you enjoy doing?
Are we still acting, or you're...
No, I'm not acting at all. I'm deadly serious.
Okay.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Get up and go, I guess.
No, what's your...
Thing in life that makes you happy.
No. Core values.
Core values.
What are your core values?
Loyal. That's about it, really.
No, you need to think about it. Look, you're not going to...
core values. That's quite a hard one to go into.
No, it's not. It's not. Think about what your core values are. What makes you angry?
Jen's a perfectionist.
Yeah.
But then really go into it, break it down. Like, that guy was a bit of an arsehole. That really upset me. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, but if something really matters...
Rejection. Don't like that.
Yeah, what's made you be a good person or to do something? What makes you get up? What's your core value? I need to do that. It's not a question I want to do that. Sometimes in life, you do the things that you have to do. I don't need to do it. Whatever. I'd like to play the guitar. No, I have to play the guitar. That's what your core value is. Find out what that is. When you find that out, then you can find out what your
I think
purpose is.
With Alex, he's had a lot of experience in training, so that causes natural endorphin. So there's lots of the diet makes you feel better. So for what, and obviously,
well, you know about training because it's your new drug, isn't it?
And to be honest,
It's always been my drug training. Especially since I stopped the drugs.
But he would know better than most what it's like when everyone in the country hates you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what it's, because listen, we've spoken, this has been in the paper and you can't get out of bed and you thought, oh my God, everyone hates me. That must take some getting back up, and it's all because everyone has a false opinion of you.
It does. It's
Sorry.
Just to finish off on that, my last professional fight was in Bellator, which is a big show. I retired 2 years. It's like the one underneath the UFC. Fought at the O2 Arena, and the reason why I did that was to show everybody the real me, the real Alex Reid, and it was like, right, I'm really positive, I'm great, I'm going to go out with a bang, and the press absolutely destroyed me.
Did they?
And I was defeated before I even got into that cage.
And you lost?
I lost on decision, yeah. But incidentally, I got stopped by security out of the arena when I was supposed to be fighting, or calling my name to fight in the arena. I was having a fight with security guards. I had a fight for 5 minutes with security. I'm on that fucking road. That's my name. Oh, hold on a minute. And they rushed me in. I was so angry. And I was like, yeah, anyway, I lost.
I was going to ask what your core values and purpose is.
I feel, because a lot of people helped me when I got out of prison, and I was at a low. That was my low when I got out of prison, on the dole, at my parents' house, depressed, can't get a job, criminal record, doles telling me to lie to the prospective employees and tell them I don't have a criminal record, and all the mental health team are on my case trying to section me. And a lot of people helped me get my life back on track, and now we've built this platform up, and it's my responsibility for other guys who've been in prison to get their stories out, help them get back on track. It's cathartic telling your story. Plus, we've got this platform whereby they come on now and all kinds of opportunities open up for them.
Yeah.
So you reach out to people as well and all that? And
Constantly, I mean, yeah.
no one sees this part of Sean Atwood though, do they?
What part do they see? My hairy back?
No. But they don't see that part of, you know, it's like...
The sensitive side.
Yeah, and it's also the I mean,
the good.
Loads of my books support registered charity, but I get judged because I write about bad guys. They might support the Bradley Lowry Foundation and all these kind of Frankie Lee Booth Fund, Vienna's Voice, but the bad guys. So how can you do it? And you know, and it's like, listen, it's not my fault. I wasn't even alive when he did. But it's part of social history. But people have that opinion of you, and people have the opinion of you. But hang on a minute. Sean doesn't actually, so you do more than what just the camera sees.
Well, Jen comes to the school talks with me and she's seen the reaction.
Yeah.
I mean, we were just at one last week, weren't we?
Really positive.
So good,
Yeah.
So it's all that, it's restoring my karma. I harm society by importing drugs into America and doing yoga. I'm restoring my karma by...
Do you still feel guilty about that, though?
preventing people. I feel guilty for the harm I cause society and also the harm I cause my loved ones, especially my mum. And, you know, my mum had a nervous breakdown of my situation. She flew 5,000 miles to visit me in jail. And she's outdoors waiting to get in the desert for hours on end, sniffer dogs, searches, you know, they like out there, and the cowboy prison guards. And you go out to the visit and your mum's sat there hunched over a table and she's thinking, oh, and you see the effect, you know, what you've done to your own mum. Not good.
So what about yours?
What do you mean?
Core values and purpose.
Do you know what? I've probably been... Well, I've...
It's really quite interesting, this.
Do you know what? I've done 19 books
And might you find your happiness?
in 4 years to the same week.
And you'll get up and get your
And I've been in the middle of the paper like 15 times in 4.5 years. So people are like, oh, I can't stand him and all that. But my goal in life is to put the Amazon rainforest in danger. I want to write that many books. I'm going to pollute Great Britain and my fat face will be... I get so many trolls now. But do you know what? It's like, and the ludicrous made-up stuff that gets said about me, but now I'm only learning, certainly last year, because my anxiety was so bad. And I'm only learning now to think, oh, it doesn't matter. It's fine. You're in the limelight. He's going to say this. He's going to say that. But I didn't at first. And
Look how much time they're spending obsessing on you.
do you know something?
not
It's
find
like
flattering?
they actually love you in a warped way.
Do you know what? Seriously,
Because there's other things they could be
But
doing,
you
important things.
Yeah, you guys do what you do. You get paid. Essentially, it's a career. True Geordie. There's other podcasts, but there's people out there, Sean. They've got no job, but they're just YouTubers. 24 hours of them, and it's like there was about 5 different accounts last night. This guy blocking me to telling me I'm having. It's alleged to have sex with Jack Russell's. So it's like, do you know what I mean? And it's like...
He's probably sleeping on his mother's sofa and he wakes up with popcorn in his arse crack in the morning.
Do you know what I mean? And it's like...
You can't get concerned about that level of people.
Yeah, but I did at first, but now... But my aim is to be... Like, I've had times in my life, Sean, I've had addictions. 20 years ago, crack cocaine addict. Couple of years ago, broke my arm, got addicted to codeine. So now...
Heroin ever?
No, I'm addicted. And if I was, I wouldn't be saying yeah on camera, would I?
Yeah.
But you know what? Now my addiction now is work. It's to do with nice people like yourself, Paul Suggett, Rob Brenton, people like him. That's my addiction.
And that's it, isn't it?
So
It's
I don't go out
and love is what
fighting in
should
nightclubs
inspire
and
us,
being in prison like just stupid nonsense when I was young and immature with a chip on my shoulder. My addictions is...
What are you going to be
Making
when you grow
people
up?
happy.
I'm going to have... the end of this year, I'm going to have 26 books out. And my plan is to do 100 books.
Wow, brilliant.
You set yourself a...
That's what my plan is. I'm 41 now. So I plan on doing...
You need to break a little bit. I mean, like...
No, well, that's
You need to do it. You can't... You just keep going.
Yeah.
What happens if you've done that, though? Then what? You've done it.
Probably...
Then what?
Get into cross-dressing or swinging or dogging or something. There's always a vice in life that you've always got to do with, and you seriously... My vice at the minute is work. And anyone who follows me on social media, they'll see me at 5 and I don't sleep. And then if I have 5 hours sleep, I'm up again and I'm hyperactive.
But that makes you happy, yeah?
It does. This is what it does. I want to be.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. I honestly...
You're quite stressed.
Do you want a massage? Or
No, I'm not. I've had a lot to do this weekend.
I'll take one.
But you know what?
Do you get stressed, though? I mean, you're quite highly strung. Because you're always like... I know you're hungry to do it all.
Yeah.
Well, you've done it all, right? Now what? You can relax, now what? You're going to do another 100 books?
Do you know what? When people get in touch with me and I think, Jesus, how do I know you even know who I am? But like Ricky Gervais bought the Sykes books, Jamie Carragher, Robbie Williams, mental some people who bought my books, and Tyson Fury. And it's like, how do you even know? And then, do you know what? I think, yeah, I want to, and it's just a goal. It's just, I think, do you know what? I want to have blue plaques where I live, who has to come when I'm dead. Do you know what I mean?
When you're dead. Okay.
But I hope no one grasses me up when I die.
I find it interesting.
How old were you when you started writing?
So I released my first book 5 years last week. So I was 36.
20 bucks, congratulations.
And do you know it's hard to do a book, Shaw? You know yourself, to have a book, and then you've got to, you have to find a subject of interest. Like Kevin Costner said, if you build it, they will come. And then, so I've done it. Listen, I know I'm not a Alex Reid or a Sean. I've never had internet. But what I've done, Paul Sykes, Lee Duffy, Dominic Negus, Roy Shaw, I find these subjects that people probably would never have wanted to dream about writing. Take all the shit, yeah. But I find these subjects that people find fascinating. And, I got involved by just watching Paul Sykes at Large 10 years ago. And I spent 3 years obsessing over the documentary. And I went, you know what, I'm going to do that. So I walked in the city of Wakefield, walked into the documentary, walked into the best-selling book what Paul Sykes did, met all the characters, and it's just brought me a career. And I've met all these kinds of different people, hence the reason people like that. So I went on a journey these last couple of years where I've sat and met people like Martin O'Neill, my absolute hero. And I've never ever got, look at that. Martin O'Neill phoning me, I'd be proper starstruck. Do you know what I mean? And but yeah, it's just I've just become an accidental author, but I've become addicted to work. So that's how. That's what makes me happy.
I think the question I'm really asking is when we're on our deathbed, or when we're dead, and we're whatever you believe in. If you can indulge me. You're passing and you're looking back on your life and you're going to the next life. You're like, what was my life all about? Was I truly happy? Did I learn? All I was rushing to get this goal. Once I got the goal, then what? I don't know.
I'd look down and say, he's reading my book, bootlegged him. He hasn't paid for that. There's nothing else in my life, literally, than books.
What about your kid and your mum? And your
do you know what? That sounds really terrible, but sometimes I'm that busy, I don't even have time for my wife and my son. But you know what? It's in years to come when I'm building this empire and I'm working 7 days a week and...
Work on it.
Last year I had 4 books at once. So I don't go out drinking now. So that's what I do, and I'm not hurting anyone. Yeah.
So I'm really intrigued because you seem like you're happy. Because you're like... do what I want to do.
That's it, isn't it?
You don't need to do it, do you?
I used to have to get up.
Have you got, like, are you driven to have to do something if you don't do it?
What's my nickname?
The robot. He's under my
what?
phone as Robot Atwood because he's the robot. He don't stop.
Yeah, but so you are driven.
Yeah.
You got So what happens if the mission changes?
So if Sean dies tomorrow, in his will and testament, the YouTube channel goes to me.
So, no, guys, this is what I'm asking. What I'm thinking about. I think about this a lot. I'm getting a bit deep here. Well, there's some serious shit going on in the world.
100%.
And if we were in Ukraine now, and we're all really wealthy, we've achieved everything we want, and all of a sudden it's all lost, it's all gone. Then what? We have to start again. So, any time, at any moment in this universe, go upside down.
100%.
So then what? I mean, what are you going to be if all of your books go? I mean, you've done it. You've got that self-worth. Self-worth is something great. You feel good about yourself, but all of a sudden, the actual physical things that you've created gone.
Disappear.
I think what Jamie missed out, what he has created, is friendships and bonds. And you've got all this hate in the world, but actually, that basis is love.
But do you know what? I was interviewing someone the other week for a London book, Jack the Ripper, and he said to me, and it stuck on my head, he said, do you know what? He said, I could get stressed out about Russians and all. I said, but what can I do about it? And he said, do you know what I do? I just deal with life and roll with the punches. And if you can't change nothing, then what's the point in being so stressed? Do you know what Paul Venner says? Yeah. He says, do you know what, Jamie? If you turn the news off, Russians not happening. And I get it, I totally get it. But if that will lower your mood, Morrissey says it all the time, if the news lower you, then isn't it better to just not watch it and do the ostrich trick?
Through COVID, my ex was watching Sky News. We'd get up in the morning at 9 o'clock and it would be on in the background all day till we started having like 7 o'clock at night. And I started feeling fucking depressed, watching all the shit go down, what's going on in the world, and it was back-to-back Sky News. And one day I woke up and I said, we're not fucking putting it on the TV today because it was affecting me.
I hear you.
Yeah, and I was feeling really fucking depressed. And then once we stopped watching it, listen to a bit of music, you find your mood automatically lifts. So, I don't know, maybe people should take an approach like that.
Jamie, he's not saying any of this to the camera, but behind the scenes, he's working very hard. People who've never got the stories out before, people who've never been heard of. He's raising their profile, he's putting books out about them, and this is changing their lives. This is taking them from
Social
negative
history, I suppose,
activity into positive, constructive activity, and they're able to make careers because you've created a brand for them.
Like Nick Manners today.
And he's creating brilliant friendships with these people. And that's love, isn't it? That's what you're going to look back on, I reckon. Not, I wrote all these books. You're going to say, look, I've got a family, I've built all these brilliant relationships, I've helped people change their lives, and karmically, that's going to be right in your heart.
Do you know what? The Alan Thompson book, right? I've paid for an evening with John Hartson and all these kind of different things. So when I sat with Alan Thompson for 20 hours, this is serious, right? I used to have Alan Thompson posters on my bedroom. I watched him and was probably shouting at him, and it's like, he's now Alan, if you're watching, he's at a Palmo, he's walking around my house naked, and I'm thinking, I used to love him. But do you know what? It's like, listen, it's not always, it doesn't always end in a happy ending. You know, there's loads of people where I've met and thought, oh, never meet your heroes, and I wish I never knew that about you and all that, and you know.
I was just saying that about someone I met. Who, I'm not going to say, he's rather famous and quite a big sportsman. Yeah. And I was very disappointed. Yeah. And I had to think, hang on, I must forgive him because that could have been. Yeah. You have this. You build someone up in your mind, and then they don't perform to what your expectation you built up in their mind.
Exactly. It's not their fault. It's just you've built it up.
And I'm like, oh, he's a bit of an arsehole.
But it is. It's
and as you get a bit older and you look at it, you think, oh, well, actually, maybe he's not.
I know the feeling when I obviously was watching Sean on his YouTube channel. I thought, what a lovely guy, and then when I met him, I thought, what a fucking dick.
And then Alex, the work Alex does with young people, that he doesn't, he's not saying to the camera, but behind the scenes.
Yeah. I'm just doing a book now, and the residents of Whitechapel, right? If you walk around Brick Lane, Whitechapel, you've got Jack the Clipper Barbers, Born in Blood was the motto. You've got Jack the Chipper Chip Shop, right? So the residents in Whitechapel are fuming. They're sick of these Jack the Ripper tourist people making their area and all these people. But you know what? It's the same time, Birmingham, Peaky Blinders, Birmingham revels in this part of the social history. But if you go down Whitechapel and then Bethnal Green and the Crays and all this, the community doesn't buy into it. You know, I've spent a lot of time in London the last couple of years, and you know, when you meet the people in the Bethnal Green Workermen's Club, they despise, you know, but because it's cool and Tom Hardy plays him, and you know, and it's a kind of socially accepted. Jack the Ripper, you can get away with it because it's 134 years ago. But when I went to Wakefield or Teesside to do the Duffy books, I'm Beelzebub. I am the demon. I am probably, do you know what I mean? But it's, you know, a lot of people will buy the books and be interested in it, but they won't see it as okay. Do you know what I mean? But it's human nature, isn't it? It's true crime sells.
Would you say your families and friends are proud of you?
Do you know what?
To each of you.
When I have like Potter breakdowns, like the wife says, Jamie, just go get a job in wherever, stacking shells, like I used to. And he says, this is the fame. The people are aware of you that you don't know them, and they have an opinion of you. So everyone in Middlesbrough has this opinion of me, and you know, certain people make lies upon the internet. Oh, well, it must be true. You know, Winston Churchill said, "You'll never reach your destination if you stop and bark at every dog that barks." So what I've learned in the last year is, in every action is a reaction. So if I'm doing books on all these bad people who are nice, Jack the Ripper, you know, he's not. Thankfully, he's dead, so he's not going to sue me. But do you know what is like all these people? Quite recently, what I've done, and I get it. I've met people who've had teeth missing from Lee Duffy. I've met people who've been victims of Paul Sykes, loads of people. So I get it, I totally get it. I'm not glamorising it, but, you know, I've been asked to do, like, sell mugs and T-shirts, and I've been like, no. I'll do books, I'll do documentaries, because it's educational, but I'm not I've been asked to do Lee Duffy T-shirts and that, and I was like, no chance. Do you know what I mean? When people have went on to do them. So it's not for me, but I'm just a bit of a history geek, so I can buy into all Whitechapel, and John Merrick was here, and the Craze, and Jack Spot Comer and all this, and so much history in Whitechapel and that, and I'd rather learn something than glamorise people. But like Nick Manners, the interview, you done it today.
Again, he was just such a spiritual warrior. And
he's got a nice story and a happy ending in the end.
There was a kid there that he was training when we walked in, and another kid came in as we were leaving, wasn't it? And you could see like how he was transforming these kids' lives. Yeah. That's what it's all about, isn't it? If you're just raising everyone around you instead of focusing on the bullshit, trolls and all that
do you know
energy.
What? Nick Manners, fair play, he's used boxing as a vehicle, and he's using it to change his life, and it changes his life. Yes, he didn't win, although he won a title, you know, he didn't get massive fame in boxing, but he fought Joe Calzaghe, greatest ever. But, you know, if boxing done good for him today, he's still helping kids. He's part of the Josh Warrington team. And that, for Nick Manners, he is a success story. Yeah. Just as much as all these people winning British titles, because he walked away from boxing. Boxing's an unforgiving sport as well. You know, if you stick around one fight too many, your faculties will be punched to bits. And, you know, but you know what? He's not one of them people. And I've done the books on him, where they're beating 10 people up on every page, and you're just like, you know, I've interviewed people here in the past, and I thought, when they've gone, I've got my head's fucking busting with you. Absolute narcissistic assholes. Where Nick there's a story behind it. There will be with his, with like, listen, I've done this, Sam, no, it's not clever, learn from my mistakes. Paul Venice, he's a massive inspiration to people out there, because, do you know what, he did do the bad things, but he managed, by the grace of God, to hang and not, you know, and he's turned his life around and he's making a difference.
Yeah, Nick Manners went through some brutal things, but you can see how at peace he is with himself now.
Yeah.
And you can see that's from just the work he's doing in the
Well,
community.
years ago,
his
you
mission.
wouldn't have met that nice Nick Manners. He was, you know, to knock Paul Sykes out is, I mean, that just...
Oh, that story was amazing.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that you know...
There's Sykes there, Jen, behind you. Imagine him coming at Nick Manners looking like that, 6.5 foot tall.
6'3.5".
6'3".
This guy was the scariest thing in Northern England. Films, documentaries going up on him, and you know this. I mean, you've seen the documentary. So when Nick done that was only 2 years after. Obviously, Sykes declined and he slept rough, but this was not far off when he was probably at his most scariest. And you know, Nick's told you the story, but he only reacted like that because he was pushed into a corner in his fight or flight, and obviously he knocked Paul Sykes out, and then thought, "Shit, I've just knocked him out. What's going to happen when he wakes up?" So then that's what he's, you know, and it's like he's gonna, you know, this is not a normal person. It's
He
Paul
said he
Sykes.
put him under the
Yeah.
shower, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jen's only just heard about Sykesy.
If you want to watch your documentary,
What's your craziest Sykesy story for Jen?
Go on.
well, do you know what? Oh, I've got loads.
Wasn't the one with a dog? Something happened with a dog.
Well, one story, and it was not far off from the documentary. So the police, Wakefield police, got a phone call and said, "Look, can you come out? Paul Sykes is in my house." And then what's he doing? So she's ran out, frantic, saying, "Look, come quickly." So Paul, and she's talked to him, and she's like, "Look, so what's he doing?" He's like, "Well, he's sat down and he's eating my husband's tea." And then what's your husband doing? Just sat looking at him. So this is Paul Sykes. He's like a caveman, a Neanderthal just discovered fire. Walking in this house and just sits down eating the tea. So you're not going to, hang on a minute, you're not going to, this is the most dangerous, unpredictable man in the 70s and the 80s. He was hell on wheels. And he just basically walked in his house and said, "I'm going to eat your husband's tea," and then that was that. And the police, you know, but they used to do things like that all the time.
Well, just walk in and help himself to the people's dinner.
He got 9 months once. And the reason being was he walked into this woman's house, and she was a probation officer, and the charge was burgling or breaking and entering. But he walked into the house and went, "You can fucking turn that thing off." Didn't know it, so he just walked into this house where the woman was hoovering, and he saw him. So he would randomly just walk into these people's houses
And just turn her hoover off, help himself to food.
Do you know, there's another story that, do you know, I mean, Paul's sister, she, we were going to do the book, and she, you know, it just basically got too much for her. Bad memories, and I put, "Look, fine, I understand," and, you know, I deleted all the pictures what she'd give me. But, so Paul used to just walk in people's houses. So Paul's niece, who was Paul's sister's daughter, said, "I woke up one minute and I just seen my Uncle Paul sat in the chair drinking a can of beer, singing the bare necessities of life from the Jungle Book." So she's like, you know, she just found this big lump sat drinking a can of beer, singing bare necessities of life.
Bare necessities.
Yeah.
Bare
Yeah,
necessities.
you know, Peter Fury and Johnny Nelson, boxers, they said when people wouldn't even look at Paul Sykes sideways, he was a scary man. And do you know what? The kids who set fire to him, pissed on him, smashed eggs on a daily basis. Johnny Nelson said to me, them kids would never have had any inkling who once upon a time that man was. Because by then he was just a shell of himself. And all the kids many of them used to go and beat him up and think, "Oh, I've just beat Paul Sykes up there." Well, you didn't. What you'd done is just beat someone who used to be Paul Sykes. So it's very sad. And I was talking to the guy who's going to play Paul Sykes, very, very well-known actor. And he said, "You know what? To play the part of Paul Sykes, that's what gets it, the social justice side of it. Life, you were so bad, and then all of a sudden, life come back round. So all them people whose dads you beat up and granddads has come back and beat you on the ass." But, you know, whether he is now, up there, down there, he'll be judged. But, you know, I totally understand. When that Paul Sykes thing happens, it will be huge. Like Leicester Square, film, documentary. And he's just an unbelievable one of character. But, you know, many people, when you see him, you think Keith Lemon. You think, that's not... But it was a true story. Everything about that guy. In fact, the more you dig into the Paul Sykes story, the more wackier and... One story, what Sykes used to do at the end of his life was he used to go into shops and get cans of beer and just walk out, and kebabs. So this kebab shop, so he walked out, this kebab shop before the police. So they found him in the Wakefield cemetery in a grave, and he's eating a kebab, cans of lager, and the police have jumped down and they're trying to snatch his stuff off, and they're in this grave, and it's crazy, but it was just the wacky life of Paul Sykes, and he was very much real. He lived by his own rules, and eventually that's what killed him at the end of his... Very, very sad, because at the end of his deathbed, Delroy Showers went and seen him, and his wife Kath, and he actually said, before he died, he slipped into a coma for 6 days and never recovered, but one of his last words was, "The drink's killed me, hasn't it? It's got me." So he knew. And
was he drugs or just drink?
Both. Obviously, he was a raging alcoholic. He was a functional alcoholic from last 25 years of his life. But he was into everything drugs-wise and all that. But, you know, I interviewed one guy, and he said, I was with Paul Sykes. He was having his beers, and I'm sat with him. And this is, you know, this guy's getting paranoid. And all of a sudden, Paul Sykes started taking acid, and he thought, where am I going to get out? Unbelievable story. But you know what? Seriously, that's what got me into it as an author, Sean. And you know, when I'd done that book, I didn't even know if I was any good. I just thought, I'm going to write this book, you know, see what happens. Interviewed a few famous people, Charles Bronson, Eddie Richardson, all different people. But I was addicted to writing this book. And when I'd done it, I stopped and thought, what can I do now?
I was going to ask, where did you get your information from?
Just digging deep, and you know, I mean, the first book I'd done, interviewed two of his sons, went into prison to see them, because two of his sons are doing life, and I just interviewed lots of different people, Lups at the State, the boxing, people who knew him as a childhood friend, people who knew him at the end of his life when he was going to church just for tea and biscuits. So it was all very sad, but yeah, it's just a really tragic, harrowing tale about a man who could have had everything and died in the gutter.
How old was he when he died?
he was 60. But I mean, that picture, one of the first images, if you Google Paul Sykes, he's like that. The jazz hands. He's got about 8 quarts on beard. So that was 2.5 years before he died. And when you look at that picture, you think it's impossible to fall harder in society. And he did get to the point where he could hardly walk, couldn't open his beer because his hands were full of arthritis. The kids were hunting him in packs on a daily basis in Wakefield.
Well, man had a similar trajectory, but he died in his late 40s. He could hardly walk, and he was, And it was alcohol, same. Yeah. Every day drinking loads and loads of alcohol.
That's on Paul Sykes' death certificate, it says pneumonia and cirrhosis of the liver, which was drink, which was just cheap cider.
Cheap cider.
And he would drink anything, and you know, he never... Alcohol is really what done him in.
They say it's the #1 drug.
Mm-hmm.
So how did you come to learn about Paul Sykes?
Through Jamie.
Publishing
His audiobooks and listening to him and just getting gripped by the stories.
What were you when you first heard him?
I was just giggling my head off when I was everywhere he went. Like, what Jamie told you, there's a minuscule fraction of what's in these books, but everywhere he goes,
there's a story.
It's just a madness, like what we heard with Nick Manners said.
I mean, do you know what? Paul Sykes used to fall asleep on the helipad in Wakefield, just to wind because he was in Wakefield every day. People were always beating him up. Once upon a time, he was sending them a lot of unpaid overtime, because obviously everyone, you know, if there was one thing the Wakefield bouncers didn't want to hear, was Paul Sykes is out in town. So he was beating all the people up in his prime, and at the end of his life, when he was getting beaten up, You know, he got his arm he got his arm broke by a young kid I won't name. Was probably 40 years his junior, and that was because, you know, and the police would say to Paul, "Do you want to make a statement?" And he said, "No, I don't." He said, "I know why it's happened, because of the way I was." And towards the end of his life, he got his jaw broke. And listen, it's life swings in roundabouts. And if you're going to be a total bastard all your life, the chances are God's going to get you back at some point. But it is a really strong story, and to how he died, you know, no one deserved the ending he got. If he'd done any wrong in his life, believe me, I'm not exaggerating, he was paid back 1,000 times. Because he was hunted like a pack animal. He was just, you know, and it was all because once upon a time he used to be this unbelievable guy who the newspaper would cover, and his documentary and his book and all this, and he was fighting for the British and the Commonwealth title, and, you know, and in the blink of an eye, he was a nobody.
That's interesting. Had you heard of him, Alex? No, like myself. Can't wait to watch.
So what's your plans while you're up here, Alex?
Well, they've changed slightly. Yes.
So he was going to be coming up for the Paul Venice, Danny Christie fight.
Because it's an autism charity, and having been diagnosed with autism recently, I'd like to support it. I like Paul, he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
And he's got an autistic child.
Yeah.
And autism, there's a scale, and she's a bit more extreme. You know, I'm functioning.
Yeah.
And so I understand we want to raise some money and some awareness for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just slightly postponed, and obviously you guys will probably come and film it in a couple of weeks. You're going to be...
I'm actually in the... to get to answer, I'm in pre-production for a reality TV show. And one of the things we're going to do is covering how to get yourself back up off the ground.
Nice.
Yeah. And, you know, after that, the world is the oyster. I want to, you know...
See where things go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, where are you now?
Right, oh, where am I? Oh, I see what you mean.
Inside your head.
A lot better than you were last year.
I ask all of you, because I'm fascinated, what drives you. I think about a lot about, as you get older, you think about, we're closer to passing than we are when we were born. Yeah, and you think,
Speak for yourself.
What's the rest of well, give it a few more years. Another 10 years. Good, another 10, you're like, well, what's my life all about? What am I here for? You know, what's going to make me happy and content? You know, and I can see how passionate you are about your books, and you're passionate. You both are about your different projects. You know, while you're doing what you're doing now, going around the country.
I've had real good fun as well. It's different.
What gets you drive?
We're asking you this now. You've already asked us.
I'm learning. I'm trying to understand.
Do you know, I'm just going with the flow for the next year or two, and just taking in every and any opportunity within reason, not only fans or any crap like that, promised, and just seeing what happens. And I'm happy at the moment. The moment I feel unhappy, I'll change it. But for now, I feel fucking amazing. So
it's exciting showing up and meeting someone you've never met before and hearing their life story.
Yeah, it's great.
It is great.
And the moment if it gets to the point it doesn't suit my life, I'll change it.
Do you? And you asked me a question. I'm almost reversing it. Do you like pick up tips to try and work out what you're all about? Yeah.
I'm looking at my strengths and weaknesses.
That's what I do. Yeah. It's like, can I? I was on Brian Rose's show, London Real, not many years ago, I don't know, about 5-6 years ago. And he is very similar. He interviews all these amazing, interesting people, and you see how he's developed that, and it's really become him, or he's picking up the best of everything. He's gone a bit of Bruce Lee, taken what's useful and got rid of the rest.
Yeah.
I find that interesting. I'm interested in people myself, that's why I'm here now. You know, interested in why. What makes us tick?
So what do you want from life?
Peace.
Peace.
I still don't have peace. I'm getting there. It's a work in progress. I have a beautiful little girl, but I still don't have peace because I have the fear, as any parent does, to provide. I mean, it's about, I need to get out there and I need to work and to bring in something called money, which is, I don't want to ever be a slave to that. I believe in the law of attraction, and it's about having that happiness now. And it's not about faking it till you make it. You really got to believe right now that you have it all. You have it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've also got to practice gratitude.
Well, 100%.
Yeah.
And I look at my little girl and I have such gratitude, so that's good. And I relax. I know it's all going to be great. No, it is great.
You're already there.
There is a juxtapose, because every now and again there's the doubt comes in. Oh, a minute. And everybody who has ever accomplished anything great, they're like, oh, can I do this? I don't believe anybody who says I had no doubt, whatever. I'm sure they had a doubt. You're just about to run, you're going to jump a ravine. Oh, hang on a minute. Whoop. You know that one where you've tried to jump somewhere and just before you get to the edge, it's a bit like that, And you've got to believe in yourself, because if you don't, you're going to fall.
Yeah.
But there's like a tension in you, isn't there?
Yes.
And what's the root cause of that?
Psychology, Sean.
Failure.
It's what?
Failure.
Fear of failure.
Failure.
Well, that's because you're just setting a high standard on yourself, isn't it? It's self-inflicted, so you're creating that tension.
But this is the thing, right? I mean, what makes you truly happy? I mean, people who succeed in life, they are a bit crazy. They become obsessed. They become obsessed, and I'm like, but I was intrigued because you said something that made me think you weren't, because you were just happy. I'm like, hold on a minute, maybe you don't. Do you need? I mean, if you just stop tomorrow, like for instance, if some sort of climatical, what's the word I'm looking for? Dramatic instance happens on the planet, and you just had to live in
Collateral.
No, that's not the word.
Well, I did that for 6 years, and I just did yoga all the time and read.
And you're happy?
I was happy to an extent. I was happy as I could be under those circumstances.
Right, here goes. What makes you unhappy?
You've got to make the most of every situation, I believe.
What about
We're all
do you
running out
want
of
a
time.
break?
We're all running out of
I
time.
spent 4 weeks in Parental prison last year, and I was happy.
Yeah.
What the hell?
You said in the interview.
Because you detached.
What the hell?
You were detached from all of the pressures.
Purpose, I had focus. I was like, God give me the wisdom to, basically the serenity prayer. I had limited things I could control, so I just controlled what I could, and I was happy.
And you had limited material possessions and the stress that comes with those.
No rent, no bills.
4 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't want to do any more. I don't want to.
Especially now you've got your daughter.
100%. I mean, she is just, But there's nothing ever going to be certain. There's only one thing we can all be certain of. None of us are going to get out of here alive. We're all going to die someday. But I mean, that's why I really think about it now. I think about death a lot.
What do you think certain in life is death and taxes?
Yeah.
So anxiety makes us perform.
But will there be taxes though if we have no money? If we're going to, if we're talking about that, we'll have no money and we'll be happy. And I'm like the new world, the conspiracy theories, right?
Should we go all live on it?
But maybe there is something in that though. If we don't have any money, sorry.
Anxiety makes us perform, stimulates us to do what is necessary to make the money or whatever we need. But do you think you have an excess anxiety above what is normal to make us do the normal activity? Do you think you're putting too much pressure on yourself?
I think I chastise myself being lazy.
But what's your definition of being lazy?
Beat myself up. I should do more. I could do more of this. I could do more. What am I doing? I need to get up and do more. Come on, stop being a bum. And you're like, you need time out. That's why I was saying to you, you've got to relax a little.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Do you know what, right? I used to be all the jobs I've ever done, right? And my hobbies, releases, used to be football, boxing, true crime. So now, for what I get paid to do, I used to do. So I actually don't have a job anymore. So that's the thing why I can't cut off. because what I'd get paid for now, I used to do for free. So that's all. I'm a million mile an hour, and I've got the anxiety, like.
But when your passion becomes your job, I do hear that.
Yeah,
do something you love. It does actually take away the passion a bit sometimes.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? Find something you love, and you'll never work a day in your life. But you said,
You still got to work bloody hard,
what's
though.
lazy, right? You epitomise that a little bit, in my opinion, because you've got these huge Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and you don't make anything of them. Where I succeed because another podcaster said to me a couple of years back, "You're the first thing I see in the morning and the last thing I see at night." John Blake's are not chucking. Sorry?
Romantic.
Yeah, no, but it's true because and it's no one's going to do it for me. No labourers are going to come and help me. It's all me, and it's all stuff I would do for free anyway. So I'm like, do you know what I mean? And that's why I want to make this. This COVID has killed my business for the last 2 years.
Oh, a lot of people's.
Yeah.
It's back on track.
There's
no more negativity. Come on.
There's 300 water stores in Great Britain, and they've all stopped buying in bulk. So that's and it's. If I was a millionaire, what could I do about it? I can't do nothing about it.
So when you came and first met me in Wildman, your tension was high, wasn't it?
Yeah, really
but
bad.
now, look at you today, it's down,
Is that the first
isn't
time
it?
you've seen him since then?
No, we speak a lot.
No, but seeing in person.
We've done a few podcasts. We're always doing podcasts.
Do you enjoy
He's
them?
bringing guests.
Not
Not
really.
really,
Sean's.
But what my question is, how have you got to where you are now from when we first met you? Because you seem really relaxed versus.
It was the doctor said what it was. So I had anxiety. I looked like I was on drugs all the time, but it was from not taking a day off because it was my hobby, and basically my nervous system started developing all these tics. That's what it was. So I've obviously tried a different oil and said no, I'm not going to mention because we're not allowed. But I'm not quite there yet, but I need to be. But how I got that bad was. Million mile an hour, and then all of a sudden everyone knew who I was. Everyone's got opinion of this guy. I was in Wakefield, people come to talk to me, Leeds, and everyone had an opinion of me. Oh, you're the bastard who done them books and all that. But that's how some people.
But do you believe there's actually a there? Because you just said I'm not quite there yet, and Alex has said something similar this evening. I think. Don't you find that your whole life is a work in progress?
No, I just meant.
Or there's going to be.
And we pressure ourselves to think that it's not.
To think that you're going to reach this end goal.
Because this ideal, isn't it, that we never.
Oh my God, I'm
achieve.
100% happy for the rest of my. I don't think it works.
I've got a plan where like I said, 100 books, but I'm they're going to get to a point when people mention author in the North East, they'll think of one guy, and it'll be because I've done fuckloads of books, not because I'm. Everything I do, I work hard at it. I don't want nothing given on a plate.
Do you put a dictaphone down?
Yeah. And that's how I did for 4 years. I had a book finished before I had my book out, and it was a conveyor belt of just craziness. Do you know what I mean? And got addicted to painkillers and, but that was, it was my drug. It was like...
I've got a drug. It's called food. It's been going a while now. I was told I'm getting taken out. And then you told me we're going to be half an hour. It's been about 2 hours. I need some food, mate.
So, but
Where's the
Middlesbrough thing?
I'm not going to have you break it down the rainforest to make your books. Got to save this planet.
I'll just find something else to write.
Recycled paper.
Yeah.
Final question for Jamie then, if we're wrapping it up. Who do you think's more handsome, Tommy from Peaky Blinders or Alex Reid?
Do you know what? Serious. I've only started watching Peaky Blinders this week, and I've been like, what the fuck have I been missing all these years?
I know, I've just started like last month.
So I'm falling into it, right? And do you know what? If I was gay, do you know what? Alex is a good-looking guy. But you know what? That Peaky Blinders,
Are you the battle to catch her?
No, but you know what? He's that Peaky Blinder. I understand why the women have a lot of have something for him.
Squeeze it.
But I'd probably have to say I'm an Alex Reid man.
Oh, me too. What about you, Sean?
Alex Reid all the way. Love at first sight.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for watching this. All the links will be in the description box. Please go and subscribe to Alex Reid's YouTube channel. He's promised us he's going to start posting way more content. we're going to go out on the town and get all frisky, and that'll be there. We'll be doing live streams from the bars, doing all kinds of
Shots.
And Jamie, War Cry Publishing as well. All the links to the books will be down there. The audio books will blow your mind. I just got totally, the world of Lee Duffy, the world of Paul Sykes. My life's never been the same.
Yeah, and as I said, there's loads of more coming. Unless I get shot or piano falls on me or I get struck by lightning, I'm flooding Great Britain. That's my plan next couple of years.
And Jen is flooding Great Britain with organic cotton clothing. Boomer and Jen.
Clothing.
It's very nice. It is.
Good,
I'm not saying that it generally is.
Yeah, do you still wear it?
I like it. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I really like it.
Good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, get online.
And as you know, we're all about love, and we end these things with hugs, so.
You first. Right, come in.
Oh, got food in my face. I don't want that in my face.
Oh, thanks very much, man. It was a great pleasure. Cheers. We just started. I hope you liked that whip that was supposed to be off camera. Welcome to Alex Reid, folks. And this guy has got moves, not just in the ring, but in the sack, apparently. We're going to get frisky, and bits that may have to be edited out. Alex is enmeshed in legal issues.
More importantly, forget the police, forget legalities. The biggest policeman I have in my life is my missus. She's the yes. Alexander, why did you say that?
Do you like it when she punishes you?
No, it's not the sort of punishment I like. You got a missus?
No comments.
That's a no then. Sorry, we digressed. Where were we? Carry on.
I was bigging you up about your fighting skills. I'm going to put in the link to the description box below this video, his fight with Tom Watson. It's got over 1 million views. I watched the first 2 rounds this morning when I was in a hot bath.
In a bath. Do you always watch men sweaty and wrestling each other in the bath? You do?
I'm getting flustered. We may have to open the door in a minute, James. Yeah, I watched your interview with James English. I watched your London reel. There was a moment when I thought you were going to put James English in a headlock. That was quite compelling viewing.
Yeah. I tell you what that was about, right? I did a TV show. It was Channel 4 News. I was talking about the Jeremy Kyle show. Someone just committed suicide. And I was on there because I went on the Jeremy Kyle show. Long story short.
How was that?
It was all right, actually. It was a really great interview. It was fantastic. But the only thing was, it's tarnished with the brush, the Jeremy Kyle show. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. It's long story short, I was saying, the news interviewer said, what do you think? Do you think it should finish, or do you think it could carry on? I said, well, it has the ability, the Jeremy Kyle show, to do some really good work. If it reforms, if it's like, what's that lesbian lady in America? Oh, what's her name? And I said, Ellen. But my PR guy said, Alex, why did you say lesbian lady? Now we can't use that. I mean, today we could be too PC. I'm a geezer. I'm an ex-paratrooper. You say things that down the pub when the camera's not rolling, maybe that you wouldn't say if 100,000 people are watching, because you're always going to offend someone. But the thing is, you've got to relax a bit. I mean, I meant no abuse by saying lesbian lady. Now, going back to James English, he was like mocking. I talked about eating meat. He said, "Oh, I know you do," and I laughed a little bit. But actually, later on, I said, "That's not cool." And we thought about taking it out, but I thought, do you know what? It's fine. You can be too PC. How have you found this when you're doing this, trying to be PC?
Oh man, it's
and
a nightmare.
Not upset people.
Nightmare. I mean, my channel started as a prison channel. Prison slang is not exactly PC.
No.
Recently, I interviewed Stephen French, and Stephen French, out of Toxteth, Liverpool, he used the N-word multiple times, so many times that even after we got in trouble for the first version and edited the N-words out, there were still N-words in it, and we had to take it down again and put it back up for a third time.
Yeah.
So that kind of like spoils like the momentum of what we're trying to do here.
It's frustrating. I was talking. I've got some notes today because I did the James English show, and
Shout out to James. I'm going to put the link in to Alex's video with James in the description box, so check that out as well.
And it was really great. I've done lots of podcasts. I've heard really big things about you. That's why I'm here. But I didn't plan anything, and it was kind of a shot from the hip. But what I've realised is I did get a bit of stick, and I'm okay with that, because if you're not getting a bit of hate, you're not doing something right. But then I didn't get the point I wanted to get across. And I think I've got a platform. And when you've got a platform, you've also got a responsibility, which is you can't just do what you want. You've got to think about not upsetting people and to reach more people. But you can't be too PC, because then you're down your truth of who you really are.
I'm completely desensitized because I've been through prison. So I've had to learn as well about certain lines must be drawn. And there are people who aren't as desensitized as us. Yeah. And I don't want to offend those people.
You can use any word you want, and you can call me a cunt and I can say, you cunt. But if there's a way you say it, that's the way you say it. That's the same with the N word. If I say F you, it's the implication, the interpretation. But people get so, you can't say that. Oh, shut up.
Yeah, so it's all about having a laugh, and some humour is offensive to some people, but it's like Joe Rogan says, there's got to be a medium to let this energy out, this tension out, and humour is that medium.
I think now the way the media is going, with more podcasts, with more people going online, they're not, it used to be, they say mainstream media like ITV, BBC, Sky, they're all sitting there all prim and proper daytime TV. I'm like, fuck off. They're not real. And people are faking what they really mean. And I know the bullshit, and I know the lies. I know the lies. I know the lies. We'll talk about lies later.
And it's those people who are pretending to be the most righteous in society. People on TV, the fakers, the judges, some police. From my interviews with sex workers, I've learned that those people are the kinkiest people in society. They're up there on their pulpits preaching to the masses, suppressing the inner sexual urges. And that suppression causes a warpedness that leads to such a high frequency of paedophilia amongst the elites and all kinds of strange, I'm not knocking kinky behavior, but illegal behavior and paedophilia.
I was going to say, because kinkiness is fine. I mean, but it's perversion is when that you're doing something against someone's will.
Yes.
Or there's something that people aren't enjoying. That's not fun. That's not right. Be kinky as you want. And I guess though is it very English? You've got to be prim and proper, and this is how you've got to be, and we must behave a certain way. Is that where these perversions come from, because they want to rebel against it? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that by getting on the pulpit and saying to people, like,
should behave like this.
Yes. They are suppressing their own inner sexual needs. I'm talking about like the extremists who say, no sex before marriage, all this kind of stuff. They're preaching that to other people.
Yeah.
Or people who just uphold the law all day. Judges. I'm told by sex workers that judges are some of the most regular clients, are some of the most kinkiest clients.
Totally believe that. I mean, I've dealt with a lot of psychologists having therapy and stuff, and I'm like, afterwards, and forensic psychologists for different things I can't go into, but I'm like, this person is giving an opinion, a legal opinion, to professionals and I'm like, this guy's not with it himself. He's got the most. He's not together. How can this person be trusted? I mean, I don't know his personal life, but you can get a sixth sense from someone's aura and how they are. Just from it's. I don't know how to explain it. It's extrasensory perception. If people don't know what I'm talking about, you probably can't comprehend what I'm saying. But you can almost see when someone. You can just feel if someone's not right. and this person has got all these qualifications, and they're telling you how you should be. I'm like, well, let's shine a mirror on you. Oh, we're not here to discuss me. We're here to discuss you.
I did a lecture to psychotherapists and psychiatrists in London, and I talked to them all individually afterwards, and they were all as crazy as anybody, and they had become therapists and psychiatrists to heal themselves in the first place.
That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with
I
that.
am too.
As long as they're not still fucked up and putting their fucked upness on you.
Yeah.
Because it's like a reformed smoker. You know what I mean? Don't smoke! It's bad for you. You know what I mean? It's like...
We're all fucked up. And I think it's a lifelong learning lesson to take time for introspection, analyze ourselves, and try and improve and just become less fucked up as we go along. We're all human. We're all going to make mistakes. We have emotional reactions to things. We get carried away, and we make those mistakes when we're not in that rational frame of mind.
As we look at mistakes, this is your book. Was this a mistake?
Mistakes that lead to SWAT teams.
Do you often wonder? I mean, I look at my life. You're 51.
Yep.
I'm a few years younger. You're 45, and you get around this sort of age. You start questioning what life's all about. Why are we here? All this pain and suffering, all of the mistakes. I've had money. I've lost money. I've had lost money again. I'm sure you've had even more crazy experiences. And I mean, this looks quite like. Is it a mistake or is it a lesson? How do you explain this? What's this all about?
So, I do a long talk.
in like a one sentence, if you could paraphrase.
Okay, so lad from Widnes, Cheshire, grows up with no money, starts trading the stock market at 16, becomes a millionaire in his 20s, has no emotional maturity whatsoever. The rave scene in Manchester and Liverpool had such a big impact on him. He wants to transfer that scene over to the Sonoran Desert, over to Arizona. At the peak of it, he's throwing parties for up to 10,000 people. He's running an ecstasy trafficking ring, hired about 200 people to run that with him. And his competition is Sammy the Bull Gravano, underboss of the Gambino crime family, who's got a hit out on him.
So for those people who don't know, that's quite a serious dude.
Yeah.
Who's a scary dude.
Yeah.
With a lot of power.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I was getting protected by the New Mexico Mafia at operations in Mexico, so I had to be good with the guys in Mexico as well. And I mean, look at me, I'm just a business graduate.
That's what I was going to say. You come across very well-to-do, amenable, nice, pleasant. I've chatted to you before we've done this. This guy's a gangster?
No.
But I mean, I'm sure you had
gangsteritis.
Gangsteritis.
Yes, I'd watched too many movies like Scarface and Blow, and when you're a young person, high testosterone young person, you get gangsteritis. And I tell young people now, keep your day jobs, folks, because it leads into the prison, police, or death.
I have some experience, and I totally agree.
Yeah.
And I was talking to a friend who was a gangster, was a tough guy, and now I was like listening to him yesterday. What happened to you? He's got 5 kids, and he's at home. He's going blind, unfortunately, and he's daddy daycare basically. And I said, what happened to the tough badass? He's gone. He's disappeared. This is what life's all about now, and it's surreal. Like, I hear what you mean, gangsteritis. As you're young, you've got a weird perception of how you should be, but we do eventually grow up. And now you're a Guildfordian. Is that so? Guildford, we're in Guildford.
Next to Aldershot.
Good old Aldershot, yes. I love Guildford. I went to acting school here. So how long have you been in Guildford?
So I ended up in Guildford because one of my ecstasy suppliers out of LA, who got arrested a few years before me, he ended up getting in the federal prison system, deported back to London prison, then in a halfway house in Guildford. Fell in love with Guildford, as you do. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
My prison sentence was running later than his, so I ended up at my parents' house in the north. And then DJ Mike Hot Wheels, who's in Guildford, he said, just come and move in with me. Because, to get my career going.
DJ Hot Wheels.
DJ Mike Hot Wheels, yeah, he used to come out and play my raves and bring a few...
So this is after you're not a gangster anymore?
No, this was when, at the peak of what I was doing.
Oh, so you're here while you were...
this is all in my book Party Time.
Yeah.
Mike Hot Wheels would fly out from LA and gig at my raves and bring a lot of pills out as well. This was before I was going through Holland. I was going through LA before I started going through Holland.
Tell me, I know you're interviewing me, but I'm fascinated. This is how it should be, though. I mean, a proper chat, because I've got loads of people who want to... Having mixed with precarious individuals, what I know, I didn't envy them, because like they're always doing this.
Yeah.
But that becomes not even, it's just like breathing. So they don't know any other way. And one thing I know about, I want to live a long life. That's one thing I do want to do. I think we live about 8 years on planet Earth. I'm over half of that now. I want to live the rest of them at least and healthy without doing this. And stress is one of the biggest killers, bar none. I don't just want to live, I want to thrive, right? So you must have been, because I've been, do I share this? I was somewhere once on a mountain, about to go into a room in the Caribbean, and the guy I was with, I said, "What's to stop these guys we're going to go and meet, these Caribbeans, have AK-47, shoot us and throw us over the side of the cliff?" And so I don't know. I've I'm out of my depth here. I don't know. I can't get involved in this stuff. What am I doing? I'm here. Too late. All this is going through your head. I'm like, what? I'm mixing with the wrong people. That was like holy. It wasn't brown, but it was close. I mean, surely there's times where you're thinking, do you get used to it?
So I was working the stock market for the first 5 years in America. I thought I was just going to have a normal life. Bring Wildman over, my best friend from childhood. And that opened some doors to some criminal organizations. I get a call one day. I'm working in the office in the stock market. I get a call from one day from a guy who's selling ecstasy for us called Fish. He says, "Can you grab Wildman and come over here? There's a situation." I said, "Yeah, what's the situation?" I'd rather not say on the phone. All right, I'll go and grab Wildman. Go to Wildman's place. He's out collecting debts for some Colombian crack lord, so I can't get him. So I drive over to this apartment in Tempe, Arizona. It's about a 30-minute drive. Fish answers the door of his missus. His missus is in tears. I think she's been assaulted and they want Wildman to do something about it. So what's the matter? They're like so terrified they can't say anything. I hear an electrical crackling sound coming from another room. And they look at me and they say, "You best just go and look yourself." So I walk down the hall into the room, open the door, and there's a naked, hog-tied man with a rockabilly quiff on the floor. And all of these Mexicans are stood around him. And there's a guy that I've been introduced to through Wildman from the New Mexican Mafia, who's got an older guy with this stately, swept-back grey hair, stood over the Mexicans, giving them commands in Spanish, and they're pulling these cattle prods out and electrocuting this guy. And every time they electrocute him, piss just squirts out of his dick onto the floor. Now, I've never seen anything at this level before in my life. I say to Fish, "What's happened?" Fish says, "Look."
Is he unconscious?
No, he's conscious.
He's screaming.
Yeah. Well, he's all tied up and stuff. Fish says he came and bought drugs, waited for me to leave the house, came back to the house, robbed my drugs, robbed your drugs, robbed their drugs. I called you. I called them, and they got here first. So basically, they held him. They told his roommates 10 grand, 24 hours, or we're taking him out to the desert, and the money was paid. But I'm in a situation where I'm working the stock market. I'm seeing this, and I'm thinking, all right, what do I do? Do I look shocked, and these guys think I'm a liability, or do I somehow try and play along, even though I'm shitting myself? So I look at the head guy with the grey hair, and he's smiling at me like, "Welcome to the family." And I say, "Look, I couldn't get Wildman. I've just run over here from the office. I've got to get back to work. Looks like you guys have got this situation under control." And I left the place thinking, all right, I'm okay with these guys, but I was worried because it could have gone either way. But yeah, I mean
Kill you or kill them? Kill him.
If they think I'm leaving and I'm going to tell someone,
Yeah.
If I'd have indicated I was scared,
Yeah.
they could have saw that as weakness.
I see. Yeah.
And then, right, we need to keep him here as well.
Yeah.
So that should have been my fucking wake up call.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. I was on drugs. I was on crystal meth, I was on ecstasy, GHB, or Mexican pharmaceuticals. They'd scrambled my decision-making processes to the point where I was just thinking I'm living like a character out of a movie. I didn't see. I was blind to the danger of it. For that moment, I was shitting it, but I still couldn't get out of the lifestyle. I got more and more deep into it. And that was just one situation out of several.
I've seen that. I mean, we've seen the film Scarface, the first scene before he's his mate. He's handcuffed to the bath above the shower, and he's going to get chainsawed, and his mate's chatting up a girl. Oh shit! I better run upstairs, and he shoots him. But yeah, it just the reality of having. Just careful what I say. So, having experienced some things like that. It's
allegedly experienced some things like that.
Yes.
So I tell young people now,
not the way to be.
If you've got that energy, like aggressive energy, like wild man, or energy where you think you need this excitement, adrenaline junkie, channel it into positive addictions like MMA.
MMA, baby.
What got you into that?
I was a bully kid. I grew up not far down the road, 10 miles down the road in Aldershot. I love Aldershot. Youngest of 6. Mum and dad had made all the mistakes, and so I was quite lucky to become like hippies at that point, and very relaxed, full of culture, love, and I was bullied at school because I was so creative, and I didn't conform to the social stereotypes. I'd ask questions if it felt like a question to ask, and I'd get bullied. So still, but being strong, even though I didn't like being bullied, I turned to martial arts, Bruce Lee and Van Damme, all those sort of films.
It was watching them that got piqued your interest.
Yeah, I mean, I was into, I think I've said this many times, on Star Wars, and that's quite religious stuff, actually. It's what a great childhood to have someone like Jedi to look up to. And He-Man, funnily enough, I mean, he was a little bit camp, mind you, in his Ugg boots, his furry pants, and his bondage outfit, going around slaying people with his mighty sword. He's clearly on juice as well.
I was obsessed with like the Fantastic Four from childhood and Marvel
who's your
comics
favourite
and
one?
stuff like that. Thing.
Yeah. Thing. My favourite ones are Thor, Hulk, and Iron Man.
Yeah.
I like Iron Man because he's just a man. That's why I like Batman as well. If I was going to, I go on to why I like those guys. They want to make the world a better place. So I wanted to be a tough guy. I wanted to stop all the bullies. So for me, fighting MMA wasn't so much about being a tough guy. It was about getting justice for people, to protect. For evil to exist, a good man does nothing. And I come back to that theme a lot. But
so you joined the dojo?
I joined several dojos. Yeah.
At what age?
15. I was into lots. I had lots of playground school fights, and I was getting as I was a late developer, puberty, and some of the kids have got a more natural advantage because they've got more testosterone. I was like, I needed an advantage. Kung Fu to the rescue. Have you ever done Kung Fu?
No.
Any martial arts?
Karate.
Oh, karate.
Yeah.
What belt?
Just got almost to black. Did all the training for it, but because my work took over, I never got to do it. Yeah.
It's 51. Did you work out now?
Yeah, I do work out now, yeah. I try and do as much fitness as I can.
Are you addicted?
Yeah, that is definitely my addiction now, is fitness classes.
So I asked
just workouts.
You, just before we come on, about drugs. And when was the last time you did drugs?
May 16, 2002, the SWAT team came and ended my drug career, trafficking and participation.
How long did it take for you to, because you're in prison with a lot of hardcore heroin.
90% were injecting heroin and crystal meth. 2/3 had hepatitis C from sharing dirty needles.
And that's how, and back then, that's...
Living with people with addiction issues showed me the horror of what drug use leads to, because that road is very long and the pleasure's high in the beginning, the pain is low, but they cross over time.
Yeah.
If you're addicted, yellow jaundice skin, teeth rotting out, you can't stop. And they knew they were dying. eat your liver up, Hep C. But all the dairy revolved around was getting high, and they knew it was slow suicide, and they couldn't stop, so it was sad. And people say, you know, heroin addicts, they live under bridges, they shoplifters, lock them up, throw away the key. I heard those stories. They were abused as kids. They were raped as kids. They'd seen their parents die. They were thrown away onto the streets. They were pimped out by care homes. And no one had given them the tools to deal with that psychological trauma. So they were on heroin to block that pain out.
1,000,000%.
And then we compound their pain by throwing them into prison. But it's a huge industry.
They
They
need
get
more love.
$50,000 a year of taxpayers' money, the prisons, per person.
There's so much corruption in the whole system. And the propaganda of how what we're conditioned to how to think and believe, you know, like they're not prim and proper, we must throw away the key. You know, it just makes me angry. They need more love. I say legalize every single drug.
We are for, on this channel, we are for, this is our slogan, end the war on drugs and start the war on paedophiles. Because we are seeing all these resources that the police are shaking down people for low-level drug use, and the police are telling us they can't go after the paedophiles, they don't have the resources. It's sickening. And the paedophiles are well-heeled. These priests, they bring in these fancy lawyers, they've got hundreds of victims, and they get slaps on the wrist, and it's disgusting.
I wasn't going to go here because we could spend days on this subject, but it's something I'm very passionate about. That's why I was into Batman or Edward Woodward, The Equalizer. We need. I'm not assigned to people to go out and be vigilantes, but in my fantasy world, I wanted to be a vigilante to cure the streets of this evil. But it's not on the streets; it's at the highest level in the whole of society.
You're fine.
Got a bit excited.
Stay excited.
Yeah.
We do a lot on this case about Epstein, about elite deviants, and there's really an army of people subscribing to this channel that watch that stuff, and they're trying to get changes made in the world.
Do you think we are allowed to say a certain amount of things just because we will get the David Icke brush? We become ridiculed as conspiracy theorists and mocked.
So when David Icke was deplatformed, one of the people behind that, they filed this report and they had a list of David Icke collaborators, and they said you can't just deplatform David Icke, you got to get rid of his collaborators, and I was number 2 on the list. So I've already got that brush on me.
So would this go out on? Is there certain things we can and can't say on here?
Yeah, it's probably not a good thing to discuss, because I did discuss it in the aftermath of that, and I got warned by YouTube, and I had to get a video multiple videos had to be taken down.
So I understand, as corrupt as this world is, unfortunately, might makes right, and they've got power.
Nietzsche.
They've got power to deplatform us and to not let us have our message. So until enough people have got critical mass. Do you know the 100 monkey syndrome? When enough people get it, everybody gets it. The experiment was done in monkeys in the South Pacific many years ago. On one island, they discovered that one monkey washed its bananas in water and it tasted better. So all the other monkeys started copying it. 100 miles away, and an island at the exact same time, the monkeys started doing the same thing. So what they're saying is these monkeys have, when enough of them get it, everybody gets it. And that's the same thing. We're a little bit more evolved, we like to think, or are we? The monkeys. So I think we just got to do the best we can at the time being until everybody gets critical mass. So we have to play by the rules. Don't want to play by the rules.
I am playing by YouTube's rules. I've got a swarm of trolls trying to take me down right now, and we've managed to get.
What are your trolls? Because this is something I want to talk about big time. Well, tell me what trolls you get. You're some sort of deviant, pervert, weirdo, druggie,
everything,
gangster, badass,
everything. You name it, the trolls are going after me for it without any proof of any of it, but just saying I am all of those things.
So let's rewind. Okay, so you come out of prison and hallelujah, do you see the light?
Yeah.
And now we're here and you're doing podcasts. Why are you doing podcasts?
Okay, so when I get out of prison, I'm, back at my parents' house on the dole. My goal is to get my life story out as a book. And I had a blog, right? And my blog started when I was in the jail. My aunt smuggled my writing out of max security. She smuggled it out of the visitation room. It got put on the internet as a blog, John's Jail Journal. So my goal was to turn that writing, my story, into a book, which I did manage to do with the help of amazing people who came into my life when I just, nobody wanted anything to do with me. And so as my platform built, I felt it was my responsibility to help other prisoners who just got out and get their stories out there. And guys who've been on, my first podcast guest, he got a book deal through what we did. Other guests, I've had people sponsor them financially. One guy was able to move to London and start up his own YouTube studio. So I do yoga, karma, and I've been trying to balance the books for the harm I cause society. Now,
Balance the books.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I saw the harm that drugs cause society, and I traffic drugs, and I put a lot of people on that road of drug use. So I'm trying to do some good now to balance that out. But I've also got this mission to help not just prisoners now. I've also started to help victims of abuse, and that has become a real central theme on the channel. I've interviewed people like Maria Farmer, who was a victim of Epstein, Annika Lucas, who was pimped out as a kid to elite when she was like 4 or 6 years old. And it's great to see the overwhelming support that comes in from the subscribers and how it helps bolster the well-being.
So the trolls you get, do they subscribe? Do you get trolls that subscribe, go out their way to give you shit?
Yes, they form new accounts every single day because we block them.
Right. So why do they, if they really don't like you, why do they follow you?
They're obsessed with what we're doing.
I know a lot about this.
There's various reasons that the trolls that I've come to a conclusion of, and I've contemplated your trolls as well, and why you have trolls. And I think that from the Escobar quote, envy kills more people in Colombia than cancer, I think people are envious of you. And I think a lot of your trolls want to have sex with you, know that they can't, and then just put these ridiculous things online.
It's good for the ego. You said a lot of things there I'm contemplating. So I know crime, and I don't ever want to sensationalize or make crime look great. But crime is a big industry. I mean, in terms of the media, films, books, women, all of the girls I've ever been with all seem to like crime novels or crime. It's a big subject of major money. James English, and I said to him, I didn't do any research when I went on his podcast. I've done a bit of research, and I thought maybe I should have done. He's got a lot of gangsters. I'm not a gangster. I've mixed in those circles. I was really surprised that you had me on there but really great podcast. I understand why he's done that, because it's going to garner interest and a bit of controversy. But do you want to, and also you want to paint people much like I love the film The Joker. The reason why I like it is because you see
the new one,
the villain, as actually see why actually you can start to feel sorry for him and empathy. So not everybody, and listen, heaven forbid, I'm not an Adolf Hitler fan or anything, but he must have his. We've gone, that's really heavy. My missus is Jewish, so, and her auntie was a Holocaust survivor, but there is evil, and there is pure evil, and he probably is pure evil. But if sure you could find something in him where that isn't evil, there might be one little factor of him, and that's interesting.
Well, if you're quoting Nietzsche, then beyond good and evil isn't the good and evil in everybody.
Yeah.
Didn't he take care of his dog? You could say that was a good trait. He's not pure evil. This is probably going to get us in trouble with YouTube talking about this. Let's change the subject.
Yeah.
Trolls.
Well, trolls. Listen, I mean, I find what he's done absolutely disgusting, but I try to try and understand. How could someone do such horrific things to anybody? I can't contemplate. And so it's interesting why you have criminals on, or ex-cons, because everybody's got a story. Listen, if someone was to rape and do something horrible to my family or to my child, I want to go crazy on them.
And that is the criminal code in Arizona. When you go in, they ask you to show them your charges, and if you are a paedophile, if you've got crimes against women or a child, it's KOS, it's kill on sight for those guys. And I've learned through these podcasts that a lot of prisoners were abused as kids, and they understand, why they want to get that revenge.
Why do human beings want to do such horrible things to each other?
Human nature, because it doesn't matter. People say it's politics, it's race, it's religion, it's the Gambinos versus the Bananos. If you go throughout history, humans have always formed groups that go to war and brutalize other groups. And all of the laws they uphold within their own group, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, they reverse and do the exact opposite with other groups.
Yeah, because they want to preserve their way of life.
Tribalism?
Yeah. Might makes right. We're right, you're wrong. My God's better than your God because he's got a pointy hat and a better beard.
Do you read Nietzsche?
I don't.
You've done about 3 or 4 Nietzsche quotes so far. He's my favourite philosopher.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe I should.
You should.
I do read a lot of different things.
I'm going to get you my
please.
favourite book by him. Yeah. Good one to do in a hot bathtub.
When you're not watching Alex Reid get sweaty and rolling around on the floor with men.
Just don't get too excited and splash the pages.
Yeah. Good old Nietzsche. So what you
Trolls are a sign of success. And if you're over the target, they're going to try and take you down. And we've all done crazy things in our lives that have allowed the trolls some sphere of, material to focus on.
Let's talk about trolls. Let's talk about trolls. So, I've just recently approached by a lady asking for advice who's been horrifically trolled and bullied and having death threats because she posted an Instagram picture. How did your mum get up on that haystack? What am I talking about? I'm talking about Katie Price's mother, Amy Price, on top of a haystack. She totally regrets it because she's had death threats and utter trolling. My ex-wife, a lady called Katie Price, started a campaign called Harvey's Law to stop trolling. Isn't this utter hypocrisy? That what Katie did, she posted. The reason why I'll tell you why I'm talking about this so much in a second. It's all about trolling. It was a national news headline. Katie Price confronts vicious troll, and the lady said, "Look, all I asked was how did her mum get up there? She's apparently suffering from fibrosis of the lungs, which incidentally my mum has. My mum's in her home. My mum can't even stand up. She's got fibrosis this bad. She's also got Alzheimer's, so she's in a bad way. And this lady, her father, she's a full-time carer for her father, and she's trying to. She's just asked the question. Your mum said she's on stage 3 of ready to go, sort of like 4 or 5 years ago, but she's up on a haystack. Now, isn't that complete and utter hypocrisy? If someone's posted that and it's hit national headlines, and then someone who's trying to stop trolling is created trolling and having this pure lady get the most extreme abuse, and I'm saying, look, it's absolutely hypocrisy and horrendous. I get viciously trolled all the time. I just did the James English podcast, and I called Katie, in my opinion, I said I think she's a sociopath. I actually think she's got something called HBD, which is histrionic personality disorder. I'm not a psychologist, but that would explain her highly sexualized, manipulative.
What does that mean?
Egocentric nature.
Histrionic personality disorder.
It means extremely manipulative, highly sexual, wants to be egocentric, at the centre of attention, and it explains. And I looked at all the different cases around it, and I'm like, how you manipulate people around you. Let's look at how I met her. I was a bully kid, searching for acceptance. All I wanted was love, ultimately. Become a tough guy, roll on 300 plus fights, joining the paras, mixing with tough gangsters. All I really wanted was love. So the bully little schoolboy meets Katie Price, and what I thought I had was acceptance. I thought, this is great. I've got some quirkiness, cross-dressing cage fighter, two dynamic opposites. That hit the press, and it was like, cross-dressing, come on, I've done that a few times. It's not exactly, it became the only thing that I was famous for. Oh, and I'd had a few fights.
I think people criticising you for cross-dressing inwardly desire to do it, but just don't have the balls.
Well, I don't cross-dress, I'm happy dressed. That's not even me, really. I mean, that's what I don't understand.
Try everything once, goddammit. Haven't you watched the Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Try it more than once. It doesn't define you. It's a bit like when I called that Ellen, the lesbian lady. I understand why my publicist said we couldn't use it, because I'm defining someone as one specific thing, and that's not fair. That's the only reason why I was upset with James when he laughed about eating meat and stuff, because on his podcast I said, that's not cool. It was fine. He said, I'll take it out. I said, no, don't worry about it. But
at the end of this podcast, can you display the headlock on me that you were going to put on James?
So please? I've discovered what your kink is now. I won't do it at the end.
Just don't go in excess on me.
So ultimately, I'm looking at somebody in Katie to accept me. But she didn't accept me. All she was doing was feeding me to her media walls for her own manipulation.
How old were you when you got to go with her?
10 years ago. 10 years ago, so 35. So the person I looked to, who I thought was my soulmate, just wanted to they didn't want to destroy me, just used me. Listen,
what was your emotional?
I hands up, I went for it and I did it myself. I went willingly, but I was naive. I didn't know what was what.
Were you emotionally immature at that point still?
1,000,000,000%.
And were you like like a bit starstruck?
Who wouldn't be? I mean, I was everywhere, and I didn't know nobody. Although I've done before, I got my first big TV show a week before I met Kate. I'd done soaps, I'd done films, and a bit of modelling. I'd already had 300 fights around the world at that point. So I had some mediocrity celebrity, but I wasn't. All of a sudden, I was catapulted right into the mainstream of it all, and it's so continuously in your face. You lose a sense of yourself.
Does it become addictive at first? For example, walking into a nightclub with her, and there's like a lot of attention to you, and everyone's kissing your asses. The red carpet's rolled out.
Of course, yeah. I mean, that soon wears off, mind you. But
how long does it take to wear off?
For me, it was like about 6 months. Let's look at it.
Does it become freakish that everyone's looking at you?
Ridiculously freakish. Then it becomes, and then all of your people, your friends, they change
because they think you're the big shot now, and they're envious, or
you start being like, this is weird. You're not yourself. It's like everyone's acting like different, and then of course everyone's acting different to you. How can you not change? How can you not change?
So did you have to struggle to maintain that with your friends from childhood?
There was a few, and they're still in my life. But some.
Did you lose some then along the way?
Lots. Listen, who was at my wedding? Who did I speak to who was at my wedding with her? I don't know. I said, I don't know. Don't speak to any of them. One or two. Literally. I'm like, that's sad. I mean, all these people, like, it's fair weather friends. Sad. It's very sad.
So your friends from childhood, though, you've still got some tight ones?
No, I was unlucky there. You drift apart, don't you? But maybe that's my own doing. Have you still got childhood friends?
Yeah, I mean, like Wildman and his cousin Hammy are my best friends from childhood. Wildman has been in my life a lot because he came to America. He's deported 3 times, but I kept bringing him back. Hammy was in my life less, but when I'm around them, it's just like we go right back to where we were when we were kids. And there's just this loyalty and honesty that nothing could ever break it.
Yeah.
And it's good to have, people you can talk to like that understand your whole life trajectory.
Yeah. So they're your therapists. That's very lucky. And you actually, you got brothers and sisters?
I'm more of a listener with them.
Right.
It's just being around them is therapy, I guess.
Really?
I've got a sister, yeah.
Are you close with her?
Yeah.
That's good. Is she older, younger?
So my sister's younger, and she's a journalist.
What for? Who for?
She's probably going to like me divulging too much information.
Which, what sort of media?
Yeah, she's been at the top of media.
Are we talking like The Guardian, Telegraph, The Sun?
She's been in the main newspapers, her stuff.
Okay. So she's a powerful ally.
She's what?
A powerful ally.
Yes. I see where you're going.
Yes. So basically, I got fed to the wolves by Kate.
Could you expand on that then, how she did that?
Well, I thought I was accepted. I mean, she split up with me when she went. I was one of the best ways to be split up with on air. She split up with me, and I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. And then I'll go and win Big Brother, the highest vote ever in the history of Big Brother, with nearly 20 million votes, 69%. And we got married 2 days later. So, I mean, the period of Jungle to Big Brother was a period of 2 months. So she split up with me live on air. I come out of Big Brother, and then she marries me 2 days later. It kind of explains it, doesn't it?
So she creates drama just to increase her
But listen,
celebrity.
I went along with it. Yeah. Listen, look at the... She suffers from supposed PTSD. I say supposed. I don't know. I'm not a therapist, and I've not seen
Childhood abuse. Or...
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
But my point is, it's to cover the cocaine use as an excuse and sympathy. I mean, really, she took cocaine as a drug to help with the PTSD, and I'm not judging that. My point is, it's the sympathy act, a bit like using the mum up on a haystack and a troll viciously bullying her to garner sympathy again. Because her mum looks fine on the haystack. I mean, it's a question I would ask. How did her mum get up on the haystack when my mum, who suffers from the same condition, can't even get out of bed? And this poor lady's being completely viciously trolled. The reason why I'm talking about all of these lies is because I'm in court with Kate next month. My dad should turn up. And Kate, I will say, lied in court in front of judges, and I'm sick of it. How is she getting away with all of these lies? She's lied about only owning a Beetle when she's got a Jeep. She just then later on says she's selling her Jeep and auctioning it off for the NHS. Well, she said on a Matt Hancock YouTube interview that she pays all her taxes. But she owes £900,000 to HMRC. That's not including everybody else's fees. So I'm sure the Jeep isn't going to touch the sides, but you can't be auctioning off a Jeep. How could you be flying off first class to all these different places to have surgery and everything? To me, it's like it's just lies after lies. Jewellery was stolen in South Africa, but there was no police report, no crime report, no insurance. Hang on, and incidentally, the reason why I'm even owed money is because in 2017, she showed an audience of 40 on Big Brother's Built on the Side sexually intimate images of myself, again taken without my consent or will, and I had 4 witnesses come forward, and she was found guilty by a High Court judge, and I have an injunction against her. And when I was on the James English podcast recently, that ended up being in the paper, and they gratuitously, the press bullied me and trolled me, and I got trolling by saying, Alex Reid calls Katie Price a sociopath, but the reason why he was on the James English show was because he was talking about Kate. He wasn't talking about Kate. I mean, they mentioned her, but what they said was they went into gratuitous, intimate sexual detail about things that happened many, many years ago. That to me is, I'm not ashamed of what I've done. I'm embarrassed. If listen, we can talk here, me and you now, about sex and stuff. It's fine, but we're not going to do it with the camera on. Well, we might do, but not into extreme and mention names and what we did. And imagine that continually for someone who promotes anti-bullying. That is the why I'm so frustrated. And I've got a whole list of lies here.
Let me just give a disclaimer before you proceed.
But I don't want to talk about her anymore.
Because there's a legal situation with you then, I just want to say to Katie that Alex is telling his side of the story. You've got your side of the story. If you wanted to come on the podcast and tell your side of the story, I would be perfectly happy to hear that. I doubt that you will come on, but the offer is there, and there are always multiple sides to any story. So,
mine is all evidentially backed up with evidence.
I'm just being neutral.
Of course, I understand. Yeah, so what it is, the reason why I'm perturbed and I'm going on, I never want to talk about her again, but I will be talking about her until this court case is over. I want to completely exercise this out of my life for good, because there's so many atrocities being committed by her and continually being committed, and it's hurting my family, and then it's being thrown in my face by the lack of the law. CPS, Criminal Prosecution Service, didn't take her phones with these images which were taken 10 years ago, but she's continually showed them. I got trolled a couple of months ago by someone I suspect actually is part of Katie's team, saying that wouldn't it be a shame if someone as Katie's staff leaked the images of Alex? That would destroy him.
Did she take the images on the sly?
1 billion %. She says she took them consensually. Man, I was drunk as a skunk.
So she's that Machiavellian that she just did that from the get-go to have
never
information on you.
She shared them in front of my lawyer and barrister outside a court case once, which I can't go into again. But I can't believe you took this. Yeah, and that's what you get if you cross with me. I'm like, you just did that in front of my lawyers.
Isn't there laws against just taking images of people?
There wasn't then. It was just before the revenge porn law. But this is the thing, right? I'm being threatened now. This is why I'm angry, because I don't feel protected. This is why there are revenge porn laws. They came in 2015, I believe. But I'm still being threatened, and CPS aren't doing anything. Now, these images 1 million % exist, because if she's had, since 2010 when the images were taken, how many phones must she have had? When we were just in a recent court case, she turned up, she was on her bed, we had 2 phones. So she had 2 phones. She had a video link from the court hearing. And she had all her staff around her. My point is, she's got 2 phones now. How many phones has she had? They're going to be in the cloud. So a reason why I'm going on about it, because I feel scared. Generally, I'm scared. It's like, listen, I'll live if these happen, even though I felt suicidal, and I've had lots of therapy for suicide over these horrendous images trying to destroy me and the threat hanging over my whole life. But it needs to stop, and CPS need to do something. Anyway, that's the Katie Price shit out of the way.
Do you think then, on the whole, that your relationship with Katie Price was not worth it?
This is why I asked you this question. What's this all about? Because I look at the same...
lessons learned.
Yeah, different lessons. But I'm like, why? Where did I go? Getting spiritual, did I choose all this in my higher self? I'm going to get a little bit hippie for a second.
Please do.
Yeah. How much DMT have you done?
None that I know of, but I
dimethyltryptamine.
It's a lot of
a chemical we produce naturally in our pineal gland. There's certain substances you can take which will give you a more illicit effect. You can actually connect to it naturally, for those who don't know. But if you've not ever done a DMT trip,
I think I'm more empathogenic from taking ecstasy for so long.
That has changed your personality, I imagine.
Yeah. So we need to focus on
connection. So do you
I'm feeling it.
do you seal it? Do you see or feel anything?
Like what?
You tell me. I'm
From you now.
no, in general.
I can feel something from you now. I can feel your suffering, and I can feel how, in the face of all of your good qualities, you're letting this suffering hold you back, and you have so much to offer for the world. And you know, you said you've been to the brink of suicide. I was at the brink of suicide, and I know what that feels like. You said what your mum's going through. You said that with a very straight face, but I know that if my mum was going through that right now, I'd be fucking sobbing my eyes out. So I see somewhat what you're feeling in your heart, Alex. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
But would you like that always? Some people just have
No.
a natural affinity.
No.
Do you think
I
that's
don't think I
the
was.
drug taking or life experience?
I think I was sensitive, but I think I've become more sensitive through taking ecstasy. I'm not saying that as an advertisement for it. I don't want kids to be doing drugs, but just doing it constantly and just you just speak to each other and you connect and you feel all of the emotions the other person's feeling. They're using it to heal PTSD right now in America with the troops.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And LSD.
Yeah.
I see that. It's a medicine if you know how to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I'm big on my Tai Chi. I did Qigong this morning.
Yeah, I did yoga.
Qigong, you know what Qigong is? It's like Tai Chi.
My mum's got the sword.
Oh, the brush. Oh, no.
For Tai Chi.
Yeah. Oh, your mum's a Tai Chi.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
But there's certain things I'm not going to go into too heavy because people won't comprehend it or understand it. You have to do it to experience it. There's certain things, unless you've been there, you start to open up more sensory perceptions. And you, like I said, you can go into a room, you can just feel things before they happen.
I think the work you've done is the long road and the drugs is the shortcut.
1,000,000%. Yeah, and I've tried the drugs, and now I want to live a long, healthy life. And listen, like I've said this many times, if I'm not anti-drugs, if it's a medicine, if there's a purpose, if I just bang my knee, give me an anti-inflammatory, you know.
So let's go back to the highlights of your MMA. What are those in your head?
There's 4 fights. I've had about 50 MMA fights.
And 300 fights total, was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
At minimum. I lost count. I remember I go to events and I said, we fought. Oh, did we? Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, how you doing? Yeah. Okay. That was my drug. And I almost had a DMT experience once when I won a European title. I came out of my body. I was floating above the ring, looking down. I was doing a lot of hard qigong then. And I stopped doing hard qigong and started taking steroids.
What had led to you coming out of your body?
I was doing hard qigong.
Yeah.
For about 6 months, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours. I was like a monk, proper like. This is what I'm saying. You can become, when you start to almost astral travel. And that was scary. It was kind of weird. I was like, this is weird. Out of my body, looking down at my body, fighting. I felt great, but and then I decided this was too much hard work. So that's when I started experimenting with drugs myself. I was only 18, and I thought, okay, I've done all that stuff, and let's try the fast route. MMA, basically bullied kid, done all lots of different martial arts, and.
What was it like then as a bullied kid? Were you used to getting hit because you were bullied, and then you start the dojo and get hit? Are you already used to it, or does it take some getting used to?
Yeah, it takes getting used to. I wanted to be. For me, I wasn't me. I was somebody else. Multiple personality. I did become a different person. When I put my cape on, I'm Batman. I'm Edward Woodward. I keep going, I want to go and be this superhero who can save the day. And you've got a mission. And I'm scared shitless of everything. But when I put this cloak on, and yeah, just loved it for ages. It was like being a performer, and I'm an actor.
Yeah.
I'm an entertainer, and it wasn't a real fight. Although I could actually die, it's unlikely. I mean, and I ended up in hospital many times, and I had all sorts of things smashed, broken.
Worst injuries?
I think the worst one. I think it's. Oh, I split my shin open. It was voted. You can check this out. One of the top worst cuts in the history of MMA, of the world. It's like I had a vagina on my shin.
Ooh.
I fought Murilo Ninjahua. It was a pride fight. He came over from Brazil in a cage rage, and I was beating him. And I kicked him. I lifted him off the ground and stop! Everyone ran in. What? Don't look down. What's the first thing you're going to do? And I saw it. It was like this, that big, white. You see the shin, and then it started spurting. And then they said, "Oh, we think you hit an artery." I ain't got an artery, but they tourniqueted my leg and lifted me upside down and carried me out. And do you know what I was singing on the way to the? Where did we fight? That was, where did they have the Ideal Home exhibition? In London. Oh God, Earls Court. I was saying, he's going home in a London ambulance. He's going, and I went home in a London ambulance. I'll get this. I remember being on the couch, right, and it stopped spurting, right, and I'm sitting there, and it didn't really hurt because I'm still sort of like freaky, you know. You don't need any drugs when you've on that sort of level of pain. And doctor come in, and he went, and pressed it, and I went, what the fuck? It started spurting. And why'd you do that? Oh, idiot! That was pretty horrible. I've done everything. I've ripped, torn. I had a fight with a guy called Lee Murray, who's quite famous. He's in a prison now in Morocco. He actually, I got more hurt. We fought in a cage fight, but then I got more hurt with him. About a year later, when we had a rematch in the gym, and he hit me in the orbital, cracked my eye, broke my eye, and my eye popped out, and I had to sort of hold it in. And I drove to the hospital like this, I taped it, and I had to drive like this.
Jesus
Stupid.
Christ.
And I shouldn't have driven.
That's dangerous because the fluid caught in the brain there's something that can happen there.
They kept me in for 2 days. When I fought Tom Watson, was a big fight, which you were just watching.
Yeah, I urge people to go down and watch this Tom Watson fight.
He broke
compelling.
the other orbital.
In that fight?
No, so I both orbitals broken, yeah. And the eye popped out again.
I like it where you did that reverse spin move and just lashed out like that.
Yeah, spinning back fist.
That's it, yeah.
It's funny, we were going to have a fight in September. It's September 8th. Is it September? Yeah.
Are you still fighting then?
No. I'm battered, but for the right money. Saying that, there is actually a couple of fights. I mean, my body is smashed to pieces. I've actually got a disabled badge.
No shit.
Because people joke, but I mean I've got agony.
Yeah.
Sitting here, I've got agony now in my sciatic going down my left hip.
So is the yoga and the Tai Chi helping that?
1,000,000%. That's why I do it. I mean, I plan on getting fitter and healthier.
Cool.
But I need to be fit because I don't want a decrepit old individual. You know, it's a action.
Well, when I felt you up earlier, you seemed quite fit.
You felt me up
in the back muscles.
What's wrong with you? Yeah, I have to say, come here. This is what you did. You did this hug, and it was like this. I was like, what are you doing? What's this? This is the greeting. The Sean Atwood greeting. This is how he greets you guys.
we can get closer at the end.
Yeah. So you do you party? Do you party? Because you don't drink.
What's your definition of party?
Well, party used to be sex, drugs and rock and roll. You don't do the drugs.
Love the music.
Do you do the rock and roll?
Love the sex.
But no drugs.
Don't do the substances.
What do you do? You got any vice? Not dark chocolate?
My therapist said there's nothing wrong with positive activity, getting addicted to positive activity. I do like a bit of dark chocolate.
How's that changed you, would you say, from having such highs with substances, I know what they're like, but I know I haven't done crystal meth or heroin or crack, but I've done cocaine, and I know what that feels like. It feels quite nice. But so, after you've done that, you've.
All right, so there's all kinds of ways of getting highs. Doing a lineup against a bunch of karate black belts is going to send your, adrenaline off the scale. When I first started out, public speaking, get in front of a big audience, that sends your adrenaline up. Even when I first started out podcasting, I can see looking back, my adrenaline's way up on those early podcasts. Yeah, so when you've got...
Are you nervous? Are you being a good talker?
In the early podcasts, I was really nervous. I'm thinking all along, what am I going to ask next? Is something going to go wrong? Blah, blah, blah. I'm a perfectionist. I'm always trying to cover all of my bases in advance in my head. So I've got like 5 questions lined up in my head for the guest in case they run out of steam. And learning about how guests tell their stories, because some guests come in, I'll ask them a question, they give a 10-second answer. So I've got to have 5 questions in my head for that person, because otherwise I'm going to run out. So my ideal now, I've got a guest screener now, and he pre-interviews the guests, and he sends me a video he's done with them showing that they could tell a story, and people who give 10-second answers, we don't have them on anymore.
So let me tell you about why I'm on here. Well, why am I on here? Why have you got me on here?
I've got you on here because you're just an absolute charismatic, quirky, compelling to watch, high sex appeal. And I think you're just going to really resonate with the viewers. Good job, Purple Aki's not in the room.
A gentleman who I am metaphorically getting into bed with, called, you tell me who it is. Who's the gentleman who I'm going to mention now, who put us in contact?
Oh, Jamie.
Jamie.
Yeah, we work very closely with Jamie Boyle. He's a brilliant true crime author, and he has hooked up a lot of guests.
I'm very intrigued.
Shout out to Jamie.
Me and Jamie, we're looking at doing some books together, and I'm still not entirely sure. I like him. I think he's a great guy. He's done some bestsellers, and but he approached me, Jamie Boyle, and he actually asked me a lot of questions. Is he your guy?
So Jamie Boyle is going to be doing my right-hand guy, my best friend from childhood, Wildman's book. So I couldn't give it a bigger seal of approval than that.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So Jamie Boyle, we're looking at doing several books.
Okay.
Do you know what? He said, why don't we do a book about mental health? I said, I'm not qualified to do that. But then I think, hold on a second, I help people. I'm not saying this with ego, big head, although I have got an ego and a big head. I get asked every week for advice on situations with sexuality, with problems with the law. Listen, I haven't even talked about it. I've formed my own foundation, the Bob Reid Foundation. We'll go there in a second. And I've got a wealth of experience from all of the pain and suffering. And I've had to study psychological... well, you keep quoting Nietzsche. I mean, I've studied all sorts of different people. I don't know all the names. I'm not academic on it, but I've got the experience. I'm like, so I have got the experience on how to help people. I teach kids how to get back up on their feet. I run programs, anti-bullying programs, when life hits you hard. You know, the real stuff that you need to learn in life. So hang on. I could do a book about mental health. Talk firsthand from all of my experiences. So that's one book. And I thought... People
want to read personal experiences. They don't want to be preached at. You've been there and done it.
That's what I'm fascinated about. Like when you have those life-changing moments, you think, like I was up on that... I shouldn't have told you that, but
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. I was meeting some very scary people, and I thought I could have been shot and that would be the end of my life. There's a few stories like that. Yeah, be careful what I say. Yeah, Breaking Bad kind of stuff.
Because you've got this message to young people, that overrides all this nonsense from the trolls, and it's focusing on those qualities and showing that to the world that inspires the young people to do the right thing.
1,000,000%.
Don't get in the drugs. Don't get gangsteritis. join a dojo if that's your thing,
Do you
or
know-
find something else positive to channel your energy
You
into.
know, with the drugs, right? Who are the biggest drug dealers on the planet?
The cartels, the CIA, the
Nah.
intelligence agencies.
Really?
Yeah.
Not about the governments, all the governments of the world.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
intelligence agencies are
Yeah,
the branch of the government that runs it.
Yeah.
I've written books about that.
And I'm not talking about cocaine and heroin. I'm not talking about all the other drugs. All the pharmaceutical, having studied. I'm not going to go into it because we'd be all down. I'm not want to get into David.
The Bush crime family was bringing all the coke in through the CIA, through Maine, Arkansas. Governor Clinton was providing the state police security. Because he played ball with the CIA, that's why they gave him the White House.
Where did cocaine become illegal?
When?
Was it 19... I mean, I know in World War One, in Harrods, you could go and buy an injection of morphine and cocaine to send to your loved one on the front line.
Okay, so...
Coca-Cola.
In the 1800s...
Wine.
In the 1800s, therapists, scientists, even Freud, people were trying to make the names from plants from South America and Central America. Freud, he learned about cocaine's use in curing morphine addiction, supposedly. And he wrote a paper called Uber Coca, and he was so high on coke, his fiancée at the time, her parents had moved her to the other side of the country to be as far away from Freud as possible. He got so high on coke, he wrote a letter to her saying, "Woe to you, my princess. When I come, I shall show you what it's like to be a big man charged up on cocaine." He's just writing all this nonsense too while he's high on cocaine. But like you said, they didn't know what was coming, the side effects and everything. So you could go into Harrods or whatever stores it was back then in the 1800s and get a syringe and some coke or some heroin. And heroin was prescribed to put kids to sleep. Yeah, so then there was the backlash. There was the state...
When did that happen?
This is in the late 1800s, I think. Then there was the backlash. And then the federal laws were introduced by Harry Anslinger, one of the first drug czars, and he was in for decades. And the whole world has its drug laws now because of Harry Anslinger. And he said to the whole world, for the United Nations, if you don't sign on for our war on drugs and make weed was his main thing. Marijuana, he wanted it to be made illegal because of its effect on the degenerate races. That was one of his quotes. The main reason to make it illegal is because it's his effect on the degenerate races. He was big-time racist, and we have this insane drug war to this day because of this insane racist who was put in by Mellon, the Undersecretary of the U.S. Federal Government's Treasury, who had investments in petrochemicals, fledgling pharmaceuticals, also put in by William Randolph Hearst, who had investments in paper and did the newspapers, and wiped out Henry Ford, who had a motor car made entirely on hemp fiber and biofuel, and said, "Why are you taking the petrochemicals of the earth, which is irreplaceable, when hemp, you can just grows anywhere and replace it." And this is why they introduced all these drug laws.
What is going on with the world? I've watched the Zeitgeist film again.
Yes, I've watched them a few times.
I've watched it for years, and do you know about is it Project Venus? Is it, or Neptune? And long story short, we all have the ability to have completely renewable energy.
Yes,
and free, and it basically talks ultimately when you takes a bit of, it's a paradigm shift in consciousness. We wouldn't have to be slaves to something called money, profit. If everybody just got it. But again, that's what I call critical mass, 100 monkey syndrome. We have to do the best we can. I'm talking in yah language to a lot of people until everybody has a paradigm shift or decalcifies their pineal gland. Oh, I'm getting heavy here. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So our intuition, our DMT, which connects us, which has synapses. When you shut your eyes, the third eye has synapses which go back to the back of your brain. So where you can have perception, your sixth sense, gut, intuition, deja vu, tells you what's right and wrong.
Yeah, I went to a 2-day Isha yoga meditation, And I had the rising of the ball of energy up the spine, the explosion out the head. Like, I didn't understand what was going on. It was crazy. And I ran out of there and it was pouring down with rain. I just had my t-shirt on and flip-flops. It was pouring down with rain and I ran out there and I was like that. Mother Nature, I embrace you.
That's great.
People were looking at me like I was crazy.
Great. No, it's great. I know, I can feel that now. I'm getting into your vibe. Yeah. This is the thing. I've done some DMT rituals, things like, I'm sure you've heard the ayahuasca, acacia, changa, mushrooms, and they change you. You start to see the world in a different way. And why was LSD banned? Because why do we want to go and fight? This is crazy. You know, it's great. It's a great, powerful thing. Slavery. This boils me down, going back to why I say I agree with you. We should make all drugs illegal. Do you know about the social scientific experiment in Portugal where
it came from my hometown of Widnes.
Right.
They shut it down in Widnes because the shops were so happy that the heroin users weren't doing all the theft, all the shoplifting. They were going to roll it out across the whole country. And then one call from the White House to Downing Street and it got shut down. But Portugal got their users down from over 100,000 to less than 50,000 because they weren't scared of being arrested anymore. They were speaking to the health counsellors. Brilliant. And it got them off the drugs.
Well, listen, this is the thing, right?
The war on drugs is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. They spent $2 trillion on it now in America.
So I've explained the rat utopia quickly. Do you know about rat utopia?
Yeah.
You could explain.
Johan Hari, I've had some dealings with him over the years and he wrote about it. But go for it.
So basically, you give a rat two rats in different cages, one with just water and heroin, and the rats in that cage, well, they take all the heroin and die. Now you get another cage and you put water and heroin, but you also give the rats the best food, the best partners. Rat utopia, like Disneyland in Rat World, and the rats, they will take the heroin and cocaine water, but they won't take it all the time. So they try it and then they end up living. So basically what they're saying is the rats are happy outside of just the cocaine, then they're not going to keep taking it. So that's the theory on delegalizing.
So look what we've done then. We have commoditized human beings with addiction issues to put them in warehouses called prisons to make profit off them.
Yeah.
They're locked down primarily. The drug they're taking was heroin. So all we've done is re-traumatize them and kept them away from the park. And it's really sad. But it's that, like I said, is a massive industry.
So this is the thing. I understand, especially what's going on now with COVID. I've got to be careful what I say.
We definitely got to be careful with this. I had to take all my COVID videos down. I won't go into
it too much. But the question I want to ask, whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, there is controversy. We can all agree that. There's some people who don't agree with it, and they've got research to suggest why. These people who are saying anti-COVID things, they're being deplatformed. Why?
Because I got warned. I almost got deplatformed over this, and YouTube sent me a notification, and they said that if I put anything more up that went against the view of the WHO, basically I'd be wiped out.
So why not get in a free democratic, well, whatever that means. All right, let's argue it, and let's have it out, and let them decide. Or is that because people don't have they're not savvy enough to make their own lineup? So we as government or whoever is the ruling elite of the world, we need to control people by telling them what they can and can't do.
All right, so anyone can just go online and say anything they want. They've got that freedom of speech.
Yeah.
But YouTube is a platform that's got its own rules that it devises in accordance with the needs of its advertisers. So we make a choice to go on YouTube and play by their rules. That's the way I look at it. Some people say YouTube's messed up because they won't allow us to say these things. But the things you want to say, you can just go and say them anywhere else on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, on the internet. Anyway, if you want to say those things, there's somewhere you can post them to.
I think my thing is, right, there's such unjust, immoral, socially, irrevocably terrible laws in this world which are legal. Legality doesn't equal morality.
Definitely not.
And
It's relative.
Let's go back to Hitler, Nazi Germany. It's all right to put gas Jews and throw them in ovens. That's all right because it's legal.
Laws change over time to suit the morals of whatever the people are thinking at that point in time.
But there's got to be people at different stages who are like, this isn't right. Like the Portuguese. They did that rule with the law with the drugs, so they have less drugs.
Well, yeah, exactly. And
So
the public's behind that. And there's the people in America voting for legalization, decriminalization of weed. That's not the government. That's the people at the state level reversing the laws. US federal government has maintained weed as a Schedule 1 substance more harmful than cocaine with no medicinal value whatsoever, because that's where the corporations want it to be.
I guess we won't talk about hydroxychloroquine then. Do you know that one? That was a deplatform.
Let's not go there if it's a deplatform.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, same.
Well, we could talk about elite deviance and moral relativism, because if you go back to ancient Greece, paedophilia with boys was a rite of passage.
1,000,000%.
And Epstein tried to use that as a defense to what he'd done. He said,
yeah. The Spartans, you as an 8-year-old Spartan, you'd be getting buggered senseless until you were of age and you did the buggering.
And now...
And that's fine.
And
your mother would send you off. Go on.
And now you've got paedophile priests getting a pass because they've got fancy lawyers and the sentences are nowhere near hard enough. When I went to the Hemp Museum in Holland, and on the wall there, they've got people in America still serving 25 years to life for weed possession under 3 strikes laws, which cost the taxpayers $50,000 a year times 25, 1.25 million, because someone had some weed.
Yeah. You're bringing to my points. One of the things that I have severely suffered, and I can't, for legal reasons, go into it.
Okay.
But I can tell you, because of the fact of I was so distraught, and I used every single penny I have, and then had money I didn't have to in the family court system.
What a nightmare.
I was
that
actually
place is.
considered selling a kidney. That's how distraught. I had a lawyer pull out I'm sure I can say this much. I had a lawyer pull out, and this is the level of desperation, that when someone is so desperate in a corrupt system, they will do whatever they can. You'll lose everything, and I see this sort of thing happening time and time again. People cash in their pensions, they put their mortgage the house so they can fund the family courts, and to me, it's a complete and utter racket between CAFCAS, CMS, that's Child Maintenance Service, the family courts, and there's these domestic abuse charities. These things go on. There are shitty, horrible people who commit horrible crimes, and those people should be punished by not seeing their children if they're going to be violent. But statistically, irrevocably, you can't deny, because of the facts, there is not an equality of law here. And that's one of the major things in law that we need, equality. How can there be one rule for one and one rule for another? Men don't get... the statistics in terms of abuse of men and women, violence, it's about roughly 60-40 in favour of women. 60% of women get abused, 40% of men get abused. So it's pretty even. I'm sure it's probably actually more. I don't have, because men don't complain. If we
Can anyone in here check that statistic on the phone?
Yeah. Around that. I think it might be 35, 36, that round, it changes. But what we're told continually is by a system which has been run by women, feminist movement, is that all absent parents are deadbeat dads. And it's this why I'm passionate to try and stop this terrible atrocity in society, because that is continually making another generation of children grow up. When a child grows up without a parent, generally a father, 9 times out of 10, is causing such abhorrent abuse in society. Have you got it?
Yeah, so in 2019, 7 in 100 women, 4 in 100 men reported abuse, domestic abuse.
Right. Yeah. So, and what I've discovered, and evidentially backed, it is a racket. I have evidence, and this is destroying people, and I have I know people who've committed suicide. I have a friend who committed suicide. I've lost 3 people. One of those was involved in child arrangements, and let's look at the CMS without going too big. Child Maintenance Service. This is making a fundamental. It's damaging our society so badly. It's a national security problem. When you've got soldiers who are more scared of CMS than the Taliban, when you've got fire brigade people involved in the Grenfell high up who have been signed off duty to go and look after all of those families and everything, because they can't focus because of the CMS are doing and it's all going to court. Everything. I'm trying to not mention names. That's not helping society. We need our services to be operating at full capacity, and our soldiers. I mean, that's not right. And this isn't one case. This is hundreds and hundreds of cases, continually. So imagine our soldiers going off, and they're more worried because the CMS are. Look, and what we're trying to say is there are fathers who don't pay, but all these fathers are paying, and they can't afford to pay. They can't afford to live. They don't know where they're going to get the money. They're getting charged extra money. And what we've discovered, it's a big industry, a corrupt industry, which needs to change.
All those expert witnesses they bring in and everything, the family court, get paid bank. And I've interviewed multiple victims of the family court on this channel. And the same cast of characters just pops up at all these hearings. And it's like the taxpayers' money is a feeding trough. And they've got to have reasons to get the schnauts into the feeding trough and just siphon all that money out. And any crisis, like what's going on around the world now, is the reason for the pharmaceutical companies to get the schnozzes in there. And any kind of human suffering, people with addiction issues, let's just put them in prisons and warehouse them as commodities. And more than half of my friends in prison were ex-soldiers. Come back from wars, traumatized, didn't get any help, ended up in prison because street medicating on drugs. People go to the family court, you are just a commodity. All these professionals, expert witnesses come in, and they're making millions off the back of it, of people suffering.
I don't have all the statistics, but I wholeheartedly agree. It's horrendous. Let's look at something which is slowly starting to get some traction, although it's been here forever. Parental alienation is a direct hate crime and is direct child abuse. Domestic physical and psychological abuse. Why are we not trying this in the criminal courts? This is crazy.
Can you tell people what that means, parental alienation?
Parental alienation is when the parent who has major custody, sole custody, badmouths the other parent, and it might not just be the parent, it might be the family, the grandparents, and they're indoctrinating the child to think, let's say daddy in this case, which generally is the case. You don't need daddy, he's not good. But ultimately, what they don't understand is that child, psychology says, is half of. Psychologists say that the child doesn't see it like that. The child sees that half of them is bad, and it causes such abhorrent pains in the child. And it destroys not only the father and the paternal grandparents, all of that. It destroys the child, and the child grows up with all sorts of statistically proven challenges: highly sexual, promiscuous, experimenting with drugs, crazy, looking for love, looking for that missing link, and it's a thing in society which is continually allowed to go on. And it's like I said, when you've got soldiers who are committing suicide and fire staff who can't operate, or ambulance drivers who are having problems with doctors, this isn't right. This is terrible for society. It's extreme abuse. It needs to stop. Yeah, and which is why I have formed the Bob Reid Foundation after my father. And again, I can't go into that entirely, but all I can tell you was very loving man who loved children, lots of grandkids, died broken, really upset, and I can't tell you why. And all he did was a good guy. Now, in his number one attribute was kindness. That's when on his deathbed, I said, "What was one thing? Just be kind." We're fighting, we're lobbying government for transparency, because the courts are completely cut off from you don't know what's going on. So bad decisions are rife. The transparency would stop that, because then people are going to be accountable.
Because it's completely secret, isn't it, the family court?
Completely. Understandably, if there's safeguarding issues, then obviously we protect the child. We're not stupid, we get that. There's not every case is going to be the same. Some cases might need to be cordoned off, so you can't see, you don't know what's going on. But it should start off as transparent. The burden of proof. What does that mean? In the criminal courts, if you tell a lie, you can go to prison for that. If you don't, not in the criminal courts, and these are destroying lies. How often are the absent parent, which is a horrible word, being called a paedophile? It's thrown around, and domestic abuse. These are domestic abuse is used continually because it instantly gives it gives legal aid to the other parent, so they can. And what happens then is, listen, it's just, I'm getting a bit funny here. It's hurting me. Sorry. Law of equality. Again, I mentioned that earlier on. It needs to be equal. It should be 50-50. In Israel, for instance, they seem to have it right. It's instantly, when a family split up, there's 50-50 custody. But they're doing something right. They don't have the problems that we have. So they have problems, but not the same. Yeah. So the burden of proof. Yeah, but going back to that, I know people who have had the most horrific lies told about them. They've destroyed their families. And there's no repercussions when the lies have been proven to be lies. That's how that's absolutely destroyed. What does that do to the child? Yeah. So I formed the Bob Reid Foundation. Let's be a bit more positive now. This is one thing I'm very passionate about. I once a soldier, wanted to be a tough guy. This is my way of being Batman or Edward Woodward. I get to do something good. For evil to exist, a good man does nothing. So I'm doing my bit, doing the best I can to change these horrendous laws and to wake the bloody world up in the best way we can. I'm not anti-women by any means. And it's funny, we've got so many women on the Bob Reid Foundation, which is, I wish I had a foundation like this when I started out years and years ago on this journey. Then I wouldn't have been in such a dire situation that I've become in. But I see hope, and if I can help other people, then that helps me.
We just got to raise awareness of these issues, and then there becomes that tipping point in the public where the demands are made and changes are effected. And it's great that you are bringing attention to the family court, because it is so secretive. I had no idea about it until I interviewed these other people. Yeah. And they just completely woke me up to the horrors. So if people watching this, Sharon Gale what she went through with the family court is horrendous.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of the other guests as well that you could check out. I'm also going to put the link to the Bob Reid Foundation in the description box below the video so people can check that out.
If you need
as well.
help, if you're going through trouble, contact us and we'll see what we can do. We've got a lot of advice, a lot of help, a lot of experience on there. Every level as well, from Mackenzie friends to lawyers to filling in the right forms. If you don't know where to start, there's just contact me, and you can contact me on. You'll put the link on www.thebobreedfoundation.com.
It's right there below this video.
Yeah.
Right, going back to your life story then. Parachute regiment. What was that like?
Scary because I'm scared of heights. But I'm bloody tough, aren't I? Dad was a para, so I didn't even know he was a para until I was about 14 because he was a hippie.
Yeah.
So, Dad was a para. Okay. I have to join the paras now.
So is that always an adrenaline rush, or do you get used to it?
I think it wasn't so much it wasn't a rush. I was just scared shitless the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just wanted to be tough.
Yeah.
My mission to help people being bullied, wanting to be, and not wanting to feel scared anymore. So I'd face my fears by going and doing them. I wasn't a fighter.
Yeah.
I pretended to be a fighter. I literally pretend. And after maybe 100 fights, I feel a bit like a fighter now. I'm tough now. Yeah. I mean, I remember I'd be in a change room before a fight. Oh my God, what am I doing? Jesus Christ. Oh God, I've got to fight this guy. All right, let's put that hat on. This is weird. I become different people. We're all different people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you get out there, do you have to put on the eye of the tiger then on your opponent?
Yeah.
It's like prison, any weakness. You're going in, any weakness. They're going to prey on you.
Yeah, I imagine that. I imagine if I went to prison, heaven forbid, are you acting?
Yes.
Tell me, you scared?
First
day in, the whole time?
First day in, I'm seeing people's heads get smashed against toilets and stuff like that. And first few days in, this is.
What prison were you in?
And the prisoners come up to me. This is Towers Jail, Maricopa County Jail System, Phoenix, Arizona, 2002. Aryan Brotherhood prison gang completely controlled a white race. And they've just attacked someone they suspected was a chomo, a suspected child molester.
Suspected?
Yeah, this person.
So if you're suspected, is that you're done?
Generally, they will ask for paperwork. And if you say you accuse someone and you don't show the paperwork, they'll stab you up.
Right.
So yeah, maybe a guard had tipped off. I don't know I was new to this, so I don't know how they come to the conclusion this person was a chomo. But this person got brutalized in the shower. When the person was getting carried out, there wasn't just blood coming out. I said there was yellow. Yeah, it was a bit of a mess.
Does that mean he's dead?
I don't know. They take them out on the stretcher, and you just don't know what's happened to them. So prisoners started coming up to me saying, "You got to get that look of shock off your face, or else you're going to get preyed on." Now, a year later, when I got moved from medium security to maximum security, I've got all the slang down. I've got the prison walk down. I've got the dead eyes.
Give me the dead eyes.
Dead eyes is just no emotion, just completely there's nothing there. I've got warmth to me now. Look at my driver's license picture from when I got released.
Come on, let's do some acting. I'm an actor.
Let me show you what I look like when I got out.
Does it take a while to become human again?
Yeah, it did. Let's see if I've got my driver's license picture here.
I do know what that is. You become like the people you hang around. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look.
So a year in...
go talk to me like...
I don't think I could do it now, because I've got my life back in
Just
me.
Do it. If you don't do it, I'm going to shank you. I'm going to shank you. Fucking do it!
All right, let's go.
Hey, do it!
I'm getting flustered.
Put it in your mouth!
I'm getting flustered.
Put it in your mouth!
Is this foreplay? All right, let's do a reenactment. So...
Oh, I've just...
First day in.
Just crushed my phone.
Holy shit, man. First day in.
man.
You got insurance on
No,
it?
you listen.
You got insurance on it?
Listen, I need you to do me a favour.
Yeah.
I need you to smuggle this somewhere.
Keistered in the bum.
Do you think you could say that?
We'll get to
Tell
that.
me, do you actually do that?
We'll do smuggling. Let me just go back to my original story. So I'm shitting myself, right? First few days in. A year later, I get moved to maximum security. I don't know anybody. It's going to be all murderers in there. I'm thinking, right, I can act now. I can put on the prison walk. I know all the slang. I'm going to go over to the whites table, the woods, and I'm going to convince them I'm one of them, and they're going to accept me, and they're not going to brutalise me. So I'm doing the prison walk up to the table.
Can you do the prison walk? Come on, let's see it.
Chest up. Yeah, exactly.
Let me do the prison walk.
Kind of.
Come on, do the walk.
Bit lopsided. Let's see. I think like bit more of a spring. Like
Are you joking me?
arms
That's
out.
the
Bit
prison
of
walk.
a bit of a spring.
That's a little bit like someone down
I'm
Soho.
doing the camp version.
Oh,
No
hello.
doubt. All right, so I roll in.
Yeah.
Go to the head of the whites.
Oh, you go straight to him.
Yeah. And they're like, "What up, Wood?"
What up, Wood?
Yeah.
How'd they talk?
Where you rolling from?
Yeah.
Towers. What you in for? Trafficking. How come you're in max? My bail got doubled from $750,000 to $1.5 million. That's a big bail, Wood. You guys fucking organised crime or what? And he's just looking at me.
Doing this, you're doing the eyes now. I can see it going.
I'm like, no, raves, ecstasy. It was a big case, a lot of co-defendants, blah blah blah. So I'm going on and on to him like that. So he's like, you can stand and eat at the end of the table. So I stand and eat at the end of the table, talking to them. At the end of that, I go back to my cell, wondering what have they thought of me. Have they accepted me? Do they think I'm one of them? So he comes, hours later, he comes into my cell with all his legal paperwork and says, "Here, I want you to read this." He saw completely through me that I was an educated person. So in his mind, he has to put, where are you going to fit in his world? What use are you to the gang?
Yeah.
This guy's a legal eagle. He can read my legal paperwork. I could put him to work for me. Third of them can't even read all right.
Yeah.
So it's all an act. It was all an act by me to get through it, to survive. I'm not a big tough guy.
No, I know.
But I was around a lot of them.
So did you get used to being... How did you sleep?
Oh man, it depends who your cellmate is.
How was that?
I had one cellmate who was a home invader torturer who was tying drug dealers up with duct tape and taking ball-peen hammers to their kneecaps.
They're doing what?
Taking ball-peen hammers to their kneecaps. That was his favourite method of torture. So I show up in his cell and he says to me, "I've got a padlock in a sock. I can smash your brains in while you sleep. I can kill you whenever I want." I didn't sleep very easily around him at all. This is a snoring desert. It's almost 50 degrees. There's hardly any cool air. So everyone's just asleep on the bunk in the boxer shorts without any bedding over you because it's too hot. But I was putting like a big thick blanket over me in case he just fucking got up in the night and went for my head.
Did you think he would ever do that?
Yeah, I did for quite a while.
And how long did you ever become friendly with him?
Well, there were moments where I felt we bonded, but there were other moments where he just reverted to fucking psychotic.
How do you mean psychotic?
He was just off his head on heroin and
Drugs.
crystal meth and just raging. I mean, he was proud of he showed me all of his legal paperwork. The day he got arrested, it was like he was in a house and they had like a tank. It was all headline news. They had a tank and like fucking police and military and everything surrounding it. And then even after he got sent down, he was in transportation going to court one day and there was a chomo
A chomo?
a child molester in
yeah.
transportation in the cell with them, a holding cell. And he did a kangaroo court on that person, stabbed him up, and said to everybody who was watching, put like a knife to their eyes and said, "I'll fucking any you snitch on me, I will fucking find you in the system, take your fucking eyeballs out and eat them." So he was an aggressive individual, let's say. But somehow I managed to get through it unscathed. Only got in a few situations, never got any teeth knocked out, never got any bones broken.
Did you ever get any fights?
Yeah. Didn't get the better of them, but like I said, never got any teeth knocked out, never got any bones broken.
What they do?
All right, one of them, the guy I mentioned, the serial home invader torturer, he used his mate as his fucking cat's paw. Prison, I was told, is like high school mentality with deadly consequences, and this is an example of this story. Being with that cellmate could have got deadly, that's what I'm trying to say. But he got his mate to attack me when my parents had flown to visit me for Christmas.
Why?
5,000 miles.
Why?
To spoil it.
Why?
To spoil it because it's like I said in the very beginning, the trolls hate you because they're envious of your success, and or some of them want to have sex with you and they can't. My cellmate, he was thrown away as a kid. He never had parents. He was just raised on the streets. He sees me, a guy who's come from a loving home, had a good education, got a family flying 5,000 miles to visit him for Christmas when he doesn't even get any visits, and visits are like gold for prisoners. So in his mind, he wants to sabotage that because he's aggressive, he's psychopathic, and he's angry and he wants to lash out at somebody. That's the way I psychoanalyzed it anyway.
Do you think, could you ever see beyond his pain?
I did.
And
I tried to bond with him and understand him.
Did it happen?
No, because it culminated with him getting his mate to attack me.
From that?
Some people are scorpions. It doesn't matter how much you help them, they're going to fucking sting you at some point.
I was married to one.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's sad.
It is sad.
So what happened?
And my heart opened up for him when he told me his life story.
And then what? After you beat you got beaten.
He got his mate to attack me when I'm walking down this corridor to see my parents.
And then what happened? Did you see your parents?
Yeah. So what happened is, the big guy, he was like 20 plus stone. He was training kickboxing. I'd done about 6 months kickboxing. I didn't know shit.
Yeah.
Didn't come up to me man to man, face to face. Comes up behind me, bam, starts kidney punching me from behind. I spin around because all the prisoners are watching. Now, if you don't hit back, you're a punk and everyone's going to prey on you. But if you do hit back, you're arrested, sent to a prison within the prison, locked down, lose all your privileges, including your visits. So I don't get to see my mum and dad. And they can add more time onto your sentence.
Fuck's sake.
If you don't hit back, they're going to be lined up at your cell because you're now a prison punk, taking everything you've got, lining up for blowjobs and renting you out as a prison prostitute. So you got
not all bad then.
Don't make me get to the prison sex stories.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I'm hitting back.
Yeah, but some people, generally, I've got some freaky fans. They'd be like, yeah.
I'm hitting back. I mean, look at my hands. Wild man's hands are like twice the size of my fist. I've got like fucking office workers' hands. I'm not having any. It's like hitting a big bag of cement to me, hitting this guy. So he just smashes me down, and it's all over. Someone says the guard's coming. I go to the visit all injured. Mum asks what's happened, and I can't say. She's already been stressed out about me enough as it is. So so that ended my my fucking him being my cellmate. Yeah.
How did you change?
How did I change?
How did you put an order in, a request?
What I did was I played the system, and if I said anything about him threatening me, I would have been a snitch.
Yeah.
And everybody would have wanted to have killed me.
Yeah.
KOS. So I had the British Embassy put a call in requesting that I get moved to a different cell without getting him in trouble. And he come fucking running down the stairs the next day when I got moved because we were locked down. And he's like, there's no way you can get fucking moved out of a cell that fast. 007. He was calling me 007 for some reason. He goes, I'm finding out right now if you fucking snitched on me. If you fucking snitched on me, I'm going to fucking kill you. And if you get moved out of this building, I've got people all over the prison who are going to fucking kill you. He found out I hadn't snitched on him. He was still throwing batteries at me for a couple of weeks afterwards because I was down here and he was up on the upper tier until I got a cellmate who was bigger, had some words, and it stopped after that. And also my new cellmate introduced me to a guy called Two Tonys, who I ended up bonding with, who was a banana crime family associate, multiple homicide murderer, serving 140 something years.
So my brother's bigger than your brother.
Yeah. Two Tonys had my back, and once that happened, I never got attacked again, even though I did get in some scrapes.
Wow.
I know, it's mental, isn't it?
That is mental. What was the food like?
In the jail, which was run by Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who prided himself on being America's toughest sheriff, breakfast was mouldy bread and green bologna.
Bologna?
Yeah,
That's
like
like
some
meat.
fucking raw sausage meat that's gone past its sell-by date.
Yeah.
And the evening meal was a mystery meat slop. I'm going to gag now, that we called Red Death. And that
No lunch.
That occasionally had a dead rat in it.
No lunch.
No lunch. No lunch.
Mystery meat slop.
Yeah.
But could you buy food?
You could get, if you had money on your inmate account sent by your family members, you could spend $20 a week. So my lunch would be a Snickers bar or a little thing of peanut butter.
Yeah. So tell me, if you've got money, do you not get robbed?
Yeah, you get extorted.
So I've had a few fights. People would, but I've not. I've had probably 5 street fights in my life. Street fights. Mine have been competitions on a mat or in a dojo and a ring.
Yeah.
Very different. The competition, there's rules. There's a referee. What would happen to me? Would it be tools? I mean, I could fight.
What I learned was,
I'll have a go. But the thing is,
what I learned was over time, the guys that are the toughest have the highest mortality. I'll give you the story of a Golden Gloves boxer.
Mortality?
Yeah, gonna die or gonna get attacked or gonna have to fight the most. I'll give you the story of a Golden Gloves boxer who was part of the Italian mafia clique in prison. He was a friend of mine. These guys were absolutely great guys. He became the head of the whites. This is I'm living in a 45-man pod that's designed for 15 prisoners, so it's way overcrowded, tensions are high, crystal meth use is rampant, so people are paranoid as fuck.
So
He's got to fight constantly.
Why?
Because he's the head of the whites.
Oh, so he's in charge.
Yeah, and that's violence within the race, just disciplining your own people, because the gangs are running the drugs business through the prison, which is their absolute priority. They don't want interracial violence because then everything gets locked down for days and it stops the flow of the drugs.
So if you're tough, you're fighting all the time.
He was fighting all the time, and he ended up fighting a guy called, it was a Rule 11, which means seriously mentally ill. And I watched this fight, and it went on for fucking ages. This mentally ill guy could not be knocked out, and he had him against the wall like he was going to fucking kill him. Just his head was just covered in blood. And he'd leave the cell with this guy covered in blood and tapping out or whatever, or just saying it was over. And just as he's out the cell, the guy jump on his fucking back again. And this went on and on and on. And it looked like he was going to kill this guy so many times. And the next day, the Golden Gloves boxer guys, his hand was like as big as a fucking grapefruit. All his teeth were chipped to fuck. And he was like, that's it. I'm not fucking being the head of the whites anymore. I'm sick of it. So
Did he have to? Did he get done after that though?
He just passed it on to somebody else because he did have respect because he'd won all of his fights. He won every single fight.
Then he had an easy life. Can you have an easy life in prison?
No, you can't. It's never an easy life. Even if you're trying to have an easy life, someone's going to plot some drama against you.
It's because of the nature of the people in the.
Yes.
Or is it?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Even if you're the best nature, I imagine, because you're confined and there's all that drug use.
It's a predatory environment where animal instincts dominate.
So the drug use, right? I mean,
Yeah.
what's the come down like on, is it crystal meth?
Okay, so I was doing crystal meth. I wasn't injecting it. I was snorting it. And
How long does that keep you high?
In the beginning, I felt superhuman.
What does that do? Does it keep you high?
It makes coke look weak.
Right.
You just do one line of meth, and that's it. You're going for a day.
Wow.
Yeah, so a lot of people crossed over from coke to meth, so they didn't have to spend all that money, and they could just stay high. So I started out in the stock market in my office.
Can you function on that stuff?
In the beginning, you can, but then the side effects hit. So in the beginning, I thought I was superhuman. Didn't have to sleep. I was making a record amount of money because my aggression went up on the phone with my clients.
They used it in World War II for the troops.
Yeah, they did. There was a different recipe that they used. So
is it good for a soldier to fight?
Okay, in the beginning, you will be hyper vigilant and alert. And I think they use some kind of speed with pilots. But over time, anything that destabilizes your natural state, you're going to go the other way. So I'll give you a story of what I saw. Headline news in Arizona. Mailman, picture of him, healthy, glowing, face full. 1 year later, crystal meth addict, face completely sunken in, eyes bugged out.
That's your jaw, doesn't it? I see that.
Why he'd made headline news was because he'd been driving on the motorway, or the freeway as they say in America, with his 2 sons in the back of the car. He'd been up for days. He was having psychosis, hallucinations. He saw that one of his sons had turned into a demon that was going to kill his other son, reached under his driver's seat, pulled out a Rambo knife and cut the son's head off in front of the other son. That's where it ends up. People think the drugs are glamorous and it's so much fun, but the pleasure goes down every time you do drugs and the pain rises in the background. Yeah,
that's horrendous.
Yep.
Oh man,
should we go over to the prison sex? I think that might give us more of a laugh than this dark realm.
Did you ever get nervous about what if you ever wanted to knock one out? Is that easy?
We've done videos on can you wank in prison, and there's various all right, so going on a date, there's a lot of terminology in this stuff. Going on a date means in the plastic bag your breakfast bread is served in. You're allowed 7 photos in your cell, so your bird can send you some sexy photos, lingerie, whatever. You get your bird's photo in the plastic bag. You get some tape and you put it on the shower wall, and the plastic bag protects the water, and that's going on the date, is beating off to the pic of your girlfriend.
Right, in the shower?
In the shower, yeah.
Are the showers have you got private cubicle or not?
So there's a lot of different showers in different security levels of prison. So in Supermax, you got your own cubicle. In Max Security, there was a day room and there was a bunch of open plan showers. So there's when you go to a urinal, sometimes there's a bit of a divide. So you can kind of go in the divide with your dick. So it's kind of covered from the guards watching and the people in the day room. And wank off. They can see your elbow going like that, but it's understood that you got to get it out.
They don't do anything.
No, they don't. Okay, all sexual acts in prison are considered a disciplinary infraction, and they can write you up for any sex act in prison, whether masturbation or sex with a guard, consensual or otherwise. You can get serious trouble for it, but in that jail, obviously guys had to fucking get it out of the system and they allowed them to do it. But in other circumstances, if a female guard pops up at your door doing a count in the night and you're whacking off, you're going to get a very serious charge for that.
Right.
Yeah.
So you don't whack off in your bed? You
got to time it right. I generally did it in the shower where I knew
What about
I had my
rapes
own.
and all that sort of stuff?
Rape is so common in American prison, you've got to go to a rape class now to get taught how not to get raped.
How do you not get raped?
Well, the rape class is just a waste of time. It's just a box ticking exercise. You watch a video. There's young people in the day room. There's predators in the day room. The new arrivals come in, and the young people who are naive and don't know the ropes and are hungry take food from the predators. Then they got them. Because then they say, look, you got to pay for that now. Well, I got no money. Well, we're going to stab you unless you pay for it. Well, how am I supposed to pay for it? Go in that cell over there and just do whatever he says. And that's called getting turned out or becoming a prison punk, and then you get rented out by the gang. There's no turning back from that. The conclusion of the rape class was, to stop rape, you've got to report it. Report anything, you're a snitch. So it's just...
how often do people get done for being snitches?
People get really at the bottom of the spectrum. The hierarchy are snitches and chomos, and they are generally KOS. But there's a lot of people saying this guy's done.
Do they
this,
not
this,
have
and
their own dorm? Sort of ward?
Yes, if they get brutalized so much, they will get sent to their own prisons eventually. If they make it out alive.
What a horrible time, hey. I'm intrigued to read this. Yeah, scary. I can see the picture, your face, like, oh Jesus.
Yeah, I'm going to send you Nietzsche's Ecce Homo as well.
Wow.
So I had trans friends in prison that would melt plastic into sex toys.
Do melt plastic?
Into sex toys. I had one, Zena, who was 6.5 foot, very charismatic. She made her own beaded G-string.
Wow.
And she introduced me to a friend, Donna, who had completed the removal of the testicles with a razor blade. And Donna was the closest thing to a woman I saw. And she was coming on to me saying she loved the English accent and she was an Anglophile.
She took her testicles off in prison.
Yeah.
How did she do that?
All right, well, Zena did it as well later on. I'll tell you exactly how Zena did it because she written me a 10 fucking page letter on it.
Did they?
So Zena wakes up one morning.
I know castratos, back in the medieval ages, they would, to keep a choir boy with a high voice, they tied their balls and it would just drop off.
So Zena had Mosby's medical dictionary and a cup of coffee. No painkiller whatsoever. With a felt tip pen, she drew various lines on her scrotum. Gets the razor blade, cuts the scrotum open. The testicles are on branches called the vas deferens. She severs through the spermatic cord on one side and the gristle to get one side off.
What does that mean? What does that do? Why?
There's like spermatic cord and gristle holding the testicle to the vas deferens. Just like two eggs on either side.
Yeah.
So she gets the razor blade and cuts through that. She's got it tied off to stop the blood.
How did she tie it off?
I don't know, but the other testicle. I'll give you the whole details. I'm just paraphrasing from her letter after the podcast. It's in my book Prison Time if anyone wants to check it out. The other nut must have known what was coming because it retracted into her body. So now she's got her hands up in her guts looking for it. And where she has got it tied off to stop the blood comes open and blood squirts across the cell. And now she's thinking she's got to get the other one off. She's going dizzy.
She's going to die.
The red hot pain is hitting her from cutting the first one off. She's going dizzy. She's scrambling around and she said she could feel her organs and stuff, squishy stuff, trying to find this other testicle, but she couldn't find it. But fortunately for her, they got a helicopter to the prison just in time to get her to hospital to save her life. She was on suicide watch for a year and then she cut the other one off. And the previous trans that I mentioned who cut them both off, hers got infected and she got busted because it got infected and she got in a shitload of trouble for it as well. But the trans prisoners believe they are women trapped in men's bodies and they want to get the estrogen smuggled in.
What
they
sort
want
of pain
cut
must
off the
that have been?
testosterone. Well, when she first cut it, she said the pain wasn't what she expected. She thought it was going well. But it was later on when things went wrong, the red hot pain started to hit her.
Have you heard that story before?
You haven't heard the story about when she first came in.
It's hot or not?
It's a horrible, dark story.
Raped.
And how she stopped it.
How?
She started fighting back and she used bird beak strike out of karate, where she took the next two times the gang came to rape her, the first member of the gang to put his hand on her, she pulled his eyeball out. After she did that twice, they left her alone.
Wow.
On two separate occasions she did that.
It actually worked.
Yeah. Well, they teach us in karate. I thought that was impossible.
Kill Bill.
Yeah.
Uma Thurman.
Yeah.
No, that's not Uma Thurman. It's the other one.
Wasn't that what the guy did on you? Or did he just hit your eye out?
Oh, yeah. Do you know what? That was painful.
Yeah.
I got Xavier Fupacum. I call him Xavier Poke him in the iron. A French champion. We were having a fight again, where was that? That was Earl's Court again.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if I was singing "I'm going home in a." He was going home in a London ambulance, though. He's going home in a London ambulance. I went home in a London ambulance that time as well.
You're lucky I went back in.
You saw that one. It's like being struck like lightning.
Yeah.
I was beating him, hit him. Yes, and then the thumb.
I did it with the thumb.
But to the back of the head. I mean, the pain.
Yeah.
Oh God. You see it. It's like I've been hit by lightning.
Yeah.
Jump backwards.
Fucking hell.
And I'm like, can you carry on? Yeah. Let's go. And then about
Jesus
5 seconds
Christ,
later,
man.
the other one. Can you carry on? Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've carried on. No, you can't see. I mean, that shit happens. He was an all right guy. I was gutted because he come out fast, really fast. And he hit me, and then I'm like, I got him. And I'm like, right, I'm going to win.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a different person, though.
So the gang left her alone after that, but they went on to some of her friends. One of her friends was gang raped. Then they shoved a light bulb in his backside and made bets on who could smash it first. And that prisoner committed suicide. Another one, though, was gang raped, and they got a shovel from the work crew and cut his head off. And that was the Aryan Brotherhood, and they positioned it in a part of the prison where the rival gangs could see it to make the point they were the most violent and ruthless gang. Yeah. I mean, these stories they told me, they'd served decades, these people, when I met them. I was like a fresh fish. And the stories just absolutely blew my mind of what they'd seen over the years.
I don't like nastiness. You don't strike me as not a person who also doesn't like nastiness. And when you see these sort of things, it does change you.
Yeah.
And it's sad. We live in a sad world.
And you realise how dangerous the world is as well, and what humans are capable of.
Yeah, man. It's all right. I've got my Superman socks on. I just realised I've got blue socks on.
Look, Alex, you've been very generous with your time. You've done over 2 hours. Do you want to say anything in conclusion?
Oh, it's been a pleasure, mate. I find it fascinating. I've been listening to you. I find it absolutely fascinating. Just want to say that, so I'm an exciting guy. I haven't told you one thing. There's a bit of sadness here as well, but it's not that sadness because I believe in the law of attraction and I'm vibrating where I'm going to go. I'm having a baby this year or next year.
Congratulations, man.
Well, the baby isn't actually implanted yet. We have 4 embryos in the freezer and we're ready to go. We've had some trouble, me and my lovely lady Nicola, who I really know what love's all about now. Babe Minnie Reid is in the freezer ready to go, so I'm going to be a dad again next year, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to have a baby, and if anyone needs any help in the family courts, check out the Bob Reid Foundation.
Yeah, please go down there and check that link out.
I also I run boot camps, bit of an entrepreneur. Plan on taking over London with my different boot camps, Boot Camp UK. So if you're interested in boot camps, check that out. That's the day job. You know, away from all of the other craziness.
Yes.
When I'm not being a loving darling.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to squat down here, and as we promised the viewers, you were going to demonstrate the chokehold you were going to do on James English that day. I'll suffer for him. Go through that.
So which one should we do? Okay. So you get that bit. This is easy. And you go like that. And
Fucking hell!
Right.
Oh shit!
Do you want to go out?
No, I gotta close the podcast.
There we go. You alright? Right, sweetheart.
I think you've just fixed something in my neck.
Do we do the other side?
I think you fixed something.
Did I do that
clicked.
quick? There you go. That's called a rear naked. Rear naked, baby.
Foreplay, baby.
You haven't got a gi on. A gi is a martial arts uniform.
Yeah, I've got one of them.
Oh, have you? Yeah.
Yes.
Sean, it's been a pleasure, mate. Is there anything you'd like to finish with?
What are you doing after this, big boy?
I'm going to do my boot camp.
Okay. Props to you for doing that. And we've got another guest coming.
Who have you got?
We've got a guy whose story has never been told before. I won't say his name at this point because this one's going to come up quite quick. I don't want the trolls just going all over him. So it's going to be fascinating, though. Everyone we have on here is just absolutely gripping true stories. Yeah.
Where are you going?
Where am I going?
That's a general question.
Oh, man, it's like...
51 years young.
So when I was young, I watched Wall Street, Greed is Good. My goal was I got to be a millionaire by the age of 30, which is what I did. But went off the rails, had no emotional maturity. So I used to be like the Chinese, 5-year plan, 10-year plan. I just wake up with a smile on my face now, see how the day's going, and everything's just really expanding for me in a positive direction without having that drilled in my head. I got to be this.
Do you meditate?
Yeah.
I can see. And
Thanks.
You're quite philosophical. I mean, and you've had a lot of experience. I mean, I all the where you've come from,
yeah,
and where you've been, and then to come out of all of that,
yeah.
I find you quite fascinating. It's really weird because I think I told you when I spoke to you just before I came on here. I saw a YouTube cartoon video of you about this famous drug kingpin. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Infographics, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now I'm here. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I thought that guy's interesting. And I always wondered, what's he like? Is he, I mean, seeing gangsters, they're never like the businessmen.
I think people are fascinated because it's like the story of a normal person in dangerous situations.
I mean, I do
I'm
know
like,
there's scarier stereotypes, but
Yeah.
I mean, there's all sorts of types. The stereotype is like this scary looking dude.
Yeah.
And I've seen these sort of people, and they're scary, and I see that nastiness, but that's not all gangsters.
I get criticised all the time. People say Atwood thinks he's a gangster. Atwood's, saying he's a gangster. I've never ever said I was a gangster. Yeah. I graduated from university and just set my sights on transferring the rave scene from Manchester to Arizona.
Well, who are the biggest gangsters on the planet? The governments.
The government, politicians. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's go and let's make, like I said earlier on, legality doesn't mean morality.
Yeah.
And just because it's legal doesn't mean it's right. And it's we need to stop this.
We do. We need to end the war on drugs and start the war on paedophiles.
Yeah. Yeah. Will we ever do that?
I think the public pressure is rising. I mean, the Epstein case.
How do you stop that?
Sean!
How do you stop that?
Everyone from Prince Andrew, all these people.
But how do you stop that, though, when there's so many bad people? I'd love to go, like, what they're doing, the ghettos in Bangladesh and in India, they're going in, these poor children who are just...
I just interviewed a guy called Ron Swanson, and it was the first guest who made me vomit in my mouth. And I vomited in my mouth interviewing this guest because he talks about the kids in those countries and these things called red rooms where you pay to watch it and you pay for the level of torture you want to be done on the kid and the kid to ultimately be murdered. Red rooms. Yeah, they're out there. It exists.
When you've got... these sort of people, like, they want... Why can't they use that anger and hate to go and stop these bad people? They do, don't they?
There's like a cycle of it, isn't there? Where a lot of people who were abused end up feeling that the only way they have any power is to, like, put a gun to someone's head or to do something abusive back to someone else because no one's helped them their entire lives. The government shutting down the youth centres and all these things are factors that just contribute to this. And a lot of the violence that we're seeing around the world is because drugs are illegal, criminals competing for that black market profit. Knife crime in London, hundreds of thousands dead in Mexico. A lot of it revolves around the drugs being illegal.
Sorry, that's just still trying to get that image out of my head.
Well, I've got the podcast. It's going up. Ron Swanson, The Deep Web and Red Rooms. If people want to watch that one, but Ron believes by exposing it, by showing what's happening, it's the only way to get these things shut down.
Can we look? We're Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark together, and we've got multi-billion dollars. We create our own army of anti-paedophile Edward Wood equalisers. Is that going to stop it all? We're going to kill them all. Is that going to stop it all? I mean, let's look.
What about castration then?
Doesn't even work. That does. It's still just. I mean, from what I know, yeah, it's going to stop them physically being able to get an erection. And there's castration where they can have chemical castration. But how does it? Doesn't necessarily stop someone to abuse.
The majority of it is men, isn't it? And I think if you can cut off the male sex drive by chemical castration, perhaps
is it the majority men? I don't know the statistics.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not. I mean, that would make common sense.
Yeah. And the most common, it's like within the family, and alcohol is involved.
Happy thoughts. Yes. I mean, like some light. Let's finish on something light. And I'm not trying to generate this. I mean, generate. That's the word. Throw this under the carpet.
Yeah.
I'm conscious that we're about to leave, and I want to.
Yeah.
I want to leave with some energy. That we're happy. Yeah, it's a nasty world, but look, there are good people. There are good people.
There are, man. There's good and bad in everyone. There's good and bad all over the world. By focusing on the good, we can help it come out.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep talking about that critical mass where like enough people can vibrate at the same frequency.
Mm-hmm.
I generally believe that will save us.
Yes.
Make us. I think human beings are naturally good.
They are.
And we've been corrupted. I'm not going to go into this because we'd be here all day with the Garden of Eden and all the different Anunnaki and being twisted and bent and all that sort of stuff by different entities and beings and aliens and all that sort of stuff. But long story short, we are good and we're trying to get back. There's enough good people. Once we,
it's a message of love.
Yeah. All you need is love.
And we'll have a big smoochy hug in a minute, but I just got to give the closing credits.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching this. Hope you've enjoyed it. It has been deep, fascinating, emotional. I just feel like I've got such good chemistry with Alex, having only just met him. Would love to get him back on. I've got all these questions sent in for him that I didn't even have to refer to. So it would be absolutely brilliant. If you guys would like a part 2, please put that in the comments below this video. Huge thank you to all the people who've donated so we can film these in podcast studios with Joe and James, cameraman, sound engineer. Huge thank you to all the Patreons. Huge thank you to people who've gone down in the description box and clicked on our other links, supported our socials. And today, particularly, we would like you to go down and click on the link for the Bob Reid Foundation and support Alex's important work.
If you need any help, contact us. Thank you.
All right, brother. Yeah. Absolutely fucking amazing, man. Well done.
Oh, what's this, man? All right, guy. Just relax.
Relax?
Just relax.
Okay.
I feel the tension. Is this gay?
At least I didn't get an erection.
Oh. I was a naughty boy. Not that naughty, but still, I did something wrong. I'll tell you what it was. I had a car accident. I generally believe it wasn't my fault. She treated me like a celebrity. She made an example of me. I don't have a criminal record. I wasn't criminally charged. I was made an example of. Oh, fucking let me out. I want my dinner. Come on, can't you process me faster? What happened to you, mate? Oh, I just ran raid a couple of cop cars. Really? Well, it was an axe wound. It was actually a machete. I said, whoa. He said, look, I'm sorry, I was a bit nervous. You're Alex Reid, aren't you? Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, don't say it. I've got so much from people coming up to me saying all sorts of things. Stuff about cross-dressing and then I've got these gypsies. Hey, you like to fight? I'll fight you. I'll fight you. Well, I'll fight you, mate. Where's the money? I'll fight if there's money. I'm not interested. I started building up an audience after about 4 or 5 days. People were coming up to me asking them to train. And young kids who needed help. I didn't want to be there. I mean, I generally, this is the sad bit about it, I just about have a baby. Oh, because I've got opinions. I mean, I'm a human. I was actually married to her once upon a time. But by me even mentioning her name in the same sentence as me, it's caused me so much pain. Responsible people need to step in because it's, people's lives are at danger.
Definitely.
Definitely, that's the bottom line.
In many different aspects. Okay, my heart is true. If this is my day to die, this is my day to die. And I'm just going to be relaxed.
We were pissing ourselves interviewing this guy.
It was so funny though. It wasn't.
And the comments like, fail, deflate, laughing.
Oh, people are going to hate.
Miserable bastards. Honestly,
Because I
we
laugh
have
a
fun
lot.
in here.
And especially sometimes when I'm nervous.
Well, someone puts, this is not professional journalism.
Oh, fuck it.
Did you see that one before I deleted it?
I love some comments on there about does Jen squirt? Like, we should have left that one on there, man.
And on that note, we are back. Part 2. Alex Reid. there's a hell of a story because a shitload has happened since part 1. And I just want to give a huge thank you to Jamie Boyle for coordinating a lot of the stuff we do with Alex. Jamie Boyle has got his own YouTube channel, Warcry Publishing, and he's doing a lot with Paul Venice right now. So huge shout out to Paul Venice. Shout out to Jen with her organic cotton clothing company. All the links will be in the description box below this video. And all of Alex's will be in the description box. We are working on his YouTube channel right now. Check it out. Check his content out. Link will be right down there, as well as all of his other socials. This channel began as a prison channel. And hey ho, since part 1, Alex has been in prison. But first off, massive congratulations on little Pixie.
Anastasia Pixie Reid, yes. She's absolutely fabulous, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you must...
7 years in the making.
Your heart must be just swelling with love.
Absolutely.
This beautiful family.
I'm a little bit tired. Obviously, she's 11 weeks old. Person? Yeah? And... Oh, it's tough.
Yeah, quite tough.
Oh, wow.
Hiya.
You really think so? You sure? Oh, okay. Alright, I won't do it again. Alright, okay, alright, I get the message.
I don't know when this actually goes out, but she's 11 weeks old as we're filming this, and there's lots of pooey nappies, sleepless nights, milk, and I'm like, but I look at her and I'm like, I just melt. We created something so beautiful.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
I think we talked about the meaning of life last time. We may get into the more philosophical stuff later on, but how the hell did you end up in prison in the UK?
You know, it's funny. Be very careful what you wish for. I always thought it.
You were asking me, Sean, what happens if, you know, what's the food like? Do you drop the soap in the shower? Do you hold on very tightly?
It sounds like you were prepping for it.
Talking about the soap in the shower, I was very disappointed. I kept dropping the soap, get soap in mine, nothing. And let's just get this straight
It's
right.
not fake laughter, folks.
Let's just get this straight right. And now
Comments.
my missus will be going, you can't talk to him about that gay stuff. I'm like, come on, jeez, woman, relax. But like, I mean, I was, I got a lovely lady who I love very dearly. But in prison, there was none of that funny business. No. And I mean, I wasn't scared about that. But I mean, you do think about that sort of stuff. Is that going to happen? You know.
What about the people who are, you know, have lovely ladies and it's called they just become gay for the stay?
Gay for the stay. Yeah. I didn't see that. I'm sure it does go on. I mean, I wasn't with any lifers.
So what prison were you in?
I was in the Pentonville.
Pentonville.
Yes.
Okay.
So why was I there?
Yes, it's a beginning.
Well, I was a naughty boy. Not that naughty, but still, I did something wrong. I'll tell you what it was. I had a car accident. I generally believe it wasn't my fault.
Bit like someone else we know.
Yeah, it wasn't my fault. And if I'd just gone along with it, I said to my mate, what do you reckon there? I reckon that's going to be 50-50. Nah. I'm your witness. You can't be my witness. You're my mate. You know, I'm like, really? Stop being an idiot. Shut up. I've done it loads of times. No, I just can't do it. Reid, even Nicola, my lovely lady, she was going mad. No, you can't do that. And this guy said, shut up, Nicola, it's fine. And so I went against my gut and Nicola's gut, and I'm like, all right, okay, someone's got my best interests at heart. And I thought, sort of felt a bit bad about this. Didn't feel terrible because I generally didn't feel it was my fault. But still, should have listened to that, because ultimately, I'm in court, and I know that since we've filmed this, there's been a show gone out on BBC called Time with Sean Bean. I'm in court. I paid quite a bit of money for lawyers to sort me out, and I basically was told I paid to go to prison. I'm in the back of the van, and I'm watching this 2-3 weeks after I came out. I'm watching this show on BBC One called Time with Sean Bean, and he's just been sent down in the back of the van, and it was just like that. If anyone watches that, you're surreal. Everything was spinning. Going on. This is real. It's just, I don't know if you've ever had happy gas when you're in a dentist chair. I'm like, you're not quite here. Yeah, I know you've partaked in all sorts of interesting substances. Yeah, you know, smoked the wacky backy. Your head is spinning. Where am I going? Oh my God, this isn't part of the plan. I am not going to treat you like a celebrity, but she did. That's the judge. She treated me like a celebrity. She made an example of me. I don't have a criminal record. I wasn't criminally charged. I was made an example of. And in fact, the press and media, they did something very irresponsible. They reported on it quite extensively. And I got into prison. The second I'm in prison, I'll talk about it in more detail, but everybody knew where I was straight away because it was all in the papers.
Did that work for or against you?
Against. Severely against. I mean, I fast forwarded. I've missed loads out, but
yeah, go back. Let's go back.
Yeah, I mean, it worked really against me. Yeah, but we'll go back. Yeah, so yeah, it's so much even now thinking about that, going into that emotion, that feeling. It's horrible. It's like scary, very scary. I mean, you tell me.
I was going across the desert. Actually, the SWAT team had come.
Did you ever think that you were going to end up in prison?
I'd quit the importation of the XC a year before I got caught. Fell in love with a woman. She talked me out of it. Thought we were going to live happily ever after. Got away with it. SWAT team comes May 16, 2002. Once they hoist me up by the cuffs, I start yelling at my missus. I'm exercising my right to remain silent. I'm exercising my right to remain silent. I'm exercising my right. And then the detective just grabs me, like throws me down the stairs. I'm still yelling it. Then they put me in this cop car, and this is the journey now. It's like
Spinning?
It's like, yeah, head spinning.
Is this
adrenaline
real?
spiking? Cop is redneck, aviator glasses, chewing tobacco, 98 KUPD, hard rock on the radio, driving across the desert landscape. It was like something out of that movie Electric Glide in Blue. And I was thinking, oh, this is the time, the price now to pay for all of my sins, even though I'd quit. I had to pay the price and accept my karma cheerfully.
But you were like, shit.
I was like, let me out of here! I want to go home! Back to witness!
Did you think that was going to happen?
No, I thought I got away with it.
What about you? Lovely Jen? Or was it Jennifer?
Whichever you wish today.
Oh, darling.
Have you ever been arrested, Jen?
Have you been a naughty girl?
Oh, yeah.
Are you a bad girl?
Very much so.
My goodness me.
How many times have you been arrested?
11.
What?
Yes. Stupid things. It's nothing.
You all right, Joe?
No, never been to prison, no.
You've never been to prison? No.
No.
Closer to her. Sorry, here we go.
Hello.
Joe wants the microphone. 11 times?
Yes.
Did you do the cop car ride like Alex described
I
first
was
time?
chucked in the back of a van in my underwear, wasn't I? Remember the story on my...
What sort of underwear?
Oh, don't. So we went out, a group of us in Bristol dressed as vicars and hoes when I was 21. It was my 21st birthday. And a guy approached my cousin out of a kebab shop. He was very irate, chucked her food for no apparent reason. So I picked up my stiletto around the head, and as I did that...
Did it go into his head?
No, a police on a horse just came past at that right time.
Oh, bugger.
Yeah, I was in the back of the van. And they did give me some nice clothing when I was there because, yeah, being in your underwear, you know, arrested is not fun.
Not a fantasy.
But yeah,
Wow.
How long
yeah,
was-
not one of my proudest moments, but happy 21st. So, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What did you say to mum and dad?
Oh, I didn't think I told them. No, I kept that one under.
Did you have a nice night last night, dear?
Well, I remember being sat outside the police station, though, in the clothing they provided, which is like a jogging.
What were you wearing? Like stockings and...
Oh, yeah, the whole...
But nun
the
stuff.
whole. Not, I didn't do the nun, the vicar, should I say. I did the prostitute.
Vicars and hoes, did you say?
You got any
Vicars
pictures?
and hoes. So, yeah, it was an eventful evening. But they didn't realise I had my phone on me in the back of the car, did they?
Oh,
so I was like ringing everyone up saying, oh, yeah.
I've been arrested.
Yeah, come find me, come help me.
Yes, it's slightly different when I'm in the holding cell to be processed. I'm in a smart suit. So I come into Pentonville from the High Court, because I wasn't a little court. That's why they want to make an example of me. And you go into the prison and you go into a holding cell, and I'm like, there's one other guy in there already, and he's black dude built like a brick, you know, giving it like proper poker face. I'm like, okay, I'm an ex-fighter. I know about poker faces. Is he just putting it on? I thought, I'm just going to be relaxed. You know, okay, I'm not going to say hello because he had that aura. Don't fuck with me. I'm like, okay. I said, hey. I actually said hi, but he just ignored me. Then this little guy come in, scrawny little thing, must have been about 10 stone wet, with a massive, what I can only call it like a vagina here.
Sorry.
It was gaping with oozing, all sorts of stuff. But red stuff, blood.
What vaginas are you seeing?
Well, it was an axe wound. It was actually a machete. I said, "Whoa, this isn't real." Then another guy comes in who ended up being my cellmate in the end. He was like, "It's all right, mate." And he again, I said, "All right," just so I could see he needed some compassion. He was scared, and I thought, okay, he was worried. You know, just calm him down. We're all right. We're in here together, sort of thing. Again, it's quiet. Again, everyone's peacocking. You know, I'm bloody tough. Don't mess with me. And then, but the guy with the axe wound, the machete wound, he was going, "Oh, fucking let me out! I want my dinner! Come on, can't you process me faster?" What happened to you, mate? Oh, I just ran raid a couple of cop cars. Really? I was only in here last week. He didn't know anything else. He was institutionalised. All he wanted was food. That's what about that? Oh, someone hit me over the head with a machete. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that was that. And I ended up, you're getting processed, they're talking to you, trying to suss you out. And the prison staff, they said, is there anyone that you already take you might think you'd get on with? I said, well, there was one young lad in there and he looked all right. He looked a bit nervous and looked sensible. I'd share with him. So they put us together and yeah. But the problem was, I come back in and this young lad, I'd said, "Are you all right?" He said, "Look, I'm sorry, I was a bit nervous. You're Alex Reid, aren't you?" Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, don't say it. And then it was around the prison. When I go into the into the landing, the COVID wing landing, I got so much crap from people coming up to me saying all sorts of things. Stuff about cross-dressing and then like, really? That's original, isn't it? Funny. Because it didn't help, the press, they put a picture of me dressed up as Roxanne from 10 years ago. And I know why they do that, just because they want to be sensational. Yeah. And I'm like, but that's irresponsible because that puts me in danger. I've got a problem with that. I have got a problem because it's not indicative of who I am. Yeah, I've done that. But my point is, why are they putting a picture from 10 years ago? And because it's sensational to make me look bad.
How did that picture actually come out?
No, that picture came out because I had a PI lady who I went to the Bloodlust ball and she was the PI lady there. And every time that picture goes out, she gets money from it. She told me to like dress up and be outrageous and everything. And I thought, okay, I didn't have a clue about the media back then. So I did. I thought, that seemed great. There's all these sensational rumours about cross-dressing. So I played up to it. As an idiot, not realising what I was doing. I was literally a lamb to the slaughter. Look, I take responsibility. I mean, we've done silly things.
Well, like I said last time, everyone should try cross-dressing. The world would be a better place.
Well, more happy dressed.
I had my wig. Yeah, I was cross-dressed with Sarah Jane.
Weren't you happy dressed or you crossed? You weren't.
How would you describe that?
You looked awful.
Awful. So you got
had a blue beret and a wig.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
The beret looked great. It was
I was styling in that beret.
Whacked the wig on.
When I whacked the wig on, I looked a bit. Yeah.
What was your name?
What would be your name?
Oh, you have to pick a name for me. What do you reckon?
Oh God.
You've seen me in cross-dressing action.
Cross-dressing.
With Sarah Jane. With Sarah Jane.
Susan.
Susan.
Yeah, keep it normal. Shazza.
Shona, what sort of girl are you, Shona?
You're not good.
Shannon.
Yes, we like that. Shannon.
That could be my cross-dressing name.
So I'm getting all this sort of crap. I'm like, all right, do you know what? I'm going to deal with this for one night, but tomorrow I'm going to kick off.
Yeah.
Because you got
to set an example.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I mean, like, okay, I let people, and everyone's coming up to myself. Everyone. I'm like, oh God. And I've got these gypsies. Hey, you like to fight? I'll fight you. I'm going to fight you, mate. Where's the money? I'll fight if there's money. I'm not interested. All right, I've got to show you how tough I am. I'll fuck off. I'm trying to be polite as well, but at the same time, I think, oh God, what an idiot. Oh. Yeah. So, yes, scary, very scary, but also relaxing.
Downtime.
Not
away from the hustle and bustle of everything.
I just say I'm trying to really I'm a thinker. I had a lot of time to think in there, and I wouldn't say I'm institutionalized, but in some respects I am. So that's a dichotomy, because I felt peace in the order, but also my soul was screaming at the disorder, the tyranny. There's so much tyranny in there.
Was it syncing with the military regimen you used to?
I mean, and I found quite easy. I got myself into a routine. What's is it the Serenity Prayer? God, give me the strength to change the things I can and accept yada yada yada. So I did that. I wrote my book. I wrote the book plan. I I wrote a film plan. I'm very creative. I used to do all this stuff and I stopped doing it. And because I haven't got time. Where's the time got? I mean, I had a lot of time in there to think. I had a regime. I'd get up, I'd meditate, I'd do Qigong, yoga, then I'd do some exercises. That's 4 different modalities of exercise. I'd do my to-do list, and I'd go out in the yard, do some exercise, do some martial arts. That was an interesting thing, because at first, everyone was watching me.
I was going to say, did you have an audience?
I did. And they were like, oh yeah, they're taking the piss. But then because I mean, I'm doing weird stuff they're not used to, like, and there was no gym. We had a couple of bars, chin-up bars and a dip bar, because of COVID. I ended up hitting him, like pinpoint with my toes, and I started building up an audience. After about 4 or 5 days, people were coming up to me asking them to train, and like young kids who needed help, and I was like, okay, all right. But then they said, can I give you a tin of tuna for a lesson? That was nice. It was nice to actually feel appreciated.
Do you like tuna?
Well, you do. After a while, you eat very healthy in there. Well, I tried my best, but there's a lot of carbs.
What was your first meal they gave you?
It's really nice. Really nice.
What was it?
I mean, what was it? It was I got halal chicken.
Right.
I happened to know someone who actually I was on a film with. He was running the wing. He was the Muslim rep. And I don't know how devout Muslim he was, but it was a great cushy job. And he come round and gave me some extra chicken. It was delicious. It's the best chicken I've had. I'm not trying to suggest I go to prison. I mean, I didn't want to be there. I mean, I generally, this is the sad bit about it, I just about have a baby. I'm so nervous. I was a primary carer for 2 people. I helped look after my mentally disabled brother, who needs me to look to continually check on his well-being. He has schizophrenia, and also my missus is just in the final stages of pregnancy. I was like, I tried my best to like obviously get a suspended sentence. I was like, I couldn't understand it. Why they, people in the paper when they put this destruction of Alex Reid, what bad guy I am, in the Sun. There was another celebrity in for the same thing. I did wrong, and at the time I thought this is a bit unjust, but in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't. Because in the real spiritual laws of the universe, forget the laws of the world, I've done wrong. And, I've done things wrong in my past, and it was crazy, a blessing in disguise. I can't believe I say that. This 4 weeks, it was scary. I got threatened. By little idiots, which were probably more dangerous than the professional crime gangs in some respects, because you got to be on your toes. Obviously, the professional crime gangs are serious, and there was intel in the prison and on the outside that kept moving me around to keep me protected.
So what was your darkest moment in there? I did a podcast just after I come out, and it sounds like I was trying to making it really lighthearted, but I say, why am I bringing this up? When something's really shitty in my life, I try and flip it on its head. So I turn it to make it good. And I said I kind of enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy it. No, but you made the best out of a bad situation.
Exactly,
so
exactly. Well, I said in this other podcast that when I was in the army, it was raining, I'd be happy because I know everyone else would be complaining. Like, that doesn't bother me. Of course it bothers me. I think my darkest moment was actually, this is weird saying this, the major thing that people are in prison for is drugs. And there was a young lad next to me. He was about 3-4 years younger than me, ex-smackhead, heroin. And he'd been off it, and I kept talking to him, is leaving him. Because I'm out. And leaving this guy, he needed protection. He didn't need to be, he wasn't, I think it was unjust for him to be in there.
How did you formulate your friendship with him?
He as I walked in, he came up and gave me some coffee and some sugar. I said, I'm all right, thank you very much. It's very lovely. He just wanted to be friendly. He saw all these idiots saying all sorts of rude things to me and being tough guys, and he just come up and he was really shy and retiring, and he just wanted a bit of, and the poor lad, there was a guy, what was common in there, but people is coming back now, slitting their wrists, self-harming. I remember one night he was screaming, "God, my soulmate's killing himself. He's killing himself." And yeah, that wasn't nice. And I was trying to talk to him through the window. It's okay, don't worry, we've called the guards, you'll be all right. It's funny because it's nice, there's compassion.
Yeah.
And I said when I left, please, can you look after him? But I was trying to get him a sort of a network of people because I felt for him. And I've tried my best to try and help him out legally as well, because he's been screwed by the lawyers.
So you've been helping him on the outside?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really kind.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It makes me sad. There's people who shouldn't be in there. Mm. And he's no drug rehabilitation. No. That makes me, it hurts me because there's so many people. It's a lottery, isn't it? Well, some people have dealt with a poor hand in life.
Definitely.
We know certainly there's no equality here.
So one of the hardest parts then is being separate from your family, and people have seen, you've got this beautiful family now, and now you're always visiting your mom, you're spending all this time with your brother. When you're not around your brother, then what happens?
Yeah, I tell you why. You just asked me a question. What was my darkest time? I kind of skipped over it because I didn't want to go there, but I'll go there now. That was it. Not being there for my missus, who is really suffering at the moment, and I was a primary carer because she couldn't go out because of COVID. She has a lowered immune system. She's taking these drugs which are destroying her immune system, because we have lost so many babies because our immune system is so strong, it kills all the babies. So she's taking immune suppressive drugs. So I was the one who was going out to get the medication, to get the shopping, and I've been having to be, although I'm not a big buyer on the COVID, although I respect it, and I have to respect it. I mean, I'm very healthy, I clean, I take vitamins, I exercise, I get outdoors, I breathe. So I'm doing all those good positive things. I still had to be absolutely anal about it. So all of a sudden that was really worrying me because, and also my mum, if I don't speak to my mum, who happens to have Alzheimer's and is in a care home, if I don't speak to her daily, I can see the deterioration. I didn't speak to her for nearly 2 weeks, and she was struggling to remember who I was. So and that's so precious and valuable to me. Yeah, I say it. I don't like saying it. I was on suicide watch. I was on suicide watch. They put me on suicide watch. Yeah.
Because your brother relies on you a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah. And it's having to be... It sounds like I'm so altruistic helping other people, but it was also my own... What am I going to do? I'm fucked now. I was just about to do this and that, and now it's ruined, and the stigma. And it's about... What I've learned in my life, I've been kicked in the balls and kicked down so many times. Just got to kick back up again.
Yes.
And it's tricky though, because people, it has been struggling. It has been a struggle, but I've just got to try a bit harder.
Did your family visit you?
Nobody visited.
Did you not want that?
I was only in for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
It was, like I said, I treated it like a boot camp. I mean, it's funny. I write to Charles Bronson. He's a fan of mine, which is actually nice.
Shout out to Charles.
I like chat, and I've been writing back to him, and I felt wrong because look, I'm in prison. I don't know what you must be going through, but
what is it, 30-something years?
Yeah.
Sarah knew him well, didn't she?
Sarah knew him well, yeah.
Yeah.
Sarah Jane, who was in here the other week.
Yeah.
How does he get on? I felt
she loved him, didn't she? She said he was a gentleman.
I felt embarrassed writing to him about asking him questions, because I'm like, how bloody, who am I? I've got 4 weeks. Anyone can do 4 weeks. Well,
it's still a shock to the system.
Man, it is a shock, especially when you're getting threatened. I had some threats that come from Intel that, you know, some professional crime gang were trying to extort me.
What were the threats along the lines of?
Trying to hit me up for money.
Oh, right.
Extort me. I haven't got any money. Which is, yeah, that's to be interesting, isn't it? And you can see, and
how did that get told to you, and what went through your head?
Well, I had friends inside who knew. It sounds like I'm really connected. I'm not. It's so funny that, like I said, one of my friends was. How do I say this? I had some friends inside who were quite heavy, and they heard whispers. I even had one guy come up to me, said he was going to hit me up for 50 bags. That's 50 grand. And I'd become friendly with him. He was ex-IDF, Israeli Defense Force. And yeah, it's a bit scary. I remember having a roll with him in my cell, play around, and it was like, I was just fine. And I was like, my cellmate was absolutely shitting himself. And I can fight. I'm good at that stuff. But that was no weapons. Then we got some pens out, and they're like, just have a. I was being really respectful. Come on, how would you take me out? If you go, oh man, if he had a knife, I was dead. So, but the thing is, this is a funny thing. I'm trying to play with someone, I've like build up a camaraderie, so he's not going to try and stab me. Yeah. And isn't that funny? I'm playing like that's the reason. And actually, I ended up. It was actually quite pleasant. But he said initially he was going to hit me up for 50 bags. I was like, oh, okay. But I also found out you can actually get someone done.
Oh, talking about money.
For 50 quid. For 50
what was
quid.
That?
That's my app saying.
You're ready to put it on silent.
Yeah, that's my app. It's the secret, the law of the universe.
Yeah,
read that.
Yeah,
Absolutely love it.
I've read it as well.
I get £200,000 to spend a day. Yeah.
Is that what you've asked for? You've asked the universe, apart from meeting me, Sean.
It's I haven't done it for a while. I'm start doing that again. It's law of attraction.
Yeah,
you start spending money, even and you. So I've already. It's a funny thing. Once you've sport yourself cars and clothes and nice goods, you end up doing, spending money on helping the world, and
much better way to do it, isn't it?
Well, it's good to,
good for the soul.
Yeah.
So the common strategy then is you go in, lay low, find out who's who, make alliances with the right people. But you had no choice because you couldn't lay low because your cover was blown.
I mean, that was never going to happen. Yeah, I mean, they wanted to put me in segregation, which was be absolutely miserable. But I almost landed on my feet, with knowing a few people who were really nice as well. And it was difficult to trust. I had some friends on the outside who were telling me, don't trust anybody. That's how they confidence tricksters. So I'm like, this person, you're being really careful what to say and not to say. It's scary. That is stressful. That is really stressful because you're getting tired. I'm only in there for 4 weeks. So I had people come up to me left, right and centre, like, I kept my head down in the end. They could realise, although everyone jokes about me and everything, I'm not someone to be messed with. I mean,
I suppose that's what's different for you and him, because you went in there, you're not a celebrity.
I was lucky that I got arrested with Wildman.
Yeah.
He became a prison celebrity.
Yeah.
Whereas you've gone in and everyone knows you.
Yeah. 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 And everyone's, but that's why rather than saying stuff, my actions do the talking. So I mean, I would just throw myself into my training. I had a routine. I was polite to people. I did see horrible things, and it was reported that was Parental said in one day I went into the shower and they had lockdown. They locked us in there, and then the shower you could see on the yard. Now I said that I saw a stabbing. I didn't actually see the stabbing, but I saw someone on the floor covered in blood, and all the police were there and everyone was. So I didn't actually see him getting stabbed, but I mean, and that was happening every other day. Not every other day. I only saw one. But I mean, it was someone in one of my, it was on the, oh, okay. So they wanted to put me in segregation. I said, I'm not doing that. So they wanted to put me in the vulnerable ward. And I'm like, I've been told about that. I'm not going there. It's where the paedophiles are. I'm not doing that. There's no way. There's no way. But in the end, we did go there, but we were on the first and second wing. 1, 2, and 3 are normal. The gangbangers, the people who have been in fights, and they've got death threats. 4 and 5 are the paedophiles, right? And but before we went there, because you're for about a week, you're in a COVID ward to suss you out where they're going to put you. Before they put us in there, I was like, I'm not going in there. There's no way I'm going there. You've got to be joking. I'm not going there. Then I went mad for a day, and my cellmate, because I want to keep me together with my cellmate, I'm going there. I'm going there. I want to go there. Because I started thinking I'm going to go and kill them all. And I thought, what am I doing? I mean, you're going mad. Because all the things, horrible things, I don't think about paedophiles. It's not in my agenda. But all of a sudden, when you're thinking you might be with them, I'm like, you start thinking about it. And I was going nuts in my head. And my cellmate was going, please don't, you're going nuts. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to, yeah, I'm vulnerable. I need to go in there. And kill them all. And I'm not a killer. You know what I mean? But when you think about, I mean, how much I love my child, and like, and I've had horrible things happen to people I love.
That was almost your breaking point then.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Get this, right? So I said we weren't going there. There's no way we're going there. And in the end, we did go there. They moved us out of our cell in the COVID ward for one night into another cell. And I think you heard about this because you mentioned about the cockroaches. They did this on purpose because they said, oh, that's it. After this, you're going to the other ward. So no, we're not going. But you've got to move. We're just going to move you out of this cell for the time being because we've got to find out what cell you're going to move on this same wing. They did that on purpose because that cell was notorious for cockroaches.
Lovely.
I killed 58.
58?
Yeah, that was horrible. And I was got exhausted. They're all over the wall.
What was it like when you tried to sleep?
I mean, I was all cool. My cellmate was laughing. Like again, if it was in the army.
Did you make it a little game?
It was.
Whack-a-mole.
It was like being in the army. I mean, he was on the top bunk and he said, oh, do you want the top bunk? I said, nah, I'm all right. I remember when I saw the cockroach come to the top bunk, fuck off. But there was a point where one ran across my face and I was like, wah! I banged my head. I've got a pain in my shoulder now.
It literally was, I'm a celebrity, get me out of it, wasn't it?
Get me out of here. I threw a punch and I pulled my shoulder. It still hurts now. Just go crazy. Really, all right, it's all right. I was going mad. Yeah, I killed 58. And I said, all right, okay. All right. Because he wasn't going to sleep. I said, all right, I'm going to sleep. Every time you see a cockroach, wake me up and I kill him. Really up! Bang, 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 bang. And I'll go back to sleep again, you know. Yeah, that was a tiring night. But it was kind of fun in some respects. And I was trying to think. I was trying to go forward in time to, like, when I'm an old man, look back on this and laugh about that.
You will.
When I'm on Sean Atwood and Jen's show,
exactly.
And I get to talk about it. Those poor cockroaches, they didn't deserve to die.
I'm surprised they died. I thought they could survive an atomic bomb or something.
Well, that's the thing. You kill them, and apparently it sends out a signal, and more come.
Oh, right.
So, and then I found that out, and then I found
seen that happen. I've literally seen it happen. They release a chemical smell, and then all these warrior ones run under your door. Like, what's going on?
Yes.
So you only realised that halfway through?
We'd moved out of that cell, but then would that happen again in another cell later on? And the guards were, I can't believe I've never seen this. This is disgusting. We can't have you in here. They were actually disgusted. They were disgusted. It was blood and red, right colour red.
Cockroach massacre.
We had another one. I could see where they were coming. So you get a genius. We went into. I mean, some people are so creative in there. I saw what you get. You get toothpaste and paper, tissue, and a little bit of water, and you make a plaster of Paris. We were filling up all the walls. I was going around. I was there for like hours filling it all. It worked.
Did you make earplugs out of them as well so they can't go in your ears?
No, we didn't do that.
Is that a common thing?
Yeah, in Arizona we did what he said and then put like plastic around it and then stick it in the ear. It keeps them out your ears and it keeps the noise out your ears as well.
How did you cope when they're rolling over you?
Right, so I was with them for about a year in max security Madison Street Jail, 2003, 2004. In the beginning, I had to get put on medication to sleep because I couldn't sleep with them crawling on me. I mean, even to this day, like someone tickles my hand, I'm like, so many nights they woke me up tickling my hands.
They bite you at all?
That's the thing, they just tickle.
It's a horrible idea of it though, isn't it?
It was two bucks.
In your pants?
Everywhere. Because you can wrap a sheet around you in Arizona, and but it's 50-degree heat. So it traps the heat to your body, so you end up just throwing the sheet off. So where I was on the bottom bunk with this crystal meth chemist when I started out. He's on the top bunk. He's got the sheet wrapped around him to keep him off. I'm down here, and he's up there, because usually you go for the bottom bunk, but he's up there because where the brackets are in the wall were massive holes in this old building, and they were pouring onto my bunk out of these holes. So I was like,
why didn't you fill the holes?
How did you?
They couldn't. They eat everything.
Did they? What about toothpaste and tissue?
All right, later on, when I managed to collect enough tubes of a Mirror Fresh toothpaste, which Sheriff Joe gave all the prisoners, which years later, some Chinese antifreeze was found in it. It was ruled as poison. We used that to seal the cracks. And I remember one time...
Why didn't you hadn't worked that one out at that point?
No, I hadn't.
I learned quick. I was like, because I could see someone else had done it. I was like...
There was just too many, and they ate through everything in the begining.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't have enough toothpaste.
How long did it last? I mean, it's horrible.
I had a year of it.
We had. Do you have mice? We had mice.
Rats, not mice.
Rats.
Yeah.
Whoa! I mean, it's just
When was the first time you seen one of them?
No, I've seen them before, but when you were like living with them, I mean, you're quite chill. Imagine one just run under your chair now. Would you be on the chair?
I'll be on that fucking table.
But you got, and it's dark.
Yeah.
The room's dark. It's not nice, man.
But it brings out your animal spidey senses, doesn't it?
Well, didn't some of your
but you want to switch them off.
I do want to switch them off. You want to get to sleep at some point.
No, one of Sean's inmates made friends with the cockroaches, didn't he? Or
once you realise you got to live in harmony with them, you just get on with it.
How long did that take?
He took their legs off so he couldn't escape or something.
Oh, yeah, I had a mentally ill prisoner who was a rapper. And he had a mosquito and a cricket that he took the legs off that he would talk to at nights in my cell next to me.
Wrap them up.
And he would spank them with a little bit of curled up toilet paper. Yeah. And in the end, they died and he ate them. Didn't tell you that bit, did I?
Oh my God.
Platinum Pleasy. Platinum Pleasy.
Is he still in prison now?
Oh, I hope so.
He was in and out his entire life. It was a really sad his story. Yeah. So... yeah, you learn to live in harmony with the insects over time. You have to. Otherwise, you're driving yourself crazy.
Yeah.
Moving on.
It's a scary. Yeah, that wasn't pleasant.
Could you?
And you're tired. You're so tired.
You're so tired.
I'm tired now because of baby.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was another level of tired. That's like.
What was the noise like in the day and night? Because in America, it's all clear tech Walkmans. You can't hear anything.
It's the Muslim gangs. It was like the chant, the Muslim chant. What is it they sing? It's like
call to prayer, is it or something?
Yeah. I was like, oh, it didn't bother me, but they were quite aggressive and wasn't pleasant.
What, in the middle of the night?
I heard all sorts of things. We had so I ended up on the vulnerable ward. And what we were told was the paedophiles are mixed everywhere. They're not necessarily just in one place. So that was like, oh, okay. Then there's, they mix them everywhere. I mean, the ones that are profoundly known are up on 3 and 4 in this certain block. But why have I brought that up? Because I'm down on I'm on floor 1, and we had a guy. Everyone, number 7. That was the one next to us. He's a nonce. If he don't get out of here, I'm going to kill him. And I'm boiling my kettle now. You better get him out now. And they're arguing with each other, fighting backwards and forwards. And it's like, I was like, so he ended up leaving. There's a lot of tough guys, by the way, who aren't tough. There's a lot of bullshit.
Fronting it.
And they're all fronting. I'm like, if no one has a fight tomorrow, I've got no respect for any of these people here. Because they're all saying they're going to do this and they're going to do that. And
as soon as the door's open, blah, blah, blah.
There was all the black dudes, right? And there was a load of gypsy dudes, and they all at war with each other on 1 and 2. And I'm like, oh God, here we go. You know, but no one, there wasn't a single fight. I mean, everyone's a bunch of pussies. If they're going to say that, you know, but well, they're not. I'm not saying black dudes or white guy or gypsies are pussies, but then these ones were. They're giving it all Larry Large, and then yeah, hey, it's not pleasant though. It's not. You're trying to sleep. You're just trying to do your time, and
Were people talking shit throughout the night?
there was that. Yeah, you heard shit talk. But one guy, why did he do it? He covered himself in shit, covered the cell in shit, and then set a light
Dirty
to it.
protest.
Yeah, he wanted to move. He said because of the cockroaches. So he because of the cockroaches, he set a light to his cell. You had that one?
There's a lot of people who do the dirty protest stuff, yeah, all kinds of shit slingers.
I mean, he's going to kill himself. Yeah. I saw a lot of people stab themselves.
To get to hospital for suicide purposes.
I
You don't know.
I don't know, but I mean, I saw it like once a week.
Prison's the biggest house of the mentally ill, in America at least. I don't know about here, but I imagine there's a lot.
Yeah.
And these people haven't been given the tools really to sort themselves out, and so they've just fallen back on street drugs. And that's how they end up in prison.
And there's a lot of drugs in prison as well. There's well, the main drug, what's that drug?
Spice.
I don't know, but I think I tried that once many.
Any good?
No, it's horrible. Tried it once, never tried that again. I used to be a legal high, didn't it?
I think it was. I think it got made illegal, didn't it?
It was when it was a legal high. I don't know.
So was MCAT legal?
That was it,
wasn't
yeah.
It? MCAT.
That was right. Yeah, I think that was. Yeah, I've never tried that, but
We used to sell it in sort of sex shops and stuff, and then
it's that spice. I mean, you see them doing it, and like they're up. I don't. It doesn't seem pleasurable.
They're wigging out.
Yeah, then they're doing it quite openly everywhere in the day. I'm like, oh, okay. And the guards, they must see it. I'm like, what?
They're bringing it in.
Yeah, probably.
what were the guards like to you?
Yeah, they were nice, pleasant. Yeah, really nice. They were right.
Yeah.
I had someone on social media call me a melt or something. Afterwards,
I love that word.
a melt. Does that mean I'm a pussy or something?
A melt, a wetty.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough. All right.
No, you're not. Right.
Well, yeah, I'm a melt. That's right. A bit like on here. I mean, since we did that podcast with you, I've been called. We were involved in sex trafficking and sex parties.
Fuck's sake.
I'm like, oh.
There's a lot of trolling online, so when something becomes successful, it's a sign of success, really, to attract those people.
Haters going to hate.
Being called gay, I'm like, really? Is that you're gay? Oh no.
I know the Scottish podcaster just put out a video attacking me, saying that I'm gay and fruity.
So what?
Fruity.
Yeah, fruity.
Fruity.
Yeah.
Fruity, baby.
I quite like that.
I do take my fruit very seriously. Especially
What sort of
bananas.
fruit? Bananas.
Stops me tummy rumbling.
What was it?
If you're a
Mangoes?
fruit, what fruit are you?
I'll be a mango, wouldn't I?
Mango.
Or a kiwi or
Mango's
something.
gorgeous. Those Waitrose
Or passion
mango
fruit.
fingers. Oh.
Be a passion fruit.
Passion fruit, baby.
Sat in a porn star martini.
Stop being so bloody gay. That word. God. Sick of your gayness. And you.
I'm just gay.
Bloody queen. Can you be serious? Seriously. We're doing a serious podcast.
Serious podcast, serious.
Jesus. Yeah.
Getting back in the zone. Namaste.
Namaste.
Yeah, some people in the comments would say we're laughing too much. Can you believe that?
Oh,
Let's all be miserable.
stop laughing.
Did you get to the prison library?
Well, I actually had a lot of books that I wanted to. I read. I was quite interested. I read Tyson Fury's book, which is about mental health. I found that quite inspirational. So well done, Tyson. Oh, incidentally, I quite like his author. It was quite good. He wrote that in a very good style. I read lots of books, but it's funny. I was so busy in there. Isn't that crazy? I had a whole list of things
Cockroach
to do.
killing. You got.
But we put things off, right? For years. Yeah, I've got to do that, and I've got to do that. Well, guess what? I had time to do it, and I made sure I had a regime to do it. I mean, if I was in there longer, I'd just think of the things I could accomplish. I'm not even joking. I was so focused. I would. It was quite lucky we had a phone in our cell. and obviously it's the way the prisons make money now. So I was calling people. Obviously, you've got to be careful. You can't call anybody, and all calls are vetted and listened to. But not that I was worried about that, because I wasn't doing anything dodgy. But I was getting all sorts of stuff done. Can you find this bit of information out, please? And I'd write it down, and I'd formulate my book plan, my film plan, all of my plans, training regimes. Because I've been involved in boot camps, and boot camps are fabulous, especially for keeping healthy. We all need to get outside and get some fresh air.
Definitely.
Do you train?
I do a lot of running. So just out and
How
about.
often?
Oh, this week once. Lazy.
How far do you go?
But I tend to do between sort of 5 to 7k over a 4 or 5 day period. So over 4 or 5 days. So
Do you ever go inside, or is it always outside?
I haven't since, things have opened since the whole COVID lockdown recent one. So I'm reluctant, but I should really get my ass to it.
What do you do in the gym, young man?
You haven't seen my liquid IV commercial, have you, evidently? That everyone's taking the piss out of in the comments.
What do you do? Do you do IVs? Do you do IVs? They're good.
I wake up in the morning and do some yoga.
How long?
Only like 10, 15 minutes to get the day started. But I'll try and do some kind of major exercise every 1 to 2 days.
Yeah.
Whether it's weights, swimming. My neighbour now, he's in his late 20s, and his thing is, he comes to my house at 10 at night and says, let's go jogging in the dark. If we go jogging in the dark through the countryside, we can't see where we're going. Our adrenaline will go so high, we'll be able to run so fast. I'm like, sounds a bit dangerous, but yeah, let's do it.
So you do it anyway?
Yeah, did it. So first time, I'm running in the dark, almost come off the path, nearly sprained my ankle, but I keep going. But I'm into it now. We're running through the dark. The bushes are like against us and shit, and you see the moon, and we bark and howl like dogs and wolves as we're doing it. I've got a video I took. I'll show you at the end. I'll have to put it in this podcast now. I've got a video I took at the end of one of these runs, and I'll show you my face after this. Yeah.
Is this real?
This is real, man.
How far
I've got a video.
How far do you go?
How far to go? He said it took him 25 minutes, but since I've joined in, it's now taking 40 minutes.
Have you ever two run together?
No. Well, I might try that night running now.
Yeah, you should.
No, because
Night
you probably
running.
jump from behind a tree at me.
How about knock down ginger?
What?
Knock down ginger.
Not ginger. So when you go knock on someone's door and run away.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to do that all the time.
That would be
one of
fun.
your 11
We do that
reps.
as kids. Did you ever play that game as a kid? Knock down ginger? Garden hopping?
And egging as well.
We did budding.
Egging?
You know, Halloween, you go like egging people's homes.
You're horrible.
We did hedge hopping and rose budding.
Well, we did much. Well, no. Well, it's snowballs. When it's snow, we'd get big snowballs and put them right up against people's doors.
So they couldn't get out, yeah, of course.
Knock on the door. And the snowballs.
Have you ever done the flaming poo bag? You've done it, haven't you? Oh.
I wouldn't do that.
Nobody in Aldershot would do that.
Oh, Christ.
My friends have set me up, we're going to break into this car. Right? Like 8-year-old kid. I'm going to break into a car. I don't know if we should do that. And they've covered the car, the door handle where I'm going to open up the door in dog poo. Like, 1, 2, 3, go. It's not very nice. Those are some very nice friends.
This is a glimpse into his formative years.
Yeah. I've never broken into a car, to tell you the truth. I've broken into a house, my own house.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I got arrested by armed response. Can you believe that?
I got locked out of mine recently, didn't I?
You did?
You got locked out.
So I've recently moved into my new place, and I had a dressing gown on, walked out of my door, forgot the keys, door went slam behind me, and I'm in my dressing gown. Luckily I had my phone on me, so I managed to ring Sean and be like, mate, can you come grab me? Because it was really late at night, couldn't contact the property management to get me in, so yeah, just knocked out in
What were
my
you
dress,
wearing?
just a dressing gown.
I can't remember what she was wearing. I didn't even look.
So what else has been going on in your world then, guys? How long have you two been
Plenty.
together?
Not a chance.
This is podcast number what?
2.
2? No.
2.
4.
5.
4 podcasts we've been
No,
together.
5.
5 podcasts we've been together.
So when are you two going to get together?
Oh, God.
Oh, really? Is it going to be good, is it?
We'll have to go for a night run first.
So are you married?
No.
Boyfriend?
No.
Girlfriend?
No.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in you, Alex.
Bloody gays.
Especially after last time. Half the comments were like, when are you and Alex getting together?
Sean Atwood's gay.
You got it coming.
So
happy.
on these nights then, you're killing the roaches, you sat there, the cell warriors are yelling shit. What's going through your head on those nights when you can't sleep?
Well, I'm here for 4 weeks. I can endure this. This is nothing. I mean, this is why it was a walk in the park for me. Well, it wasn't a walk. It definitely wasn't a walk in the park, but I could compare it when I was like writing someone like Charles Bronson or yourself. I mean, how long did you do?
6.
2 weeks.
And yeah. And
2 weeks according to, no, a couple of nights according to Marvin Herbert.
I'm doing 4 weeks. I thought I could deal with this. This is not so bad. There were some really horrible nights. I mean, and this is the funny thing. I mean, you said what was the hardest time earlier on. I didn't even want to go there. I was like, I felt suicidal. you know? And I don't like to. I don't like to go there in my head. My person I am. That's all right. It's fine.
You're trying to be all positive, and you're always going to have those sort of dark days.
British Army humour. Just about to go over the top, face machine guns. Right, boys. Who's first? Let's go and have a bit of a laugh, shall we? You know, oh shit, you know, it's that kind of attitude.
Yeah.
And that's been trained into me. You know, the world is about to blow up, but, you know, always look on the bright side of life.
Did your psychology change as your release neared?
It's interesting.
No gate fever.
What, stay in? I mean, yeah, it's funny. I mean, no, I wasn't there long enough. I appreciate what you're saying, because I felt comfort in the order. I created myself purpose, and outside I have not felt like I've had purpose for a while, or I have got purpose, but it gets
shit down by the media.
Yeah. Yeah, and life. I mean, look, my life's great. It's also, there's a lot of challenges. I'm very lucky. I'm very grateful. I'm in a small percentile of people in the world who are very blessed. Central heating, a refrigerator. You know, I've got a bed. I've got a toilet. Most people don't have that. Yeah. So when you appreciate what you've got, and that's the trick. You know, even in prison, I said that. I kept saying that. I'm how bloody lucky am I? I'm living in prison in a scary place. This is what my mindset. You've got to try and flip it. There's people in the world in a lot worse positions. I'm getting fed. I've got a bed, and there's all these therapies in there. I did everything. I wanted to embrace myself and everything. I did every single kind of drug therapy course you could do, because the major thing in there, people are in there for, is for drugs. And I want to really understand how to help people. I train people, and I've helped a lot of people who have had drug addictions. And it's the more I can understand, the more I can help. Why not use this opportunity? It really was, I mean, it was fun in a weird way. It was, because it was an adventure. It's bloody scary. I mean, sometimes it was very scary, especially when you're not sure you're going into a yard with dangerous people who are looking at you and I was, okay, my heart is true. If this is my day to die, this is my day to die, and I'm just going to be relaxed and be open. That's my kind of mind.
So positive.
And because of that, I didn't show any like bravado bullshit. Where I saw this daily. I saw people getting in fights with it because they're doing this. Yeah, you fucking want it. You fucking want it. Fucking, and like that, go absolutely mad. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And I saw it, and the people, and I'm like, the same people. I'm going into the same situation, and I've got no problem at all. Bit like I'm going to get all Jedi on you here. Buddhist, Yoda, Return, Empire Strikes Back. Only take Yoda's training Luke Skywalker. Only take in the cave what you want to face. So he takes his lightsaber, and he ends up. If you look, faces Darth Vader in the cave and he cuts Darth Vader's head off, but then Darth Vader's head is actually his own head. It's a little bit, that's very Buddhist actually. It's not, otherwise George Lucas made it, but yeah. That's kind of my philosophy. And it kind of helped. What about you? Have you ever been Larry and it's caused you more shit?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yourself?
What does Larry mean?
You fucking want it, you
Angry.
Oh, angry.
cunt. You fucking want it.
Have you ever lost your shit?
I swore it.
Especially on drugs.
God, I swore
sure.
it. Are we allowed to swear on this?
Yeah, after the first 5 minutes.
Okay.
I put my head through a wall once in an after party in Arizona and just missed a nail. It almost went into my fucking skull through a plasterboard wall. Oh, yeah, I had my moments.
But now you are Zen.
Now I'm yoga man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, one of the other things is like the example. I'm like, what have I done? Look at me. I've let people down. That's a big thing. The inner demons we'll battle with, and I have mental health problems, challenges, and I have I had therapy for suicide. I think I've told you about that.
While you're inside.
Had it while I was inside. Didn't think much of it, to tell you the truth. But I mean, I was still good to have it. I mean, I know enough about what's going on in my head because I'm a thinker, and I seek out how to. If I'm thinking in a negative way, what can I do to think in a better way? Well, that's not a healthy thought to have, but it's quite common. Tell me, have you ever thought about killing yourself?
Yes.
Sean?
When they told me I was facing 200 years, yes. But looking at, I was going to slash my wrist, bleed out, but looking at the pictures of my family, my mum, think my mum's going to get a call saying your son's killed himself,
I think most people have been to that dark place, whether it be one matter or the other. What was going through your other half said? When, did you speak to her when you came out and said how she was feeling?
She found it very difficult. And of course, I mean, we had to get her care because it was very difficult because she's immune suppressed. I wasn't sure if I was going to get out in time for the birth of my daughter. She was very vulnerable. It was so bloody hard. I felt so guilty. And that's so terrible. And I rightly got punished. But I don't understand how I don't have a criminal record and I'm not being criminally charged.
You don't?
No.
Oh, well.
No. It was a civil proceeding, but in the High Court. I don't understand law.
I just go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take that one. Yeah.
But I'm not a criminal. I mean, but still, I still went to prison. So it's the juxtaposes. I'm like, my daughters, it's they can have all sorts of poison sped about their.
Are you worried that might come on in the future?
Oh, I know 100%, especially with my first daughter. Yeah, there's going to be there's so much bad stuff out there about me and poison and that pains me. So but that also inspires me and stops me from wanting to do stupid things to myself because she has to know one, her dad loves her and he is a good guy. So I'm inspired to be the best person I can be for her. Yeah. She's probably, I think she's 9 now. She's 4 to 5 years off of being interested, I think, in what her dad does on social media and stuff like that.
Are you going to let her have a social media account? Knowing how damaging they are? I
will.
18th birthday.
I have to be a bit careful because I'm not allowed to talk about her, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
I can say certain things, but I can't.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Has she met Little Pixie yet?
She hasn't, no. And I shouldn't really talk too much about this now because there's proceedings to stop me from talking too much. I can tell you that I love her with all my heart.
Yeah.
And I think about her daily. That's what I can say.
Lovely. So what do you think about Katie Price's most recent escapade? Burning question.
And for people who are not familiar, because we've got a lot of viewers in America, Katie flipped her car over, and it appears that she was under the influence of some substance, but now she's offering to go to some kind of rehabilitation thing, and her license, she shouldn't have even been driving because her license was suspended. Obviously, you know, if she's going through things and self-medicating, we wish her the best of luck in whatever treatment she's going to obtain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can. What was the question?
Just your thoughts.
That's a tricky one.
It's all been all over the news this week, isn't it?
Yeah,
We actually pulled some comments from some of the media stories that, if you're okay to give us
sure
some feedback on these.
Sure.
Let's have a look.
I mean, I can talk about her, but I choose not to, because every time I've even mentioned her, any association has just been so negative.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like of course, I've got opinions. I mean, I'm a human. I was actually married to her once upon a time. But by me even mentioning her name in the same sentence as me, it's caused me so much pain. I'm selling a story. I'm like...
Forget the trolls. It's part of your life's journey.
Yeah.
The trolls are a sign of your success.
Yeah, I get that. There's not the trolls, but when the trolls are also affecting... Now, you say that, right? All of the crazy stuff, weird and wonderful things I've done in my life.
But when it affects your family members,
there's that. But when it's, forget about my family members, which 1 billion% it does. I mean, I've had currently, I have a police investigation just going on, another one over revenge porn, which has gone on from previous times before. It hasn't stopped. There's still, to this day, this is why the tone has changed now, because I have to be careful again what I say. There was a High Court injunction awarded against her for me to protect me from revenge porn. I've had whispers again on media, on the various media platforms, of her still owning videos of myself, and they could be released, which is why I have a High Court injunction against her. I've just asked the police because she was arrested for drug driving, and they went for a phone. I've just asked them to go through her phone to look at the images which will be on there, because they weren't surrendered years ago. Now, that's not because I wish her... Listen, it's really sad, and it really is sad. I mean, I don't wish her ill health, but I do want to protect
yourself and your family.
And my family. I have my niece and nephew have been bullied, and are at school. My nephew, who's 16, he's being bullied by a gang. Now they're getting a little bit 16, 17-year-old now over me, and that's not cool. Over what's gone on there. So this is where I do have an opinion. And it's, I was involved in some stuff, and that's me. But when it's drawing into my family, that's why I have taken criminal and legal proceedings, because to protect them.
Fair.
And I want to protect my daughters, and that's it. But so I've went off.
Yeah. So we pulled some comments. I mean, some people have been really horrible to her. This one here is "Life is hard, lol." Yeah, definitely 5-star holidays, parties, her done, plastic surgery given for free, blah 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 blah.
Talking about that, I mean, the only thing I can comment on that, she's bankrupt as we speak, and we're in court next month over the bankruptcy. But yeah, I can understand why people think like that. I mean, look, she owes a lot of money to a lot of people, and me included. And how can you afford all of this stuff? How can she afford the Priory? That's not for me. That's not for me.
Well, bankruptcy is just a business strategy.
But it's
the value's in her brand. She gets rid of the debts. She goes on to make a fortune and doesn't have to pay all those old debtors back. Business people do it all the time.
But how's that right?
Morally?
How's that right?
People say, well,
How can that be allowed by the law? That's what I don't understand. without going into her, there was a guy I was in prison with next door who needed help, and I feel so bad. To this day, I've tried to help him as much as I can, and I'm not legally qualified, and it's an uphill battle. He needs drug therapy, and he shouldn't be in it. All he needs is love. He was actually had a good heart. That's what I saw. So I'm not trying to draw comparisons. Well, I am drawing comparisons, but it seems unfair that not just Katie, but many people, if you've got money, you can get away with it.
Some of the most wealthiest, successful business people in the world have filed multiple bankruptcies throughout their lives. Just a way to walk away from debts and just re-energize another business. Well, instead of having all that straddling you, holding you down.
Yeah.
I've had 3 myself.
So yeah, we talked about this. You've had 3 bankruptcies.
Yes.
I was going to go on.
Is this pre-Arizona?
2 in America, 1 in the UK. My first one in America, was it the first one or the second one? I think I had a nice 6-figure one at one point.
Did you?
Yeah, but it was banks. I wasn't owing people money.
Yeah.
I viewed it as banksters are gangsters. They've got an allowance of bad debts. I'm one of them bad debts. Here you come.
Yeah. So do you see I see the thing that I liked in prison, because I feel kind of institutionalized in some respect, because I had order amongst the chaos, but my soul was screaming at the disorder and the tyranny in the system. And there's so much tyranny. I run an organisation, the Bob Reid Foundation, to help parents see their children.
Link is in the description box if you want to check out Alex's organisation.
Why do I do that? Because if you chase the whole problem in the whole the system of the courts, it's financially business led. The CAFCAS, CMS, the family courts, it's all around making money. And I think I am throwing myself on getting up over the trenches, throwing myself into the machine guns of the family courts, trying to change the system. Maybe I have to think a bit different. I have to relax a little bit, because me by myself isn't going to do it, but something needs to be done somewhere.
We're working with a lot of people who are trying to make changes and have made changes, and human beings have been reduced to commodities for private prisons and all these parasitic entities.
Yeah.
So the contracts are in the tens of billions a year, and whichever government comes into power, they hand those contracts out to their associates.
So go back to Katie.
Yeah, okay.
No. On that point, she's in court. I don't know when this is going out, but she's in court in whichever time, in a few months. I don't know, a few weeks. She's been told to go to the Priory. Right, well, that costs a lot of money.
It's not far from here.
Is it?
No.
Is it really?
It's about Priory. It's just outside of Guildford.
Is there a couple of Priories? Isn't there?
There might be.
Is there one? But it's not so much about Katie, but the whole system. Like, how come Kate? This is my point. How come Kate gets to go to the Priory when this young lad next to me doesn't? That's what. How can we make that fair so everybody gets the same treatment?
No, it will never happen. The justice system's always protected the wealthy.
Yeah.
It was introduced, a lot of it, to protect the assets of the wealthiest classes. They would kill people for little thefts, like starving kids for thefts. Go back hundreds of years.
So is it a secret handshake? What is that? Is that what it is?
We're not allowed to talk about these things anymore. Is there no help for the widow's son? Moving on to the next comment about.
Go on.
I'd say this to media: it doesn't matter how much money you have if your mental health is ineffective. Your life is a massive struggle. I hope she manages to get professional help, because unfortunately the public are losing all empathy and caring, sadly. But I'll say it again: he, she who is without sin cast the first stone. It doesn't matter how much money you've got, you can't. It's not going to fix this.
No. Would you not refer it to sort of the Britney Spears movement as well, though, when she shaved off her head and lost the plot? Is it not the media that made her go
to be that famous and to have all that attention? It's going to send you loosen your screws, isn't it?
No. Let's look at that. Right, I thought about this. Poor me. I saw the media. They've done this. They've done that. And look, I've been involved in this. So I mean, so I am drawing aspirations. What's the word? Comparisons. Mm-hmm. Because I've been involved in it. I've had that myself. But then I have chosen to come away from that. I mean, I still like media and nice things. I mean, I'm a showman. I'm a performer. I like that. But there's a point where this is when it started affecting my when I had my daughter, my first daughter Dolly, I almost sobered up to what I call the fame drug, because this isn't really healthy and conducive for her and of all the people around me. So I had the responsibility. So my point is, there's accountability, or do you when you drink so much blood you become a vampire? Is that what it is? Is that you can't go back now? Is that once you've done so much of it, you get so warped?
I think like you stepped away, like we saw Katy Perry and Russell Brand. Katy Perry went on to do all these Illuminati movie deals.
Yeah.
Russell kind of stepped down. But I think once you're so famous, it's almost like the tragedy of Marilyn Monroe, isn't it? That pressure on the mental health, the drugs, the alcohol, and then ultimately the premature death, which is a very sad trajectory to be on.
The 28 group, isn't it?
But I hear that. So
28 group, is it? Yeah.
So it is about then, in that what you're saying, compassion. We need to still give them compassion. And I agree. It's hard to give someone compassion when they get all the holidays, the surgeries, all the free, and they're attacking other people. That's my point. I'm like,
and that's what they're saying in the comments. Yeah. There's a lot of them are really being really mean towards it, about the holidays, the surgery, the spending money, and now filing bankruptcy when we're in a lockdown and people are struggling. And people are always going to point that out. I think Alex Belfield did a video on it yesterday.
The one thing that Nicola runs an IVF. Nicola, my partner. We've had a 7-year struggle.
Put her link in the description box.
Of course, yeah.
IVF Chasing Dreams. To create baby Pixie, Anastasia Pixie, and the whole infertility industry seems to be very unhappy with Kate because of all of the fake pap shots and stuff regarding, she's trying for a baby, but then taking drugs and doing things like that. I mean, you do what you want to do, but I can understand why other people are getting. That doesn't actually. I'm happy because I'm concentrating on myself. I'm just making a comment on what other people are saying to me about this, and I'm like, okay, I see your point, but
you've got considerations for your daughter.
Yeah.
So if she's behaving irresponsibly, I mean, imagine if your daughter was in that vehicle.
Yeah.
I've had someone close to me who's lost family members to drink driving, and they still suffer greatly from it.
To be a repeat offender like that in Arizona, she wouldn't be going the Priory. She would be on a chain gang. She'd be on a chain gang, breaking up rocks out in the desert. Yeah. They don't give people that many passes out there, no matter how much money they got.
What do they do here?
Yeah.
What do they do here? I mean,
it's more lenient, isn't it?
Again, it goes back to. And it's not just about Katie, it's about lots of different people, like you said, the whole system. Because some people get off, but then I've reams of people are messaging me saying that I went to prison for less. Yeah.
But they made an example of you.
Oh, she'd have hit someone.
Oh, talk about me. I wouldn't talk about me.
She'd have hit someone.
I'm not talking about me, but yeah.
I'll read the next one. Isn't life hard for everybody? She wanted a baby. You don't bring a baby into this world if all these problems, holidays, spending money, drama queens. There's no excuse for drink driving. While also taking coke, she could have killed someone. Fed up seeing her in the media.
But you're feeding the media. Yeah. Commenting. Sorry. But
exactly.
Hating.
The hypocrisy.
Yeah.
She only mentions mental health when she's in trouble. Well, I'm sorry, Katie. You should have learned your lesson the first time. You got in that car fueled with drugs and booze. You could have killed someone. Life may be tough, but we don't all resort to that kind of behaviour. You need a harsh lesson, I'm afraid. Was a clear lie the first time when she said someone ran out the car and she wouldn't name the driver more or less. Has she been in multiple incidents of drunk driving? And has she had many crashes? How many crashes has she had?
I don't know. More than several.
Have you been in the car with her anymore?
No, thank goodness. There's one big one that happened. I think it was in 2018. She flipped the car, but they don't know who the driver was. She got 18 or 19 months for driving ban because she couldn't name who the driver was. Yeah, same thing.
Life may be tough, but we don't all resort to that kind of behaviour. You need a harsh lesson, I'm afraid. How can they seriously have a hard life, better off than most of us? The ones whose lives are hard is the homeless. That way of life is hard. They don't even know what a hard life is, having all that money and fame. Just as a disclaimer, we're just reading comments from the media on this recent news story and seeing, having a discussion about them. We're not passing judgment on someone who's got mental health issues.
Yeah.
Hard lives. What about the people who've lost jobs and family members under the pandemic? People who can't afford to feed their families while she's having surgery and God knows what else, goes on holidays, lives in a mansions. Yeah, so we're seeing the same reoccurring criticisms over and over in the comments.
That can't be nice, though.
It can't be nice, but she still has a massive amount of followers who love and support her.
Yeah.
She's got a huge amount of following on the socials.
Mm-hmm. Right, should we move on from this? Happier times.
Well, I know exactly where we left off. We were on suicide, which isn't a happy time. But there's a quote I want to say, and it's Nietzsche. And Nietzsche said, "Thoughts of suicide got me through many a lonely night." I know you like philosophy. What's your interpretation of that quote?
He's very lost. He's very lost because it's horrible. It's horrible. I've thought about it so many times, and it's not right. It's a sad place to be because I'm so full of life, love, and I know you had him on the other day, David Icke. I generally believe, this is where I get hippie, there is a battle. There's entities around us. I have spirits. I have feel, even just last night, you called me last night when this happened. Nicola, my partner, I came in. Alex, oh my God. She had the baby monitor on and she could see orbs going around Pixie next. So
Really?
It's okay. And she said, oh my God. And then she saw something walk across the screen. And I'm like, oh my God. She was like, she saw, and I could see something, but I saw something and I couldn't make out what it was.
Is there a ghost in your flat? Apartment?
No, it's not a ghost. Oh, well, my dad is.
Yeah.
My dad.
Amazing.
I know as clear as day, as gravity, that we have energy, and I'm always protected.
We're all made of energy.
And I've got spirit. Yes. And if you know, I know, I didn't know who it was, but I felt love. I went into Pixie's room and I just went. and I said thank you, and I said a prayer, and I knew it was just good energy. I knew, but people are so scared of this. Nicola then started researching all the stuff about orbs. I've had many orbs around me before. Have you know what orbs are?
Yeah.
Have you ever had them around you?
Yes.
Have you seen them?
Yes, and also what was aura work as well? Do you do a lot? Can you see people's auras surrounding you?
I have done.
Yeah.
I have done. But I've switched off. So at the moment, my pineal gland's quite calcified at the moment.
Oh, okay.
My third eye.
You need to open up.
Yeah, it does. It goes through stages. I can open. I'm quite atrophied, and there's moments when I meditate more and I'm healthier living, and I focus on that, and I can see things. It's conscious where energy goes. Flows, energy goes. If I really focus on it, I could see your aura now.
I always say to Sean, every time I'm in here, I feel the energy, don't I? It's quite powerful in this room.
Especially his. I've got a semi right now.
How's your semi?
Strong.
Is it good?
Strong.
Big one? How's your semi?
No one has ever asked James, how is your semi?
Strong and
Not
long.
as strong.
Oh, Christ.
Can you stop being so bloody gay?
Oh my goodness. Honestly,
I'm
you just can't
disgusted
even,
with this gayness.
you can't even make jokes about sex these days. I went on True Geordie and I was joking about getting my ass rammed by this woman with all these strap-ons and they wouldn't fit. And like, two-thirds of them are laughing their heads off and the other third are like, how can he be saying this? It's Wellman's tribute. This is disgusting.
I'm not allowed to talk about gayness. My missus goes nuts. I was saying, because we were talking about, before I come on, what we're going to talk about. And I was going to say, well, so I talk about the showers. in prison.
Showers.
Well, no, nothing happened. So
Oh,
disappointed.
the question we asked Tug of War, I will ask you the same. Did you...
Tug of war. Tug of war.
He's a great, great artist who we interviewed not long ago. So, how did you...
Spit it out. Wank. I didn't wank. I didn't have a wank.
You didn't wank for 4 weeks.
I'm not. It's funny. I'm not actually. I used to be very sexual, but I'm not.
You didn't make a hole in a mattress. That's one of my suggestions. Or what was?
No, I did. I did. I mean, I did have a wank. It's funny. My cellmate. He said I'm going for a.
Tommy Tag.
No, he said I'm going for a private video call because he's to his missus. Why does that mean I'll get a bit of a romantic time? Reedy's having a wank, everyone. Yeah, I remember that was quite funny.
Did you think of our podcast?
The energy in the room.
What was I going to say about that? No, I can't remember something about that. Oh, I'm quite camp. And I'm like, it's the old reading that, fucking read. And my fight name was the reading that. I was always a little bit camp as well. And I think I told you this before. I got it from Roger Moore. He was a badass killer, 007, but he was slightly camp with it. So not overtly, but that's why I kind of like that kind of darling.
Aren't they looking out for a new Bond?
Well, you know.
There you go.
You'd be perfect as Bond.
In prison, I was going around wolf whistling like Al Qaeda and jihadists, and I probably shouldn't have done that. And I swear, I've got a death wish.
Driving Toyotas.
I was I remember the IDF guy. I went, all right, swear, and like the guy who said he was going to hit me up for 50 bags. I was like,
Christ. Anything to keep busy.
I liked him, actually. Weirdly, I quite liked him. Yeah.
Can't believe you almost cheated on me.
Yeah, sorry. What were we just saying? You said about
I don't know. We just went completely off the beaten track.
When you were on the subject of, you said you did finally knock one out.
Oh, knock one out, yeah.
Was that in your cell or was it in the shower?
No, in my cell. No, I did it in the shower. So that.
We're in the prone position.
What's the prone?
What is the probe?
Because you weren't allowed to, we talked about this last time.
You want to hear what?
I was not horizontal. I took it to the shower.
You weren't allowed to have a wank in.
Have you not heard his bag? His handbag.
Going on a date. Going on a date.
Oh, is that what you call it?
You take a picture of your missus, you tape it to the wall, and you bang one out.
How often, tell me, I mean, I know we asked you, told me this before. Did you ever see rape?
Did I see rape? No, they don't do it in front of you.
Yeah.
They do it in the blind spots.
Did you hear people crying?
Why have you?
I heard stories of people, like my mate T-Bone, big guy.
I mean, we joke about all this stuff, and it's funny, but I mean...
You have to go to a rape class in America to get taught how not to get raped.
And what do they teach you there?
They show you a
Drop
video of
and roll.
predators in the day room. Young people come in, they're hungry. They take food from the predators. Predator says, now you got to pay for the food. I got no money. Well, you're going to get stabbed up. Well, how can I pay for the food? Go in that cell over and do whatever he says. And once they do that, then they're turned into prison prostitutes. It's not coming back. It's called getting turned out or becoming a punk.
Really?
Yeah. So T-Bone told me he was on a run back in the day when Arizona was really hardcore, that there was a smell of crap on the run from so many dudes getting raped.
Crap on the what?
There was a smell of crap on the run.
On the run?
Yeah, the run is the row of cells. A run is a row of cells. There was a smell of crap on the run from so many dudes getting raped. And he said, these big guys had these...
I shouldn't joke about this because it's really, it really bothers me.
Yeah.
I mean, I joke about it and I feel quite disgusted at myself now because it's horrendous.
He said they stuck shampoo bottles in people's asses.
What for? Lubricant?
No, just
Torture?
to torture them, yeah. Zena, my other friend who's trans, she said one person who didn't survive the day that he was gang raped, they put a light bulb in his rectum and
kicked him
and made bets on who could smash it first.
Did he die?
He didn't die, but he committed suicide afterwards. Yeah.
It's like this young lad next door to me. He's got a bit bullied. That's how I felt. I'm only in here for 4 weeks. I'm like trying my best to, saw a few of it. Another young lad come up to me and he said, "Can you train me how to fight? I'm getting bullied." He was a postcode war.
Yeah.
And it's like, there was a lot of postcode in there. And yeah, I said, "Yeah, I can train you, but I'm only
Any
in it."
good?
Hey?
Did you give him a little go?
A couple of classes, but they weren't serious. If they want to train, I'm going to train them properly. And they want to, after about 10 minutes, they're like, "Nah, I don't want to do this."
You're too hardcore.
Did you see him demonstrating on me in podcast 1?
No.
You had me in a chokehold. Yeah.
So I think we need to have a lesson, don't we?
Jen's turn. Come on.
No,
Yeah, get it.
how do I do it?
Oh, God, did you hear that?
I thought you were going in for a hug.
You smell nice. That was good. That was good. I felt a nice little release there. That was good.
Oh, brilliant. Your turn next.
Have you ever had a fight, you two?
Have I ever had a fight? Yeah. Yes. I was a bit of a nightmare in my sort of late teens, early
Just one of your
20s.
arrests.
Yeah. Quite a few.
Give us another arrest story. A fight one.
Not the Israeli one.
Why Israeli? What's this Israeli thing? Why are you laughing?
Oh, well, I got arrested in Israel.
Oh,
Just before lockdown.
Are you Jewish?
This is recent. This is recent as well.
Really? What happened?
I was all right, but my partner who I was with, we were basically arguing. It was stupid. We were arguing in the streets in Israel. They picked us up, took us in. Simple as that. The guy took quite a liking to me. I was in a cell on my own. He left the door open so I could go in and out for cigarettes. My other half was in a cell next to me with heroin users, shaking up, and he had a pretty bad time. Mine was all right.
Yeah.
The badass thing is he's a lawyer. Sorry, I'm not.
Oh dear.
Yeah, bad times. Yeah.
Would you like to take a break, Alex, before we do viewer questions?
Let's do that.
Let's do that. Yes.
Let's do that.
Right.
Jen wants the office, the annual Christmas party for the podcast peeps to be our swingers club.
Oh, this is disgusting. You're telling me that we'll be involved in now and red rooms.
Timestamp.
I don't know what a red room is.
Beep that word out. Red rooms. Oh, we shouldn't be smiling.
No.
It's not fun.
This is a joke, right, Jen? You're not serious.
Deadly.
A swingers party.
I've never been, so
As an observer or a participant?
observer to start.
Yeah, come on, why do you want to go as an observer?
Why not?
No, but why? Okay, yes, babe.
See what goes on, you know? Variety is the spice of life. All that jazz.
To get the lay of the land before you take any action.
Yes. Because if you go there and it's all, I'm not being funny, like fat, sweaty old men, I'm not exactly going to be
What if
interested.
it's sexy, beautiful people?
God, I did go to one, but not like... When I was a rookie broker, I was took to a place by another broker, a bearded man with a shotgun and a torch let us in.
Come in, lads.
There was a lot of bearded fellows in there, and I was like, what's going on? And they were all smiling and blah, blah, blah. And then my mate was like, yeah, I'll see you, telling the women, I'll see you in the back rooms later on. Eventually, we went to the back rooms, and there was a woman getting gangbanged. And I think it was a husband jacking off in the corner. This was explained to me later on what was going on. I was watching it, and these people lined up, and that was the fantasy, was for her to get gangbanged in front of people on a birthday or whatever it was.
Do you think that was hers or his?
Maybe
I think
both.
it was her. I think they said it was hers.
I hope so.
Yeah, I wonder if it's one of them's not the others. It's like,
Here's your
it's a bit
birthday
awkward,
present.
isn't it?
Because he would be what, a cook if he was into that.
I
Is that
don't
what it is?
know.
A cook.
A cook.
A cook.
Cock.
Cuckold.
Yeah.
Cuckolding, yeah.
Because I interviewed a woman, Samantha Brown actually, and she said, I've only just learned all this. He's looking at me like a BBC cuckold.
BBC.
A BBC cuckold.
What's a
Do you know what this is, Joe?
big black cock?
Yeah, but then the guy watching has to clean it up, and I'm like, clean it up?
What with?
His mouth?
Not his mouth. Oh, no.
Yeah. He has to go down and suck it out.
The jobs. We've got a dominatrix coming on next Thursday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't
I've
wait.
been messaging her. She actually put it out to later in the month, the 21st. Shame. Yeah, but she's good. She said she's looking forward to it. Yeah. Look at his face. This is our first dominatrix.
Dominatrix. Are you a dominatrix?
Oh, yeah.
Look at the boots, man.
I know, I was going to say. Are you a dominatrix?
She's teaching me how to be one.
do you know, last time they were saying, people were saying you were flirting with me.
I've got a class in learning dominatrix techniques after the podcast if you want to come and join.
What, tonight?
Just making it up. Flirting, Jen.
Tell me, what's your most interesting guest you've ever had?
You.
Obviously, of course. Yeah.
Wild man. I've got to say Wild Man.
Wild Man.
Yeah, he's still up there protecting us. Outside of my best mate, we've got some very fascinating people who have become guest favourites, let's say. One would be John Abbott, who was in a shootout in California. His brother died in that shootout. Goes to San Quentin prison back in the 70s when it was fucking gladiator school. Arnold Schwarzenegger comes there to do a talk, and you've got like Ed Kemper in there, the serial killer, Manson, all this shit's going on. He escapes, gets in another shootout on the Canadian border with the Canadian police. Both of his crime partners get executed by the cops, and they almost execute him, but I think the gun jammed or something. And this guy speaks like
He's
Christopher Walken.
Brilliant guy.
He's just so mild-mannered and just really
placid and everything. Yeah.
So he's a psychopath.
Yeah.
We did the psychopath test on him.
What did he come up on that?
He was kind of like, he was kind of like playing with our minds with it, wasn't he?
Oh, really? So he's that clever?
Yeah, he's very clever. The media labelled him as a James Bond supervillain trained in a Japanese martial arts with an IQ of like almost 200 or something.
So tell me the psychopath test. Is it easy?
We need to get that on Alex.
Do you want me to do it on you?
Yes.
Is it quick?
It is, yeah.
Go on then.
All right, well,
I've done it.
We will do the viewer questions after the psychopath test.
And we've also got the narcissist test.
Psychopath test.
You got to
What about
answer open and
sociopath?
honestly. Sorry,
We've got
Karen.
tests
A sociopath?
We've got tests for all of them.
Histrionic personality disorder test. I know someone who might have that.
Psychopathchannel4.com. Where's the
Where's the best one?
Yeah, the one that's really like.
The reason why you were telling me about Wild Man, so I said your most interesting guest, and you talked about Wild Man being here, and I kind of alluded to earlier on about my dad being in the room with the orbs last night.
Yeah.
We had a psychic. Nicola called up a psychic, said it's my dad. I instantly felt that energy. I generally feel there are energies, and you had David Icke, he talks about this as well. I know you're quite popular on here. I've researched the same stuff. I so believe there's malevolent and benevolent energies all around us. And this, just because we can't see them doesn't mean they're not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's different dimensions going on. There's different intelligent beings who are vying for control of us. That's why we get horrible thoughts. I'm sure you have horrible thoughts about doing horrible things, but you don't do them. You might have it. I mean, you might get into road rage, but then your common sense says don't do that.
Yeah.
But some people don't have that. They have more, and things like drugs can draw you more into one side. More bad energy, and if you hang around bad people, you get more bad energy. Do you not feel like
if I hang around, I feel like I'm a bit of an empath sometimes. I don't know whether you feel the same. If you hang around negative people, you almost take on their energy and feel it, and it makes you feel like shit. Or you hang around with positive people and you feel really uplifted. Yeah, it's called an empath.
Of course. Everybody's like that. I mean, some people, and it's learning how to have a force field against the negativity.
What was it? You should visualize a white bubble. That's what they teach you.
I found a good one.
I definitely think there are very intelligent beings that are actually ruling this planet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really interesting because David, I've just listened to the podcast you did with him the other day. Totally believe it. They're ruling what's really going on. So when I'm trying to fight the courts to change the system, the tyranny, and there is tyranny, you know, who am I to fight this? You know, there's things beyond my control, beyond my power, but I feel like I've got to do something.
We're part of a network of many people who are exposing what's going on, bringing this to light, because once you shine the light on it and the public get interested, then changes get made. And we have interviewed so many people at the forefront of exactly what you're saying. We're running charities, prison charities. We work with multiple prison charities, traffic people charities, all kinds. And these are making real world changes. So we're on top of that. That's part of our mission on this channel is to end the war on drugs, get the prison systems sorted out, and take money that you're pissing away on putting kids in prisons for drug problems. Go after predators with that money and lock them up for longer. That's what we're saying. So this test is going to test you for psychopathy, antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, and histrionic personality disorder.
Oh, that's the one I'm interested in, histrionic.
All of them it's going to do it at once. There's 42 questions.
You got this.
This could take a while.
Good. Number 1.
So if we do this at home.
I can be very smooth, engaging, charming, slick. I can give a very self-conscious and confident impression, and it is hard to make me speechless. I can talk someone into the ground if needed. So, your responses are, doesn't apply to me, somewhat applies, fully applies.
And this
Somewhat.
And this is, I think, the same with all the questions as well, so.
Yeah, that is correct. Number 2. I can be very self-assured, opinionated, even a braggart. Sometimes I might have an inflated view of my abilities and be cocky.
What's the
Doesn't
answers?
apply to me, somewhat applies, fully applies to me.
Doesn't.
Number 3. I can be shrewd, crafty, sly, and clever if needed. I can also be deceptive, unscrupulous, underhanded, manipulative, and dishonest.
What is it? Where it's somewhat doesn't, and what was it?
So I'd say yay, nay, maybe.
No.
In my life, I have repeatedly used deceit and deception to cheat, con, defraud others for my personal gain. To be honest, often I don't have...
Stop. If I'm a liar, I'm going to lie about all this. Surely, this is bollocks, isn't it?
It's
This
about
ain't gonna
total
work.
honesty.
I know how to. Like, I'm not. If I'm a psychopath, I'm not going to tell you that I'm a liar, am I? This is.
What are you telling us right now?
I'm being honest.
Do you want me to stop the test?
I think it's. I don't think it's. I can't see this is real.
Okay.
Because I'm going to. If I am a psychopath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's about being true to yourself.
Come, we can do it. Come on, go on.
Right, so in my life, I have repeatedly used deceit, deception to cheat, con, defraud others. Often I don't have much concern for the feelings and suffering of others.
Not at all.
Number 5, I often don't feel much concern for possible losses or suffering of the persons I leave behind. Actually, I feel that some of them didn't deserve it.
Not at all.
People have told me that I can be quite cold to others. I can be and behave very gregarious, but still I don't have very warm feelings for the majority of people I'm surrounded with.
Not at all. This is easy.
I would say that I have a lack of feelings towards people in general. I know that some people think I am cold, inconsiderate, or call me tactless.
Not at all.
If something goes wrong, I rarely take full responsibility, but tend to manipulate or to put the blame on others to divert from my own failures.
Well, that's the one sometimes.
Somewhat applies.
Somewhat, yeah.
At times, I feel a strong need for novel, thrilling, and exciting stimulation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I get bored. This might result in me taking chances and doing things that are risky.
I'd go right to the top with that one.
Yeah, fully applies to all of us.
Yeah.
Significant amounts of the money I have made by intentionally exploiting or manipulating others. With classic forms of work, I often feel a lack of motivation, a problem with my self-discipline, or to complete my responsibilities.
No, not at all.
There are times when I can't help to be irritable, annoying, impatient, to threaten others, be aggressive, verbally or physically. I already found myself in several situations when I couldn't control my anger and temper anymore, leading to serious conflicts, bans, or friendships breaking up.
No, I'm very controlled, not at all. I internalise it.
Let's do 10 each.
Oh, fantastic. I have failed several times to develop and execute long-term plans and goals. It would be fair to say that I live a nomadic existence and lack direction in life.
Not at all.
Right.
I think I know this one, isn't it?
Occasionally, I find myself in unpremeditated situations out of a lack of reflection or planning or consideration of the consequences of what I start with. It is hard for me to emotionally resist temptations, frustrations and urges. I have a tendency to rash, to act unpredictable, erratic and reckless.
Jail, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, sometimes.
Somewhat.
That's generous.
I can have hard times to fulfill or honour obligations and commitments such as paying bills or loans, basically getting into debt.
Sometimes.
I remember lying, stealing, cheating, bullying, fire setting, or vandalising before I was 13. By then, also already been drunk for the first time, or used drug, or had sex. Oh God, this is a mouthful. If I had already been running away from at home or before that age is another reason to click applies.
I did some of that.
Yeah, me too.
We all did.
Yeah. I'm running away. 10 minutes later, it's cold. I'm going home. Between the ages of 13 to 18, I had problems related to crimes, exploitation, aggression, manipulation, or out of a lack of empathy.
No.
In my life, I have already had an experience of a probation or other conditional release being revoked due to technical violations such as carelessness, low deliberation, or failing to appear.
So I've been in prison, so how does that work?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to commit to long-term relationships. Compared to others, the commitments I make are relatively inconsistent, undependable, and unreliable.
No, I'm good with that.
Very committed man. Lovely. It's a similar one. I have hard times committing to romantic relationships or don't even want them. I have had many brief relations and affairs.
Not at all. I've had lots of affairs. Does affair mean being unfaithful?
Yeah.
Well, I have, but not recently, not for years and years.
He's a somewhat, isn't he?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
In my life, I did many things that could be considered criminal by a court. Even right, I'm just going straight. Applies to me.
Yeah.
Right, yep. 10.
Oh,
yeah.
Next one is, I think that I have a certain awareness of weak spots in our system and our society.
Close.
Full on.
Yes.
I often exaggerate my achievements and talents. I expect people to show respect or even accept me as a superior, regardless of me having commensurate achievements or not.
So I used to, but now I've gone completely against that now. So I'm reformed. So would that be somewhat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I find myself fantasizing.
I bet you do.
About not Swingers Club.
The Swingers Christmas do.
Swingers True Crime Podcast annual Swingers Christmas party. Sometimes I find myself fantasizing about unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, and ideal love.
Yes.
Oh,
I like that one.
yeah.
That's a nice one. I would think that I am special and unique.
You are special.
I prefer to associate with people of similar status and or think that only they can fully understand me.
Somewhat.
Admiration is something I can never get enough of. All hail. At times, I actively look out for it and can feel bad if I don't receive it.
Sometimes.
We all like some admiration.
Yeah.
I can be very disappointed or even angry if I am not treated the way I was expecting it, or if things don't go my way as I was expecting it.
I can often get what?
You will be disappointed or angry
If things don't go your own way.
if things don't go your way.
Sometimes. Yeah.
I can be quite envious of others. Podcast wars. Or sometimes I can't help the feeling that others are envious of myself.
Yeah, all the time.
Fully. I know from myself that I can be quite arrogant and haughty at
I thought I
times.
said naughty.
You what?
Haughty? What's haughty?
Haughty, looking down upon others, like above.
Yeah. Down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Haughty.
Disdain.
I learned a word today.
Every day's a school day.
I like school.
What is the definition of haughty? Can anyone, any fact checkers in the room?
Stuck up, arrogant.
Is it? James the wordsmith. Doesn't even go
Inflated ego.
Inflated ego.
Ah.
Do you want me to reread that one?
Yeah, that's fine.
I know for myself that I can be quite arrogant and haughty at
I
times.
think you should change that to
Just
naughty.
sometimes.
No, not at all. No.
Doesn't apply at all. My behaviour or the way I feel is different from what is expected or accepted in the culture I grew up in. At least two of the following areas. My behaviour, the way I feel, is different from what I expected or accepted in the culture I grew up in. At least two of these following areas. So you only need two of these to qualify for a full. The way I perceive and interpret things, people, and events.
Yes.
The range, intensity of my effects, or the appropriateness in the way I display my emotions.
Yes.
Control over my impulses and gratification of my needs.
Yes.
All right, you qualify. Let's stop there.
Fully applies. The deviation mentioned in question 29 either feels completely justified to me, and when it doesn't, it is anything else than easy for me to take another perspective or to adapt my behaviour to fit in. Are you a bit of a chameleon?
Very much so.
Yeah. The deviations mentioned are not restricted to just one triggering stimulus, but can affect a range of personal and social situations. If you answered 29 with doesn't apply, select it here as well. It's quite a complicated one.
What was 29?
The last one.
Yeah.
The last one, he had full.
The deviation mentioned either feels completely justified to me, and when it doesn't, it is anything else than easy for me to adapt, to take another perspective, or to adapt my behaviour to fit in.
It's easy for me to adapt my behaviour to fit in.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Personal and social situations. So yeah, I'd say that was chameleon.
So what are the answers?
Well, there's no answers. What?
What are the options?
Yeah, sorry. Doesn't apply to me. Somewhat applies. Fully applies to me.
Somewhat.
Okay. Referring to 30. I'll stop referring back now. No. The fact that my relationships or certain situations can be affected by my difficulties to adapt is causing me distress and has a diverse impact on my social environment at times.
Say that again.
So the fact that my relationships or certain situations can be affected by my difficulties to adapt is causing me distress. So do you struggle to adapt? And does it cause you stress?
It causes me stress, but I can adapt.
Yeah, so I would say that doesn't apply to you then.
Okay, yeah.
My first memories of feeling or behaving differently, as mentioned in question 9, stop it, go back to my late childhood or adolescence. So your first memories of feeling or behaving differently go back to your late childhood or adolescence, do they?
Yes.
So we would say fully applies.
Yes.
I don't suffer from organic brain diseases, injuries or dysfunctions.
Yes,
Oh, you got knocked.
I do.
You do. Tell me more.
What's that?
Tell me more.
What injuries?
Yes, because it says the answers are I had or have such problems. I'm not sure. Yes, I don't.
I've got all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm bashed up.
Bashed up. I've had. To feel good in a group of people, I need attention. Just listening for a long time makes me feel uncomfortable. Are you a good listener?
Sometimes, yes,
Yeah.
I am. But sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes you get a bit switch off.
Yes.
Yeah, I get that. Why do I get these questions? My interactions with others often have a sexually seductive or provocative
Read no more.
undertone.
What do you think?
Fully applies. My emotions can shift rapidly. Maybe that's because of a matter of fact. They don't usually don't go very deep.
No, that's not true.
No, so it doesn't apply.
No.
I give lots of attention to my physical appearance to draw positive attention to myself.
Sometimes.
Yeah. In my speech, I emphasise emotions and impressions over detail. Definitely.
Yes. Yes.
I tend to dramatise and exaggerate my display of emotions and can be quite theatrical. Right, yeah. You're going fully applies, man.
Yeah.
Oh, we're nearly there, 40.
Okay.
Certain circumstances or people have a strong influence on me to the extent that I might change my plans or goal. I'd call myself suggestible.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Right, you've got the last 4. Lucky you.
Okay, let's see. Sometimes I am unsure whether the relationships I have are as intimate as I consider them to be. But then, I am not sure if I really need the full amount of depth. If I don't feel right, I might as well move on to surround myself with people who appreciate me more.
True.
Generally, I am hungry for excitement and good entertainment, and to be honest, I love situations where I'm the centre of attention. Sex.
Yes, please.
How much?
Do you identify as male, female, or other?
Male.
Age?
46.
I live in
Europe.
Europe.
Well, we're not in Europe anymore, but don't have the UK option.
Oh,
So.
we're not in Europe anymore. Oh. All right. Do you live with, we know this, at home with my own family? Yeah. If you answered yes to the previous question, blah, 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 blah.
What's that? Are you currently have any personal bothering? Do you currently have any personal problems bothering you?
Yes.
So, no, I'm very fine. Yes, but not burdening. Yes, some problems, but I can deal with them. Yes, some.
Since quite some time. Yes, and quite difficult ones.
Yes, and quite difficult ones.
Very honest. I like.
Yeah.
If you answered yes to the previous question related to problems, do you think that your problems might be related to you having a psychopathic, antisocial, narcissistic, or histrionic personality disorder?
No.
Which of the following categories describes... are you currently undergoing psychotherapy, sex therapy?
Or counselling.
What's sex therapy?
So it is where you go to talk to a therapist about sex, and sometimes couples go there because they're having trouble
not
sort of...
having any therapy at the moment.
No.
Is that like what Russell Brand did when he had sex addiction? He went to a sex therapist.
Yeah.
Got you. So that's no. Which of the following categories describes your primary occupation?
Ooh. Let's have a look. Other. Well, it's not IT.
It's
management.
It's health, isn't it? Do you think health?
Health services are related, social, scientific, education,
kids, like,
teaching.
Boot camps and stuff.
That's correct, yeah.
So education?
Education or health?
Health.
Health services are related.
Okay. My self-assessment on possibly having a antisocial, narcissistic, or histrionic personality disorder. Do you believe you don't have a problem? You have little traits such as a disorder. I think I might indeed have such a disorder. I'm relatively sure of having such a disorder. I'm very sure I have such a disorder.
I don't think I have a disorder.
I don't have a problem with it.
Click analyze. After that, the result will be displayed if the questionnaire was completed.
Let's have a look. Am I a psychopath? So we're going to cut from the first question to the last question. Oh, shit.
Right. There is no clear indication that you might have a psychopathic antisocial personality disorder.
There you go.
You reached, however, 75% in other relevant traits
Oh, go on.
that can indicate this personality disorder. You might have certain traits of antisocial or psychopathic personalities, but certainly not in a form that would justify a personality disorder diagnosis according to the
So like you mentioned
standards.
earlier, you had these thoughts, everyone's got these
Yeah.
thoughts, gets horrible thoughts, should I say, and doesn't act on them.
This is where this came from. Because
I've not give you the full result yet.
Oh, go on.
You see, you score 11 out of 38 for psychopathy.
Right, okay.
Narcissism next.
Yeah.
There are strong indications that you might have a narcissistic personality disorder. That there are slight differences between the major diagnostic manuals in how to diagnose a narcissistic personality disorder, with the ICD-10 manual stating that a person may only be diagnosed with a NPD if he does not meet the diagnostic criteria for a dissocial and brackets antisocial, psychopathic, histrionic, or any of the other personality disorders at the same time. For the DSM, blah 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 blah. Anyway, you score 6 out of 9 on that one.
Well, that's quite high.
You're a slight narc.
Is that
Slight narc.
Is that a problem of being a narcissist?
No.
Because, no. Why I ask that? Because if you want to be great at something,
You've got to have that self-belief.
is someone like Muhammad Ali? Is he a narcissist?
Yes.
We wouldn't be here if we weren't all narcissists.
Well,
Somewhat.
yeah, because it's always considered negative, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
But
They've got a bad rap, narcs.
yeah,
I'm terrible at always looking at my reflection in the mirror. Terrible. Shop windows. Oh, yeah.
that's good
Car
that we
windows,
said that because you could make people feel shit about themselves. I mean, I love myself, and I think it's very important. I mean, I think that's one of the major things I've learned to do is to start really loving myself.
When there's so much insecurity in the world,
Yeah.
self-love is
Yeah.
a good thing.
We need to.
It's a
Gotta
healthy
love yourself.
thing.
We can love anyone else.
Histrionic next.
Oh, this is interesting.
There are strong indications that you might have a histrionic personality disorder.
Wow.
There is, however, no scientific test to confirm this diagnosis other than to verify the symptoms by subjective means. Thus, some people may be wrongly diagnosed as having this disorder, while others with the disorder may not be diagnosed, with the result that treatment is often only prompted by depression associated with dissolved romantic relationships. That's when I go off the rails, when romantic relationships have dissolved.
So
in the past.
it comes and goes at different stages when it's nudged.
Yes. It's waiting to be activated.
Like a bad relationship.
Yeah.
Medication does little to affect this personality disorder. It may be helpful with symptoms such as depression. Psychotherapy may be of benefit, blah, blah, blah. So, with that one then, you meet 60% of the range of general personality disorder. This further indicates that you might have to deal with a severe personality disorder. Thus, we strongly recommend you seek a professional diagnosis to be sure what exactly you're dealing with here. It might turn out to be useful to print this test, blah, 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 and take it to a psychotherapist.
I actually have. I haven't done that one though, so that's interesting. I had all these tests before that went to the Harley Street, some mental quack, and he did all this sort of stuff. That's when they diagnosed me with Asperger's.
Histrionic personality disorder meaning?
I can tell you all about this one. I know all about it.
In a person with histrionic personality disorder, self-esteem depends on the approval of others. People with this disorder have an overwhelming desire to be noticed and often behave dramatically or inappropriately to get attention. I've done a bit of that as well.
Yeah. They're highly sexualized. I think I talked about this last time.
Yeah.
They're extremely manipulative. I mean, these are the extreme examples.
Yeah.
It's oh wow, that's interesting.
Oh, there we go. So what are these questions?
Oh, yeah. The viewer questions then are, All right, so huge thank you to all the people on the social media platforms that have posted questions for Alex, and we are bringing them to you now. So Alex Spencer.
Oh, Spencer.
I would like to let Alex know that from his last podcast, he really won me over regarding his character.
Thank you.
I had a judgment that he totally proved me wrong on. He really is a decent bloke. All the best.
Cheers, Spencer.
Tara A.
Tara.
I would ask Alex, what tips does he have for Katie on how to survive prison?
I did not see that one coming.
Oh my god.
The 8th crash, the 9th crash, it's inevitable, isn't it, if she survives?
As I said, it could be, it's not for me to judge, but it could be as I thought prison was for me. I didn't think at the time it was a blessing for me.
Yeah.
Fancy Fourth Night Games is asking, the general public would have been locked up by now. I think it's referring to Katie.
Yeah.
How has she managed to get away with this for so long? That's what I would like to ask.
We said we kind of alluded to that earlier on, the corruption of the system.
That's an interesting one.
I wasn't saying that about necessarily her applying to her, but to so many different people. How the rich go bankrupt and end up richer. Yeah, and that was again not applying to her, who happens to be bankrupt. But there's something going on here.
One law for people with money,
picture.
one law for the poor.
Yeah.
And Leonard Cohen put that in his lyrics in one. So everybody knows. Corinne White.
Hi, Corinne.
I'm looking forward to this one. I'd like to ask Alex a question, please. I'm genuinely wondering, what is it about Katie Price that is initially so attractive to men, but then it all goes so horribly wrong?
I don't know.
I think you want to carry that one on.
It seems to follow a pattern of her jumping into a relationship quickly, declaring him the one, merching it, then all over social media, rushing into engagement marriage, but then it goes disastrously wrong. We can all see the pattern, but it seems she never seems to learn. Is she learning, or is it a strategy, a business strategy?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
I know what I think.
Yeah, it's probably just as well.
Yeah.
There's a similar one though, actually, from Lauren Victoria Jones. How and why does her relationship start so magically, end in tatters every time? Do you think her personality will ever calm down? I imagine you want to skip that one as well.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Do you think her personality will ever calm down?
Oh.
You'd hope.
What would you think?
You'd hope.
What do you think? What do you think? Huh?
I don't know. I guess.
Come on, you do know.
I think she needs a bit of therapy.
Will it calm down?
I hope so. Because when she won, that Mum of the Year and all that, it seemed to be on the right path. It's just gone a bit AWOL again.
I thought you think it'll calm down with age.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Or if this trial goes horribly wrong.
I think it's getting so serious now. I think responsible people need to step in because it's people's lives are at danger.
Definitely,
that's the bottom
and
line.
in many different aspects.
Dylan Sharp wants to know.
Not a Katie question.
What advice would you give to first-time inmates?
First-time mates?
Yeah.
Inmates. Going to prison for the first time. People going, prison survival advice.
Right, okay, that's a good one. It's a bit like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. You don't want to porridge too cold or too hot. You want it just right. So when you're going in, you like the whole peacocking thing. Look at me, I'm badass. But you don't want to do too much of that because you can attract the wrong attention. You just got to get that just right and just be relaxed in yourself. which is how can you be relaxed when you're with murderers, rapists, terrorists, gangbangers, people who you could get killed for 50 quid. I'm not talking grand, I'm talking pounds, crackers. You got to kind of try and be relaxed and just try and form the right, keep your head down, which everyone says, but so yeah, just try and keep your head down. I mean, as much as it was difficult for me to keep my head down because everyone knew who I was in all the papers and everyone was showing me the papers I was in, I did actually got myself into a routine with my training, and people started to just leave me alone. Oh, that's Alex Reid, he does his training.
Keep your head down, find out who's who, get into a routine, keep your fitness up. Don't be a drama queen.
Yeah.
Don't be bragging about your crimes.
1,000,000%, yeah. Yeah, be a bit humble.
Otherwise, you will be reduced. Your ego will be flattened very rapidly.
Why I was talking about the peacocking thing, because like I saw fights every day for people who were like, who are you fucking looking at? Who you fucking looking at? I'm like, and I'd be like, I'm walking around, no problem at all. You know, even these dangerous people.
It's a minefield, isn't it?
Yeah.
What star sign are you? Sorry,
Well, it's only I'm Cancer, but I'm Cancer, but that's only half of it, isn't it?
Because you got your rising sign.
And this is the other crazy thing with the ancient Babylon calendar now. They're saying there's 13 star signs, not.
I know.
So I don't know how it works now.
Yeah, I think I'm still falling to the Gemini category.
James Miles has asked, who was your toughest MMA fight against?
It would probably be me. Me.
Brilliant.
I'd say about that. I mean, I've struggled. I could go through lots of different people like Lee Murray, Tom Watson, Mark Weird. There was quite fierce battles, backwards and forwards. But ultimately, it's always me. Because if I believe in myself and I love myself and I like myself and I've got my histrionic personality disorder traits going on, I'm great. That's when it's good to be a narcissist. Yeah, I am the greatest. Yeah, come on, can I have those traits come out now? They're not necessarily negative, they can be a positive.
Definitely.
Definitely.
There is a time to be a killer. When you're about to, in the arena, you know, you don't want to be a pansy or a pussycat.
How does that feel, just getting into the arena with that psyched up killer mindset?
I was never really saying that. I was never a killer. I've never actually wanted to hurt anybody.
But you're going to war, aren't you? Like professionally.
Yeah.
What's
But
your
I'm
walk-on song?
prepared to.
Sorry.
It would be do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do you know that song? Terminator. Terminator. Yeah. Yes. I walked out once to Roxanne and I sung it.
I think I remember.
Roxanne.
Yeah.
You don't have to put on the red light. Came out with drag queens and I thought, fuck you, media.
Yeah, totally. Own it and fucking.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah.
It was good then. That was fun. Flamethrowers, stilt walkers.
Hell yeah.
That was good.
Do you miss that?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I'm a different person. I mean, do you see yourselves as different people now?
Totally.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm facing this way, like I'm not facing you, like this is the audience. I'm used to Hi. I look at you guys now. That's the TV thing I'm talking about. It's because we are now new media.
TV's dinosaur
I'm still
media.
going in the old media. We talked about the old media. I'm like, I was just up for something which I didn't get, which was frustrating. I wonder if that's because I was too political.
Yeah.
And that makes me a bit sad. But we have a whole new generation of people now. And like I said, my daughter will be looking at this stuff one day. Both of them. This is the new world. I think as you was telling me, don't worry about the TV stuff. This is the new media. Instagram, YouTube.
TikTok?
I don't. TikTok. I mean, I've got a TikTok account. I don't really use it. Do you?
Only recently, my media lady there is sorting me out.
I've been doing schools talks, Alex, and I say to the audience, 200 kids, put your hand up if you're on YouTube. Quarter of the hands went up.
Wow.
Put your hand up if you're on TikTok. Every single hand.
Yeah.
That's why big.
And I don't understand the money side of it though. How you monetize it and everything. I mean, And I've just started to get I've got my YouTube channel, Alex Reid Talks. Will come and follow me, please. I'm putting out some really good stuff. Got all this gunpowder in information ready to release.
Are you going to be filming at home?
All over the place.
Yeah?
All over the place. Yeah, I've got loads of funky ideas. And I'm hungry. When I was a kid, I used to get my toys and I'd like make little films. And but now you can, I loved editing and filming and stuff. Yeah.
And you're working on your book with Jamie Boyle?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't 100% with Jamie Boyle. I mean, I've already written I like Jamie. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
He's a great guy, and I'm still weighing options.
Shout out Warcry Publishing.
Yes. Yeah. I'm thinking of possibly doing it myself. I'm quite good. I'm quite literate. I'm intelligent. I'm articulate. I've not done this before, so I need someone to hold my hand. But why not? Who can tell my story better than myself?
Exactly. You just got to put the hours in to write it down.
That is the thing. That's the thing. Like the discipline, the why I liked prison, because I had no choice. I had to do get set out to routine, and that routine gave me some comfort. And now I'm out. I felt a bit lost. So he's getting that routine, and why can't I have that same drive I had in prison? To do outside
distractions.
Distractions. I mean, obviously, I've got baby. She's lovely, but she's bloody distracting. I'm like, oh God.
How much sleep do you get at night?
I'm quite good. Nicola's very lovely. She does pretty much all the night feeds. When she's initially we were taking it in turns, but when I'm trying to focus and make some money for the family, knocking on doors, doing what I do, I just couldn't do it. I was shattered. So I said, babe, I can't do this. I'm dying. So she's wonderful. That's great. So it's having that focus I had in prison outside, and it's just 1 page a day. That's all you need. I don't know when you've written your books, how did you find it hard? And you guys, it's a double barrel question. I see how hard you work. You've done an interview already this morning. You did last night. You were doing a live stream.
5 last night.
Yeah.
I'm like, you work, you graft, you work. You're successful. I don't know so much about yourself, but I'm not saying I don't know what you do regarding around this whole industry, but you have to work at it, don't you?
It takes a lot of headspace.
Jen's organic cotton clothing business takes a lot of work. Yeah, she's got employees.
And do you feel?
Shout out to Victoria.
Hi, do you feel the stress? Do you feel the stress if like to pay bills? Or you got past that point? Like, I mean, I'm
trying to qualify to buy my house right now. That's what the stress I'm under. Average house price in Guildford is 600k.
Yeah.
So the bank's like,
and that from all of this sort of stuff.
From all my business, I've got a publishing company, book publishing company. I've got the YouTube, and I've got public speaking. So I've got 3 businesses I'm running.
You're a relentless worker.
That's why Wildman called me the robot.
You do feel that. But you're driven to get up.
Yeah.
Is it though? This is the difference about slavery. I mean, in weird, I felt more free in prison than I did outside. This is fucked up.
From the daily grind.
Yeah, I'm like, because I can relax. As much as I love my missus, she does moan.
You get a cell on your own.
Oh,
just kick back.
Yeah, but that actually, weirdly, that would have been nice in one respect, but it was actually quite nice. I'm there for 4 weeks. I get to learn and study different people.
Yeah.
I said one of the most peaceful places in my recent history where I had harmony was in the Big Brother house. And there was 20 people? But there was like 20 million people watching us at one point.
Did you feel the cameras on you now?
You do, but then you can't, after a while, you just end up relaxing.
Yeah.
And all you've got, because you've got no outside interference, no newspapers or outside what's going on in the world, is communion. And that's nice. Yeah. That's what is actually nice. You get to actually listen and talk. And I was listening to people and understanding what they're all about. Understanding different cultures, different religions. And I would talk to absolutely everybody.
Prison is the best education in psychology and addiction you could possibly get. Just hearing all the stories. Yeah.
Did you find you had compassion where you were?
So before I got arrested, like when I was a kid, my drugs education was, here is your brain. on drugs, and they showed eggs frying in a pan, and then they showed like these heroin addicts living under bridges and stuff. And
like trolls.
Yeah, like trolls. Yeah. I thought a heroin addict was like a troll, just out stealing and robbing, and then you get in there, and 90% of the people, approximately, the majority, were injecting heroin. And I started speaking to them, and to trying to get an understanding of why they were doing this to themselves, because they were going to die from it.
Same.
Molested as kids, majority of them, thrown away as kids, didn't have any parents, raised on the street, suffered such horrendous childhood trauma, they didn't have the tools to deal with it, and the only way to bury that pain was to get on the hardest core drug, which was heroin, which would put them out of it, so they didn't have to think about those fucking horrendous things that happened to them when they were kids. And society treats them like shit, and they throw them in these nasty places, which compounds their suffering. And we wonder why they're doing drugs in there as well.
This is what the pain I had in there, and I felt such guilt for being out. I felt guilty. I actually felt like I should stay in and help these guys. And what the fuck am I going back? I had to get out. I've got my little girl, and so I'm not going to. But isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
You see all this pain.
I started writing about some of them, and it was getting put online while I was still in, and they all came up to me individually at the end when I was about to get released. You're still going to write to me, you're still going to do this and that, and you see a lot of guys say, yeah, I'm going to help you when I get out. I'm going to send you some money to spend, some books to read. But you never hear from them again until 6 months later when they're just rearrested for drugs. It's a revolving door. That's that cycle of addiction. It's too hard for most of them to break. And as soon as they come back to the prison, £60,000 per year, per person.
Say that again.
Taxpayers' money.
Taxpayers' money.
To the prison, 60,000. That's just one of the contracts.
Yeah.
That's why it's an industry, and it's got an incentive to not correct people, to break them and allow it to be drug and gang infested mayhem, because they'll keep coming right back.
So how do some people, is it just money, get away with it? Money, that's all it is.
It's all money.
Money.
Tens of billions a year are the private prison contracts right now alone. And there are hundreds of corporations profiting from this, like telephone contracts, food, barbed wire, you name it, razor wire, everything.
Where do we already said we're doing our best to try and change this by even just talking about this now. And if anyone needs any help in the family courts, I have an organisation, the Bob Reid Foundation, where we help people go through in the most dire situations, not knowing what to do. I lost everything I have in the family courts. I shouldn't have said that much. That's as much as I can say. But if you need help with that, my point is it's business modelled, and it's to at the sufferings. There's companies like CMS, Child Maintenance Service, which it doesn't make sense how they can exist, because they're there to help children, but they don't profit unless they have collect and pay, and they take 25% of the paying parents' wages. So hang on. So they actually, the way they get their money is to actually promote parental alienation. So if we've both got a child and we both say 50-50, they don't get anything. So what they do is they encourage you to stop me seeing the child, or to have the child more than 60, I don't know the exact percentage. And then, I've got to pay all this money to see my child. Hang on, what's going on? And then get this. I don't know if I told you this before. There is more than 3 suicides a day, directly related. This is from government facts and figures that can prove it, evidentially backed, due to fictitious arrears from CMS. This costs the taxpayer 1.7 million per suicide. Every single day, 3 of those a day. This cannot go on.
No.
It doesn't make sense. The absolute misery that's being caused. And I'm like, there's one guy, is an ex-veteran, because I'm ex-army, got a lot of army guys on board. He went to prison, was put in prison because he didn't pay child maintenance service. He said, "It's not my child. Give me a DNA test." They refused him a DNA test. They kicked him in prison. So he went to prison for about 3-4 weeks, and then he finally did get a DNA test, and he got refunded the money he'd all paid, but he only got £100 compensation. But they pretty much ruined his life. So I'll go on, and I kind of get bored about these stories that reiterate in my head, because when I go home, I'll be getting emails and messages, and I go through this sort of stuff to try and help people and give them some advice. But who am I to be able to change this system? You know, who are you? Who are all of us? There's so much corruption. And I think, let's get all heavy and spiritual, like the benevolent and the malevolent beings, which are really running the show, the secret societies. As, what is that David Icke says, the ruling elite, or is it the organisation or the cult? The cult, he calls it. Kind of get it. I'm using his terminology because I know you're au fait with him and he's just been on here. Are you a David Icke fan?
Definitely. DavidIcke.com.
Yeah.
Iconic.
So yeah, I'm like, how do we do it? How do we change? How do we stop this tyranny? I mean, I've actually had gangsters, proper heavy dudes, in our network who are involved, not in my network, in the been suffering by the family courts, not seeing their children, for whatever reason, and they've wanted to go and get heavy on CMS and CSA, and no guys, don't do that. That's going to create a real shitstorm and it's playing right into the hands. They can government will create emergency laws to come in and clamp down and rule with an iron fist and take more of our liberties away. You know, I mean, it's frustrating. So I'm stopping. As much as I sympathise with them, I don't sympathise with them being gangsters and doing bad things like that, but I sympathise with them not getting, the way they usually get stuff done is with an iron fist. But these gangsters are dealing with the biggest gangsters in the world, the British government.
Well, what David says, I mean, there's so many people in politics, but David says it's only the psychopaths that rise up to the top. So you got the psychopaths rise up to the top. They're in charge of the taxpayers' money, which is just a feeding trough of billions and billions and billions and billions. So if you're in charge of billions and billions and billions, who are you going to give those contracts to? Your buddies, and your buddies are going to kick back with political contributions to keep
what's going on with the oil at the moment, with the gas,
it's
the
mental,
petrol,
isn't it?
the drivers, the
oil. I mean, we've got an petrol shortage. I'm sure when this comes out, we won't be worried about this, but you know about what's really going on. I'm sure
it's the drivers we've got a shortage of.
Is it?
Yeah.
And I don't think it is.
There's no petrol shortage in the States.
There's no petrol shortage here.
Oh.
Is it? Do you not know what's really going on with the petrol?
Is it to get the prices up?
Well, the BP have got all this oil they need to get rid of. And they can't get rid of it. So I'm going to get demonetised. Shut up now.
I did lose my channel twice this year, Alex. I don't know if you're aware of this. We only got half of it back.
Getting carried away. But there's corruption. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah. When you charge that much money.
I mean, let's not even go on the other thing that goes on in the world.
No, we can't go with that at all. Absolutely not. Yeah.
But I think you'll get our drift.
Yeah.
I wonder I thought you wouldn't know about that sort of stuff. I mean, the previous thing with the
economics. The economics, that's my thing, the stock market. I follow it all the time.
No, not with
the gas and the petrol.
Yeah, but let's not talk about that anymore.
Okay.
Just in case.
Mr. BP.
Frustrates me though. It frustrates me. And is it wrong? I mean, like I've stopped people from, and not just me, but my people have said, please don't do that. Don't, a revolution. People want a revolution because they're sick and tired of what's going on.
But look what happens whenever there's a revolution. The people at the head of the revolution promise the world, but once they get in power and they get in charge of the billions of dollars of taxpayers' money,
power just changes us. Someone else corrupts.
It gets even worse. Yeah, and it's just human nature, which is immutable.
Immutable, what's that mean?
You can't change it.
Immutable.
Yeah.
It's another word today. What's the first word?
Haughty.
Haughty, immutable.
Haughty.
Stop being so haughty and immutable. So haughty is...
James is the haughty man.
Arrogant.
Yeah, looking down at people.
Haughty.
So stop being so immutably haughtable. Haughty, yeah.
Now you're being supercilious.
Supercilious?
James, supercilious.
So yeah, I mean, with all of this, do you not get frustrated? I see people talking about conspiracy theories, what's going on, getting in quite depth now, what's going on in the world, and they're doing it on YouTube. I mean, how come do they not get How would it work? If
Once you get so many subscribers, for example, we lost our channel twice because 60 million people had watched those videos on that case we're no longer allowed to talk about with the guy who can't sweat and his buddy over in America. So we lost like half the channel basically, but that's because 60 million people watched them. If you've got if you've got a smaller channel, you can say whatever you want until you reach a point of reaching the masses.
Got you. That's why I'm seeing stuff. I'm still seeing stuff. I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Are you seen anything on the podcast wars?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Darren G.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to say anything. No.
Has the Scottish guy not reached out to you for part 2?
No.
His loss.
Yeah.
Our game.
So is it a war?
He started the war. I've not even launched an attack on him yet. I'm just defending myself. We've got the goods on him, but we've not.
The goods?
Yeah. So he's put out videos saying he's exposing me, blah, 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 blah. I've got all of his history,
secrets,
his conviction and everything now. We've got it ready to go if he does launch another strike. He's launched 2 major strikes on me so far, and all I've done so far is had to put videos up just defending myself to protect my reputation from the harm he caused.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage.
Yeah, the first time when he had Darren G on, I was losing 100 subscribers an hour, and I had to file a defamation lawsuit.
But how does that work? Are you going to get anything back? How does it work?
No, because neither of them have any money.
Oh. Yeah, well,
I just pissed in the wind with that one.
I know a bit about that. I know a lot about that. Taking people to court.
Yeah.
And then
there's only one winner. That's a legal system.
Yeah. And then we should never bothered.
But even though we see the corruption, the darkness, it is for us to put meaning into our lives and see the good as well in the world. And if we focus on the good, especially in people, it helps it come out. And you're doing this positive thing, mentoring and boot camping kids, helping your buddies that you've left behind in prison, all that positive focus that is creating good karma for you, better energy for you, and helping your life. And also you've got the massive accomplishment of having this beautiful family, the baby and everything else. You got to put all that above the negatives and just keep focusing on that.
Do you have mental health problems?
You know what I did, and that's why I took drugs. But I had to go through what I went through to mature as a person, address my inner demons. And the therapist in prison actually put a framework in my head that I fall back onto this day with circuit breakers to prevent me going back to those behaviour patterns and having those thoughts.
What about you, Jim?
I've suffered with depression, anxiety. Had highs and lows. It's just learning about how to manage it, balance it. I don't know where I'd go with that one.
There's just so many pills being handed out, isn't there?
I didn't go. I have never been medicated on it. No.
Yeah.
I went to doctors. They tried it. I remember I sat in my apartment at the time. I took it, and a few hours later, I just couldn't stop shaking.
Yeah.
I tried it for a couple more days. And I thought, this isn't me. So, but I've had a lot of therapy. A lot.
That's better. Have you had lots of cuddles?
Yes.
That works. You feel love?
Yeah, love.
What about you? Do you feel love?
Do you want to cuddle?
Do you want to cuddle?
Go on.
I always love cuddles. I mean, I was cuddle puddles in Arizona on the ecstasy. Vicks inhalers.
Go on. I'll come. Oh, this is lovely.
Someone smells nice.
Alex. Thank you.
Oh, kisses as well. I didn't get a kiss, Alex. Let's
This got excited.
Oops. Oh, that was good freeway.
Someone push that down.
We all need a cuddle. We all need a cuddle now.
You want everyone? Everyone
We need a cuddle every day.
Everyone needs a cuddle.
I've got a little chihuahua called Lola, and she gives me so much oxytocin every day by her cuddles. And she gets a bit jealous. She's got a little, but she was abused, and we rescued her. So I didn't want her. I wanted a proper dog, not a bloody chihuahua. Now she's not a chihuahua. She's my daughter. So she got jealous when little Anastasia Pixie come along. So I have to give her super love. But the love licks, and it's good enough for Mickey Rourke. It's good enough for Alex Reid.
Yeah,
He loves his chihuahuas. You got any dogs?
No. I had one till this year. So.
And passed.
Yes, unfortunately. But that's what the company's named after. My dog. Boomer and Jen.
Boomer.
Boomerang.
Boomer and Jen.
Yeah,
Have you
Boomer
had
and
any
Jen.
animals?
I've got a fox, badgers, and three deer today. This fox, it had a broken leg, and I googled that if you overfeed it, you got to overfeed it to save its life. So now I throw like whole chickens off my balcony.
Why do you have
You look like a madman.
It says to save a fox with a broken leg's life, you got to overfeed it.
Why?
That's what it says on Google.
Thing is, Sean is a vegetarian, right? But he'll go all the way into it on his Waitrose shop weekly, buy a whole fucking chicken to chuck out the window to his little fox
Raw.
mate.
Yeah, it waits for me now every night. It's up there waiting for me.
You can see his little beady eyes.
Me and my
sometimes.
neighbour's like, you could probably feed it out your hand by now. I'm like, all right, let's go.
The running one.
We went all the way around, all the way up the hill. The fox, but it hid in the trees. It wouldn't come out and like let me do it by hand.
It would do if you keep
Goals.
trying.
I'm going to keep trying.
Yeah.
I was
You
trying.
have it indoors one day.
Yes.
Guess what its name is?
Foxy. Foxy.
Who it fucking is?
Oh, God. Foxy.
Oh, yeah, creative.
Foxy.
That's what I like about living here, the nature and stuff. It's nice. Yeah.
I like Guildford. I think I might move to Guildford.
You should.
Do it.
You should.
They start Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in Guildford.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they came from Guildford.
Also, the cathedral? That's where the Omen was filmed.
I know.
Did you know that?
I know that, yes.
Interesting fact.
Yes.
And the world's oldest synagogue is under the Waterstones in town.
Really?
Apparently so.
Really?
That's an interesting fact.
My missus is a little bit Jewish.
Ooh. Send her off.
Jewish, yeah, well, very Jewish.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. That made my daughter Jewish, doesn't it? Does it? I think it does, yes.
Is there like a half Jewish?
Mixed.
No, if the
Mixed
girl is,
Jewish?
if the mum is Jewish, then the children are Jewish.
Oh,
Automatically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you
You're
Jewish?
She knows a lot.
Yes. Well, I say Jewish, we're more Jedi. Yes, we were talking about that earlier. I think, are you a religious person?
No, not really.
What do you think happens when we die?
I'm very spiritual, so I do believe in sort of spirits, obviously.
So what happens
and
when
the
we die?
afterlife.
What's the afterlife?
I'm not quite sure. I'm
What
not
do you
quite
think?
sold on all the theories yet, to be fair. I do strongly
Do you think
lean
about it?
towards reincarnation.
Right, okay.
So I'm
Why?
definitely an ant.
Why do we reincarnate?
I have no idea.
Do you think about this?
I think when I studied religions in prison, I had my own theory of reincarnation because my mum's Buddhist and she believes in reincarnation. So I think that if you go back and look at your grandparents, parents, go all the way back
You'll be there.
to primordial soup or whatever, with two little cells reproducing, we've got the DNA of all them in us, and our DNA will continue in our offspring. We're passing it down. Nietzsche said we're a bridge for our genes. So human beings are this bridge. The genes are getting passed along the bridge.
What do you believe about intelligent design?
About intelligent what?
Design.
DNA babies. Test tube babies.
No. I mean about, that's basically supreme being God. We were designed. We weren't not just Big Bang, an accident.
So you don't believe in the monkey theory?
Oh, no, not at all. I believe, I believe there was, and they're proving that wrong now as well. The theory of evolution is, by scientific standards, it doesn't add up. But I mean, and there's lots of people arguing with me on here, but I can show you all of the evidence to support it now. It goes, there's so much science now behind it to show that we've been intelligently interfered with and designed. There's the whole, I think I talked about this last time, the Anunnaki thing.
Oh yeah, David. Yeah.
I don't know. Does David talk about that? I'm sure he does. I've not read his books, but I should read his books. I've got them all.
What do you think about the miracle of existence theory?
Don't know that one.
It's like,
I probably do, but I don't know the term.
It's like your dad had like 1 trillion sperm in his balls. What's the chance of that one sperm, that one swimmer, meeting the egg, and then go back to his dad, the chance of that happening, and then you are the infinite improbability of existence, which is a miracle.
Is it a miracle? That's why I say it's intelligent design. It's beyond, is it this light bulb? Is this a miracle? How does this work?
What, the microphone?
Yeah, is it a miracle? Think about it. What's it made up of?
Jen's boots are a miracle.
Exactly, they are. Oh, yeah. What are they made up of?
My pink socks are a miracle.
Ions, electrons, neutrons, all vibrating at a certain frequency. They're all vibrating at a certain frequency, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing as this. Different molecular compounds. Same stuff. Same as us. But there's something more to us. We're going to go there again. I told you about this last time. 21 grams. What happens when you die?
Oh, yeah.
Go on.
You instantly weigh 21 grams lighter.
I did not know that fact. Right.
Why?
You release all your gases and whatnot.
You poo.
Poos, wheeze.
No, not gas. Even if it was gas, instantly.
Water. I thought being the body is 90% water if that got released, maybe.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But it's instant. That would take some time to come out.
Is it your soul? Your soul is 21 grams.
What do you think?
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'm just asking questions. I don't know the answers, but yeah, I think so. I think so. And having read lots of books on and studied it, I'm any expert by any means, but when they've got this book about 2,000 people have had near-death experiences, they've died and come back, and they've all said the same thing. Yeah, what's going on here?
Near-death experiences.
Have you done the ayahuasca?
No, but I've had near-death experiences on drugs.
Have you?
Oh, yeah.
You come out. Oh, yeah, when we talked about this last time.
Yeah. Have you had a near-death experience on drugs?
You know where we're going with this one. Yes, when I ended up in a coma.
How was that?
Ketamine.
How much?
Well, I drank 6 grams. You meant to cook it. I didn't.
Strength.
Drank 6 grams.
Duffy was learning a lot about Jen today.
How could you drink 6 grams? Why did
it tastes like fucking fuel.
Why did you drink it then? Did you just didn't
I was
realise?
depressed.
Yeah, did you do it?
Was
You're
attempt.
trying to kill yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened?
I came to and thought, what the fuck am I doing? Ran out of my house, ran down the road. I was found on a road in Weston-super-Mare, of all places, foaming at the mouth by a couple, got shoved in the back of a police car. I fell into a coma. 3 days later, woke up with my mum there.
Christ.
So hang on, you didn't knock you out straight away. You ran off.
No,
you went crazy.
I can remember it. Well, I can remember it started to feel fuzzy and cloudy. And I thought, I've got to move. I will die in this house alone if I do not fucking move.
So you at that point, you actually wanted to live?
Yeah.
You thought, fuck, why don't die now?
Yeah.
When you could you not call someone? You weren't ready to, you were too fucked.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't function. I just knew how to run. Well, not run. It must have been more like a stumble down the road.
Yeah.
But yeah.
6 grams.
6 grams.
I don't know. Is ketamine a pill? Is powder?
It's because you put it in the microwave to cook it. And yes, my friend who I was staying with at the time, we were living together, she was distributing it, shall I say. So she told me after it was 6 grams that I had consumed. So
is it right? Is it a horse tranquilizer?
It is. Yeah.
So it gives you a high?
It makes you,
trippy.
And
is it like
there's
something called special K's, cocaine and
that's cocaine and ketamine.
And what the mix you go high and low at the same time?
Yeah, it kind of gets you on a mellow sort of high, I guess.
But when you first take it, you can go into what's called a K-hole.
Oh, they're awful. You see all sorts.
You're like curled up in a ball on the floor.
I always felt like I was in a computer game, like a really old school pixelated computer game. When I did it.
Have you seen The Island with Leonardo DiCaprio when he goes mad? And
it was like that. That is exactly what it's like. Yeah. So
Ketamine.
So tell me, you when you had near-death experiences on drugs.
Yeah.
Did you have any epiphanies?
I just went some strange places and heard voices, and I was so drugged up all the time at that point in time. It wasn't really a learning thing for me. It was more just a mental thing. I was just balls to the wall, just getting so high. I was like pushing myself near death.
How old were you when you stopped doing this?
So SWAT team came when I was 32, 33, around then, I think.
32.
Yeah.
And that's when you stopped doing it.
Yeah, stopped.
32. That was your epiphany.
That was my wake-up
So you were
call.
partying now. And you were with, there was drugs around. You had no, I'm sure you've been around that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
People were trying to shove it up my nose when I got back to my hometown. They were like, yeah, I heard about your drug story. Have some cocaine.
and you had no interest.
No interest. Because I saw the horror of what drug use leads to in the jail.
How do you get the no interest? Is it like
6 years in Arizona jail, I think. Tom.
Yeah.
Is it?
I took drugs as an anxious teenager because I had social anxiety.
Yeah.
Almost got beat to death by some drunks. But then once I got on ecstasy, I was a party animal. Wouldn't stop partying all weekend long. I did that until the SWAT team came. So my therapist said, if you've got an anxiety, you have to confront it head on. So it's like an invisible hand put me in a place where there was hundreds of fellas, some of whom were maniacs. I'm sober. So for 6 years, I'm living with people, confronting my social anxiety. So once I get out of prison, the world seems like a safe place. I still have some anxiety, but nowhere near what I had when I was taking all those drugs.
So prison was the blessing in disguise.
Absolutely saved my life. Yes. It became like the education opportunity of a lifetime.
And I bet you were scared shitless.
Terrified. Yeah.
And there's some scary stuff
For
happening.
days, my heart was going so fast I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
First couple of nights, I could feel it just going against the mattress. Like, you know, if you hold a little animal in your hand.
Yeah.
But word spread that Wild Man was in there with me. And things were okay, relatively okay for a while.
I mean, how was he proper? And I want to mess with him.
Oh, yeah, he was a
Large
maniac.
lad.
Total maniac. He would just...
What sort of things?
he would just, like, run around. I'll give you a story, right? I'll give you a
Is he
story.
a pleasant guy though? I mean, if you didn't mess with him, or was he
He said he had red dots from a teenager. He had red dots in his head telling him to hurt people. He picked up...
Did you do the psychopath test and it came up pretty fucking high?
I just knew, yeah. He picked up a school teacher and put him in a bin. So then the school had him outside raking leaves with the caretaker. The teachers were so scared of him. But I'll give you a prison story, right? So he's been deported multiple times, being a menace to society. But when we all finally get arrested together, I think there was 13 co-defendants in the original arrest, because there's groups of them, that the arresting groups later on, making over 100. We get to the jail, and our women get out of the van first, all the women co-defendants. So all the new arrestees are lined up outside this rough-ass jail in Arizona. People who've been tased, people who've been in fights with cops, people who are drunk, people who are homeless, people who are high, gangbangers, you name it, all men. And they see these women then getting off this van. And they all just, all the hustle and bustle stops, and they're all stirring. And then they start yelling things like, get your tits out and blah, 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 and harassing the women. And you can see the women like that getting their heads down, looking a bit fucking aggrieved. Wild Woman was one of the ones who gets out last. She's pretty tough. But the other women were like suffering from all this abuse. Now, Wild Man, whenever he's going to do something, his eyebrow goes, nyeh. So it goes from horizontal to vertical. So I see his eyebrow go up. He's watching this outside. His woman, Wild Woman, is getting heckled by all these men. And his eyebrow just goes, eh. So now at this point in time, right, just to imagine what he looks like, he's been up for days on crack and crystal meth. He's not eating. His eyes are just red. He looks like the devil. He's got this long hair and a Viking's beard. He's 6'2". When he died, he was 29 stone. The meth had reduced his weight, but he's still massive shoulders out here. He's got the physique of a Burr, not a bodybuilder, of Burr, big belly and just like these big shoulders. So the guard says, you get out. And we're all supposed to just jump out the van. So Wild Man slowly just stands at the top of the steps of the van, looks at all of the prisoners, yelling at the women, and goes, hey, you lot. Fucking yelling at my woman right there. They're all with me. I'll have every fucking one of yous when I get inside. We're all going to be inside together in those cells, in the horseshoe, for fucking days when we get through this processing centre. Like, fucking any one of you. And they all just completely shut up. And that's what he was like all the time. But wherever we went, he had no fear whatsoever. He had no fear whatsoever. I was in a biker bar with him once.
Yeah, when arguing back with him. So fuck off, you know.
They were fucking scared of him. I was in a biker bar once, shooting pool, and a giant comes in. Not quite as big as Andre the Giant, but a big motherfucker. Wild man's eyebrow goes up. I'm like, Peter, don't do anything. Fucking hell, man. He walks up to the giant, grabs his hand. My name's Peter. The giant grabs his hand, says his name, and Wild Man won't let go of his hand, and he looks up at him and he goes, if I were you, I'd be in the circus, you fucking freak. She wanted to fight him because this guy was massive. The giant goes, what did you just say? Wild Man's like, I mean, this guy's got the chin and everything. Wild Man's like, you heard me, I'd be in the circus. And at that point, Wild Man had been up for a week, at least a week on crystal meth and crack. The eyes blood red, looks like the devil. Giant backed down, made friends with him, took us outside, showed us his car. He had a special seat in the back of his car because he was so tall. Gave us his number, said he would go debt collecting with Wildman. He had no fear, and people could tell. Wherever there was danger, people kicking off, I would want to go the opposite way. Wildman would go to the danger. He loved it. He loved it.
Turned him on.
Take him on.
And he was bang on crystal all the time.
On crystal and crack, unlimited amounts, just smoking it. And he would go on walks for days on end.
That killed him.
It contributed. We'd go on walks for days on end. He'd go on walks for days on end, and we wouldn't even know where he'd been. He'd come back days later with all his shoes broken over. This is the Sonoran Desert. Multiple times he went on walks on crack and crystal meth and was hospitalised. We had to
He can't stop walking.
We have to get him out of the hospital. They had to put a stent in his heart when he got arrested because they did checks on his heart because of the damage from that. Yeah.
How did that send it? What was he like if he wasn't on that stuff?
He was still fucking larger than life. Larger than life.
A few interviews with Sean before he died.
He was larger than life.
Yeah.
They told us when he was on the run and we had to hide him in Mexico, all my mates, people in the underworld, criminals, Mexican mafia said, if Wild Man behaves like he's behaving in Arizona and Mexico, the Mexicans will kill him. The house he was put in was blown up right away, but it was him and his missus having a fight. When I went down there, he was getting run around in military jeeps by the Mexicans. They called him L.O., so the Burr, because of his fighting style.
What was his fighting style?
It just knocked people out very rapidly and then like a burr.
Punching?
Left punch, left hand.
Left hand.
Yeah,
the right ever?
He'd trick him with his right and boom.
Right.
Yeah.
Kicks?
No.
Headbutts?
Well, he was flexible when he was in his 20s. He could put his foot over his head.
Really?
Yeah. Well, one could do that when he's in his 20s. Yeah. He was just a.
What's the most you've seen him fight?
In terms of what?
Men.
The amount of men.
Yeah, in one go. We take on more than one at a time.
Let me see. He has done, yeah. I've got to be careful what I say.
Has he been stabbed?
Has he been stabbed?
Must have been stabbed.
Oh, yeah, he had loads of stab marks all over him. Yeah, by his missus as well.
I'm meeting her soon, aren't I?
His fists were twice as big as mine, and there were just human teeth marks all over both of them. In fact, at one point, one guy who was double dipping, he was going through us and Sammy the Bull. He worked for us originally. He ripped off one of our customers. Wildman ended up with his tooth so deeply embedded between two knuckles, he couldn't get it out. And he hates going hospitals. So he goes to the hospital. The nurse gets it out and she goes, as soon as it got out, he's like, right, I'm leaving now. She goes, no, I've got to stitch you up. And he's like, I'll do that. He just goes home. He goes home, gets fishing wire and stitched it up himself.
Oh.
Wild.
Yeah.
No fear. I saw him go up to major people.
How's his health?
His health deteriorated,
if it wasn't for the drugs.
It's sad because when he got out, he was like when we did he was co-hosting all these podcasts in Liverpool. But when he had me drop him off, we'd stop at Bargain Booze and he'd get litres and litres and litres and litres of cider. So he was down from all the heavy drugs he was doing in America. He was down from just smoking a bit of weed, but drinking cider every day.
That's gut rot.
Yeah, and he started to leak fluid through his legs. We'd be in podcasts,
right? But
he was taking the piss. He was saying, "I'm going to get it bottled and bless people. It'll be Wild Man water." And he said he didn't want to go to hospital because it was the old people needed the beds, the pandemic and all this shit. So he was a warrior right to the end. And then he just got rushed to hospital for multiple organ failure, and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah.
How's his missus?
So his missus, she arranged a really beautiful funeral.
Yeah.
It even went past Pexhill, where as kids we used to go up there, and there was a tree we sat on called a thinking tree. And I would tell him, I'm going to go to America, be a millionaire in the stock market and fly you guys out. And that's what I eventually did. So as soon as we saw the funeral card out, me and his cousin Hammy just started crying our eyes out. Then we calmed ourselves. But once the procession went past Pexhill, we were crying our eyes out again. We were gutted. But you know what? I was so sad leading up to that. And after we got that out of our system, I felt his strength enter me. And the weird thing was, the podcast war was kicking off big time. And after Wildman's funeral, Darren G turned on all the people who tried to get him to attack me right at that time, simultaneously. And everything fell apart for all the people who were attacking me. And I was crediting Wildman protecting me from above with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, not from above. Right here now.
Yeah,
That's how I see it.
Totally.
That's how I see it with Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, little Pixie, little Anastasia, she looks up and she's always smiling, like we're here and she's looking over there and smiling at people.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? She's got something there, but she's definitely talking to someone. And we've been told it's her grandma who's in heaven. Oh, and my mum.
Yeah.
And who's still here, but not here.
Mm-hmm.
In two worlds. Yeah.
That's it, the energy of them and the spirit of them enters you, doesn't it? And I kind of feel like my personality changed a bit after Wildman's funeral. He gave me this strength. Yeah.
Have you had people pass?
Yeah.
That you feel are around?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Same. Guys, I'm going to have to bid you adieu.
Oh man, you've been so generous with your time.
I have some
Thank you.
goodies for you.
What is the time?
We've done about 3 hours, I think.
Wow, blimey.
Yeah.
So we've got quite a few
Oh,
here.
Woo, look at that blue.
I know. So
Link in the description box.
Black hoodie.
Jens.
Oh, I like that.
the one you
Organic
like.
Cotton Clothing Company.
You have a blue.
Oh, that's
The
nice.
2 t-shirts. You did say just the grey, but I threw in a black
Oh, thank you. You're
as
so
well,
lovely.
and a nice blue hoodie.
Just that's like seals me back in prison.
I don't think they're roll sleeves there.
That's exactly. Yeah. Oh no, we didn't have roll sleeves.
No,
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Very
no
lovely.
problem at all. Thank you for coming on.
That smells nice.
Look, the blue brings out his eyes.
My nicely blue eye.
Put it on.
Well, I enjoyed that, guys. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Yeah, you're
Right,
welcome.
jump up.
Yeah.
We're gonna get more cuddles.
Cuddles.
So the people watching this, let us know in the description box what you thought. Huge thank you to Joe. Huge thanks to Joe and James for coming out filming today. All of Alex's links will be in the description box. YouTube. He's got a YouTube channel. Please subscribe to his channel. Hope he comes back soon. We love this guy. Thank you so much, brother. Fellow spiritual warrior. Appreciate it.
Man, it's your hands.
I know I'm getting bigger.
No,
Getting bigger.
It's
Getting
hard.
bigger. Getting bigger.
It's hard.
Ready for these podcast war motherfuckers.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
See you later, kids.
Yeah. Okay. Just ran through the countryside in the dark with my personal trainer, barking like animals in the pitch black. And this is what I look like now. But it was fun. I'll wake up feeling great tomorrow. Bye.
Here at Boomer and Jen, we offer a wide range of organic or recycled clothing. We all know our planet is important. We only have this one. So it's vital that we all work together to slow down and reverse the changes to the environment. Whilst we all know that big industry are having a significant effect on pollution, here at Boomer and Jen, we believe that if we all make small changes, we can do our part. Fast fashion causes detrimental effects to the planet. Not only is nearly 20% of global wastewater produced by the fast fashion industry, but there is a considerable amount of fast fashion ending up in landfill. So let's move away from fast fashion items that are only worn once or twice and start wearing extremely comfortable, durable and environmentally friendly clothing and ethical jewellery. Boomer & Jen was founded in a quiet town in Devon in 2018. It is now gone from strength to strength as the world is becoming more aware of the current climate situation, helping our customers to buy sustainable, quality clothing. All of our products are fair trade and registered with the Global Organic Textiles Standard Association. Check us out on organiccottonclothing.co.uk.
This podcast is sponsored by Gadfly Press. We are proud to announce the publication of Britain's #1 art forger, Max Brandrett, The Life of a Cheeky Faker. And from the back cover blurb, Max the Forger is an artist and gentleman whose colourful lifestyle has spanned over 70 years. He has lived under the strict regime of Bernardo's children's homes, been an elephant handler in the circus, lived rough, busked his way from Brighton to Bombay, sold his fakes up and down the country, dined with dukes, socialised with celebrities, associated with gangsters, served time in prison, and donated tens of thousands to charity. And through it all, he has never stopped smiling and loving life and missing his mum. Quote from the book. Mr. Brandrett, I do not see you as a malicious criminal, sighed the judge. But why, oh why, do you continue to use your God-given talent in this way? I just can't help myself, Your Honour. It's like an addiction, I grinned. Available worldwide on Amazon, link in the description box below this video. Thank you for supporting our sponsor.
Here at Boomer & Jen, we offer a wide range of organic or recycled clothing. We all know our planet is important. We only have this one, so it's vital that we all work together to slow down and reverse the changes to the environment. Whilst we all know that big industry are having a significant effect on pollution, here at Boomer & Jen, we believe that if we all make small changes, we can do our part. Fast fashion causes detrimental effects to the planet. Not only is nearly 20% of global wastewater produced by the fast fashion industry, but there is a considerable amount of fast fashion ending up in landfill. So let's move away from fast fashion items that are only worn once or twice and start wearing extremely comfortable, durable and environmentally friendly clothing and ethical jewellery. Boomer & Jen was founded in a quiet town in Devon in 2018. It is now gone from strength to strength as the world is becoming more aware of the current climate situation, helping our customers to buy sustainable, quality clothing. All of our products are fair trade and registered with the Global Organic Textiles Standard Association. Check us out on organiccottonclothing.co.uk.